What if Belle carried the blood of assassins?
The last descendant of an ancient brotherhood.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Belle Was the Last Descendant of Ancient Assassins Brotherhood movie. Before we start, please go support tenma-sama for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Belle is a male. Bellcranel is the last member of the ancient brotherhood of assassins created. He will bring pride and respect to the assassins again. By Goddess 01. Belle had always been a quiet boy since he was a child. He liked silence and reading books, although he was ashamed to admit it. He loved heroes. His grandfather knew it and was more than happy to buy him books about heroes. Belle still remembered which was the first book about heroes he read. Argonaut, that was the book that Belle liked so much, it was his favorite. Although something that Belle never told his grandfather is that he also loved books about assassins. It was very counterproductive, but he loved reading how they moved, their techniques, their history. It was something that Belle loved, always without his grandfather, realizing Belle practiced acrobatics and his stealth. Assassins had to be agile and silent. Belle always bought some weapons called senbon when he went to the village. They were like needles, but bigger and sharper. Belle practiced with them and knives for quite a while. He had quite a few cuts from that, but he always tried to deceive his grandfather by saying that they were scratches from branches or something like that. Belle loved to go to the woods and see all kinds of things, so that's why his grandfather believed him. Belle always read books about heroes and assassins, some good and some bad, until he found his favorite book about assassins. Belle. Assassin's Creed, looking at the book cover in amazement. Salesman. We just got it yesterday. Do you want to read it? They say that story really happened. It's from when the gods hadn't yet descended from the Tenkai. Belle. Oh. How much does it cost? Smiling. Belle wanted it. No, Belle needed that book. Something told him he was going to love it. And it would serve him well in the future. Salesman. Since you're one of my best customers, I'll give you this one for free, smiling. Belle. Really? With stars in his eyes. Salesman. Sure. Read it and enjoy it, kid. Smiling. Belle ran home, hiding his grandfather's book. The salesman watched him leave with a smile and turned to look behind him. There were some things in a display case that looked quite safe. Inside the Bratina there was an inverted V sign with some more touches. He had a white and red suit with a strange belt with the same logo. He had some strange long bracelets that had a strange blade that looked extremely hard. They looked like first-class weapons, and they were. There was an axe with the same logo there. The seller only saw that with melancholy. It was the armor of the deceased ISO auditor. He was not related to him, but he was a former master assassin, and he was the former best, thanks to that he is the one who has that ISO armament to protect it, and that at some point when someone worthy appears he will carry it. The seller one day found Belle training his agility and dexterity. It was incredible for his age. He just needed a good teacher, and he would easily be a very good assassin, maybe not only the youngest assassin, but also a master assassin and the youngest in the world, even more than Izo. Belle was walking home happily. When he got there he saw that his grandfather was cooking something. Belle took advantage of this to go and put away his book. After that his grandfather called him to eat. After eating roast beef with rice and orange juice, Belle thanked him for the food and quickly went to his room to see that book that intrigued him so much. Belle locked the door and quickly took out the book, began to read it and curiously said. The story of Izo Auditor, the best assassin. That only excited Belle more and he started reading it. Time skip. Belle was already 13 years old. For a long time Belle had trained much more after hearing the story of the assassins. Belle wanted to be like them, beings in the shadows, who are not afraid to kill if necessary, and who always respect the death of someone, no matter how repugnant the person is. Belle admired them. His desire to be an assassin was greater than that of a simple hero. A few years ago, the salesman named Connor found him in one of his many practices. He challenged him to a little fight. Belle, who already had some training, thought it would be easy. What a big mistake. Despite not having what is known as a falna and already being somewhat old, Connor gave him the worst beating of his life. Belle still remembers that those blows hurt him for 2 weeks. Since then Connor told him that he was a former member of the assassins. Belle almost burst with emotion seeing a former master assassin. Belle asked him 1,001 questions that Connor answered patiently. After answering Connor's questions, he told Belle that he would deliver it himself. Belle almost burst with emotion, but he warned him that his grandfather didn't like any of this. Connor only suggested keeping this a secret, and Belle agreed. Belle went to train with Connor every day in a big house or in the forest that was nearby. It was a gigantic house that had a dining room, a place where Belle and Connor could play some board games and other things. Connor taught Belle everything he knew, how to walk athletically and stealthily, as well as elegantly and precisely everywhere, including trees. He taught him to use a wide variety of weapons, such as small axes, knives, swords, large axes, maces, etc. He taught him how to hunt like a pro. Belle was a very good hunter. He taught him how to use rope-tipped blades to grab his enemies with them or climb. He also taught him how to use a bow efficiently and elegantly. Connor proudly watched Belle's progress. He still remembered when his teacher taught him this. They were good times, which Connor treasures. Connor. Belle. Here, giving him some brown leather bracelets half the size of his arms. Belle. What is this? Curious. Connor. That's the hidden blade. It's the assassin's main weapon. It has a special mechanism, showing one on his right arm. Connor took out the hidden blade and showed Belle how he used it. Belle watched this in amazement. They were incredible in his opinion. Connor. These are yours, giving him the bracelets. Now I, Connor, on behalf of the assassins, bellcranel, from now on you are a rookie assassin. I will instruct you on this long path that you will travel. These will be your rookie companions from now on, giving him the hidden blades. Belle. Don't let him down, master, bowing. Connor. I know you don't, smiling. Belle has been training very hard. Now at 9 years old, he has surpassed several assassins of the Brotherhood according to Connor, but he was not yet at the master level, although he still had a lot to learn. Something that Connor himself admitted was that Belle had agility far superior to several of the old master assassins. His agility was comparable to that of a master, and that he was barely a child. Connor and Belle have always gotten along, and although his grandfather never knew it, Belle loved them both as if they were his grandparents. His grandfather was a loving and trustworthy person, very perverted, but he was a good person. When Belle told Connor about what his grandfather was like, he almost burst out laughing. Connor. He looks like the great Ezio. He was quite a womanizer and very handsome. He had many women after him because of that. He also had a lot of charisma, laughing. Belle sugoi, astonished. Connor. Belle take this, giving him a chest with a hole where an assassin sign could be placed. Belle. A chest. Confused. Connor. Open it when you think it's necessary, giving him a necklace with the assassin sign that was the key. Belle just nodded and put on the necklace, hiding it. Time skip. Belle was walking with brown boots, blue pants and a white short-sleeved shirt. Belle was walking towards his town. He had gone to collect food for dinner today. When he was arriving at his town, he saw how it was on fire. Everything was burned. Belle was in shock. He quickly dropped the things he was carrying and ran towards the town while taking out a silver knife that Connor gave him. Belle walked and saw how several monsters from the dungeon were attacking the place. There were several goblins that, although for an adventurer they were not a big deal, for normal people without a falna or training it was their downfall. Belle ran and killed several of them, but it was too late. There were several families dead or burned. Belle just vomited because of this. He was not yet prepared to see something like this. Belle ran with tears in his eyes and arrived at Connor's home. It was completely burned. Connor was there in the middle, with multiple wounds. Despite having a lot of training and being a former teacher, Connor was already somewhat old. He was able to repel and kill quite a few goblins, but in the end the last ones managed to damage him. Connor had a stone dagger in his chest. It was very close to his heart. Connor didn't have much time left. Belle. Teacher. Crying. Connor. Hello Belle, it seems my time has come, whispering. Belle. Don't say that, teacher. Grabbing his hand. Connor. Take care my student, closing his eyes. Belle. Teacher. Crying. Connor had died. Belle cried loudly but dried his tears. He left his teacher carefully and started running towards his house, hoping that his grandfather was still okay. When he arrived he only saw the burned house. Belle could not enter it, the door was locked, and Belle could do little or nothing to move it. Belle only cried and watched helplessly as his house was destroyed by fire, and he could do nothing. Belle tried and tried, but nothing worked. Belle was already tired of crying and running, and the psychological blow and mental fatigue were too much. In the end, Belle fainted without being able to do anything. Time skip. Belle was waking up. He quickly remembered the events of last night, and his eyes became moist, but he didn't cry. He held back his tears and looked around him. Everything was destroyed in black by the fire from before. The sun was shining brightly, as if it were a happy day, which it wasn't. Belle saw his house destroyed. The door was badly burned so he could get in. Belle just used to back away while his hair covered his eyes and he threw himself towards the door. It was easily destroyed, and Belle could see everything destroyed. His grandfather's room was a mess. Belle could only see blood and ash. He thought it was his grandfather's. Belle was so distracted in sadness that he didn't notice that it was the blood of an animal, not his grandfather's. Belle grabbed the right ones with his hands while he looked at them with his eyes open and tears running down his eyes. Elsewhere. Zeus looked sadly at the little boy he considered his grandson. It made him very sad to do this, but he had no choice. He never planned the goblin attack, he only planned his death by accidentally burning his house. But the goblins appeared and began to wreak havoc on the village. At his side was a god with a somewhat sad and sorrowful look. He had a hat with a feather and a green jacket with a scarf, as well as somewhat messy blonde hair. Hermes. He'll be fine. You raised him to be a hero after all, didn't you? Smiling a little. Zeus. Thanks for everything Hermes, smiling a little. Hermes. You'll see, I'll help him become one of the greatest heroes in the world, smiling. Zeus. Thank you, son, smiling, but I think you're forgetting something. Dark look. Hermes. Of course not. I'll also give him the largest harem in the world. Smiling proudly. Zeus just embraced Hermes with pride and approval. Belle. He was looking at the ashes with tears in his eyes, he just stood up with a darkened look and walked towards his room. Belle saw that many things were destroyed, but he still kept some safe. He had a secret bookcase where he had his books of heroes and assassins, all were fine to Belle's relief. He looked to his left and saw a beautiful wooden frame that had no damage. Belle grabbed the photo and saw a white-haired man with blue eyes and a red-haired woman with red eyes. Belle knew who his parents were, his grandfather never told him their names, but he did tell him that they were very powerful. Belle grabbed a traveler's backpack and decided his grandfather had always told him about Orario, a place where you can fulfill your dreams and become an adventurer. He remembered how his grandfather once told him that if he was ever going to Orario, he should find a beautiful, Hexie, or tender goddess who would love him, or both would work for Zeus V. He told him several more things that Belle remembered perfectly. He still remembered how his grandfather gave him daily injuries to be a perfect man for women. He also remembered when he was training with Connor with a bow, accidentally once he almost got hit in the crotch, Connor fainted instantly. Belle remembered this with a small smile, he would always treasure those moments. Belle remembered something and quickly removed the mat that was in his room and saw a wooden board sticking out from the others. He removed it and there was a chest, the same chest that his teacher gave him. Belle saw that nothing had happened to him and sighed in relief. Belle grabbed his necklace that he was wearing with the assassin symbol and put it in the chest. The chest began to dream a strange mechanism and opened. Belle opened the chest completely and saw that there were two suits, one blue with fur and other things that looked like that of a professional hunter, and another white with red and metal tights, as well as a belt with the assassin's logo. There was a map with routes to get to Orario, and had marked different points and things that Belle would later investigate. There was also a photo where Connor and Belle were smiling. Belle just grabbed the photo and looked at it with nostalgia and sadness. Belle looked at the bottom of the box where there was a medium-sized book with a leather cover. Belle opened it and saw several notes and tips on different things. He saw a name at the end of the first page that surprised him. Belizio Auditor, surprised. Belle put the book in his backpack, took both suits, the map and the photos of Connor and his grandfather. Belle grabbed another set of clothes, grabbed his hidden knives and put them on along with a black cloak. Belle left there, but not before leaving a falcon feather on Connor's chest. Belle didn't give him a burial, not because he didn't want to, but because Connor was the one who said so. Belle respected his decision and left a falcon feather on his chest, as well as an assassin symbol. He made a cross for his grandfather and left him a note that said something. Since his body turned into ashes, Belle couldn't give him a burial or anything. He left there holding back his tears. Time skip. Belle was walking towards Orario. He had been walking and resting for almost 2 months to go to Orario. He is now a 14-year-old boy, he recently turned 14. Belle arrived at the entrance of the Orario and saw a large wall protected by many guards. Belle only approached seriously. Since the incident in his town he has become colder and more serious, and he only speaks when asked or necessary. If before he was quiet, now he was even more so. He looked like a certain girl with golden hair and eyes. The guards, seeing him, were on guard v. GUARDS 1.2a. Sample, seriously. Belle removed his hood and revealed a young man with white hair and red eyes, no more than 14 years old. Guard 1. What are your reasons for coming to Orario? Seriously. Belle. I come to be an adventurer, happy. Belle. He was a master of deception. Connor always told him that it was better to have a false face or mask, and when the time is right take off the mask. Belle took on the attitude of an innocent, pure, and kind child. That was Belle's temporary mask. Guard 2. I see, you have to answer some questions, and we have to inspect you, understood? Friendlier. Belle. Hi. Smiling. The guard began to look at the things Belle was carrying and found nothing strange except for the suits, but he didn't give it much importance. He had never heard of anything with that strange sign they had, but he thought it was something familiar, so he didn't say anything. The other guard began to ask Belle various questions, which he answered simply. Guard 2. Okay, you can come in. I hope you have a nice day, kid, smiling. Belle. Thank you, smiling. Belle walked away from there with a fake smile. Guard 1. He won't survive long, looking sadly at the innocent child. GUARD 2. You're wrong, seriously. EN 1. Huh. What do you mean? Confused. GUARD 2. maybe you didn't notice it since you were new, but I've had this job for several years and seen a lot of people here. That kid was powerful, being honest. Maybe he could defeat a level 3 midway alone, seriously." The other just looked at him in surprise but said nothing, not knowing whether to believe his superior or not. Belle. Belle was grinning foolishly as he looked at everything around him. Belle saw many normal people and adventurers. He felt very sorry for them and went. He saw and heard how most of the adventurers were here for the women or recognition. Belle accepted that they were here for money, but not for anything else. After all, everyone needed money to survive, even if they didn't want to, that was the truth. Belle. Let's see, taking out a schedule map that his teacher left him. Belle saw that the map was all detailed, and there were several places with images of underground routes. In addition to escape routes or places to hide, there were also shops, bars, blacksmiths, clothing stores, weapons, food, etc. Belle only went to some of the places and checked that everything was correct. On the way he went to a hotel where he rented a room to spend the night. Belle. I have to register in the guild first, thinking. Belle. I'll check in tomorrow, going to sleep. Time skip. Belle was rushing and remembered that he had to go register at the guild. First he went to bathe, then ate something from what they offered at the hotel, and put on a brown jacket with some black pieces and some novice adventurer pants as well as some boots. Belle arrived at the guild and saw a giant place where there were many adventurers. Belle entered under the watchful eye of everyone. Smiling, Belle approached a woman with brown hair and emerald green eyes. She had pointy ears, implying that she was a half-elf. Half-elf. Hello, how can I help you? Smiling. Belle. I've come to register as an adventurer, smiling. Half-elf. Oh okay, please fill out this form, giving her the form. Belle lo context honestamente. They asked you to state your age, name, race, family, weight and height, as well as whether you had a previous affiliation. To which Belle replied normally. Name bellcranel. Race. Human. Gender. Male. Age. 14. Height. 165 centimeters, 5'5". Family. Ina received the paper, but before she read it Belle interrupted her. Belle excuse me, what's your name? Curious. Ina. Oh sorry, I didn't tell you. He, scratching her head, I'm Ina Tull, nice to meet you, smiling. Belle. I'm bellcranel, nice to meet you too, smiling. Excuse me, can I go see the newbie weapons? Smiling, scratching his neck. Ina. Of course, follow me, guiding him. Listen Belle-kun, from now on I will be your advisor. If you need help with something or about something regarding the dungeon, then I will help you, smiling. Belle. I need help learning about the first 5 floors of the dungeon at least, smiling. Ina. Then we'll go to my office right now and I'll show you everything you need, smiling excitedly. The other counselors who were nearby stopped in shock and stopped what they were doing and looked at the boy with pity. It was well known the very strict classes that Ina gave. No adventurer could fully endure them, hours and hours of studying, and in the end, Ina would give you an exam to see how much you learned from her about the dungeon. If she is satisfied with the exam, she will let you go to the floor you requested. If not, you will have her extra classes, which no one wants for obvious reasons. Ina forgot to look at Belle's form and see that she had no family. Belle was wearing light chest armor that was made of leather, along with light knee pads and some fairly resistant black gloves. He had a small backpack where he had 5 low-quality recovery potions. Belle. Thank you Ina-san, smiling. Ina. Don't worry, Belle-kun, it's my job to make sure the adventurers are ready for everyone, smiling. Belle. Thanks, now would you give me the dungeon classes you mentioned? Curious. Ina. Yeah, let's go. Entering an office. Belle. Hi. Following her. Belle. Good luck kid, sad. Belle. Before Belle could ask anything else, a hand came out of Ina's office door and grabbed Belle and pulled him quickly into the room. Belle was sitting while reading a green cover book on the 4th floor of the dungeon. He had tears in his eyes, as his eyes were tired. Beside him was Ina with an innocent smile as she watched and corrected Belle in case he was wrong. Belle. Not even Connor's hellish training was this monstrous. I'm done. Raising his arms proudly. Before Belle ran away, Ina quickly removed the book Belle was holding and put another one that said 5th floor guide. Ina. Now read this please, smiling innocently. Belle put it into perspective at that moment. Ina, despite her charming and innocent smile, was a demon. That's what Belle thought as the color drained from his face. Ina wasn't going to let him go until he finished reading the book and gave him an exam on it, as well as giving him personal lessons. Belle. Yes teacher, looking at the book with dead eyes. Time skip. Belle was waking up in the hotel. His mind was filled with hellish memories of Ina, teaching him very strictly about the dungeon and tips he should know, in addition to memorizing the routes and monsters from floors 1 to 5, and that he still had many more floors to go. Belle. Shit. putting his head on the table with a depressive aura. Belle stood up and opened the trunker chest he brought with him. There were the maps and suits that Connor left him. Belle grabbed the blue-gray suit that looked like that of a killer hunter. Belle grabbed it and put it on, grabbed his hidden blades and put on his hood. And left his room. The person who was passing by was scared when he saw Belle suddenly appear in that suit. The man ran as if there was no tomorrow. Belle just looked at him with a drop of sweat on the back of his neck as he looked at himself in a nearby mirror. Belle. I look good, posing a little. Belle had, in addition to his hidden blades, also had some double silver knives. He had a bow on his back and had 20 arrows to use. Belle just smiled and started running down the hall. The window was open and he jumped. People outside the building watched in surprise as a hooded person jumped out of the window of a tall building and landed on another roof. He began to run, performing acrobatics to increase his speed or stability. People were surprised by the pressure and elegance with which he performed these acrobatics. He looked like a first or second class adventurer. The girl with golden hair and eyes wearing a blue and white dress and light silver armor also looked at the hooded man in surprise. She was surprised by those elegant and precise movements. She just looked at the hooded man with a strange glow in her eyes. The tall elf with jade-colored hair and eyes saw this and smiled mischievously. She now had a way to tease her daughter. She was also glad that she showed other feelings besides just the need to be strong and know how to fight. Belle was running across the rooftops looking at the streets of Orario. He was looking for a food stand where he could have breakfast. Suddenly he smelled something exquisite that brought back memories. Belle. Jug American. Sniffing. Belle quickly ran to a stand where a small woman with very generous breasts, black hair and 2 high pigtails and blue eyes, was wearing a strange white dress and a blue ribbon that prevented her breasts from sticking out any more than they already did. Belle noticed a saw aura around him. It was an aura that all the gods had, even if they didn't use their arcanum. Belle. Hello. Smiling. Girl. Hello. What do you want? Smiling. Belle. I'd like a Jug American with extra beans please. Smiling. Girl. Sure. Starting to make them. Hestia usually had many gods behind her body, so she had a certain ability to discover what a person is like. She saw how Belle was a good and kind boy. She did not see map or perverted intentions when she saw her, and she liked it. Seeing a boy as pure and kind as him brightened her day, more than she was already happy. Today she had had a good sale, so she was in a good mood. Belle. She's a goddess, right? Curious, what's her name? Smiling. Hestia. I'm Hestia. Smiling. Belle. Oh, the goddess of the hearth. Smiling. Hestia was surprised by this. Very few people knew who she was. When she came down to the human world, no one recognized her or knew about her. She was very happy to see that someone knew who she was. Hestia. That's right. Smiling. Belle. But why does he work here? Shouldn't he be with his family? Curious. Hestia. That's it, why don't I have a family? Sad. Belle. Surprised. Hestia. Many people don't want a useless and penniless goddess as their family, so they always reject me, and I don't have any children. Sad. Belle. And if I join your family? Smiling. Hestia. Huh. EHH. Surprised. It's a joke. Serious. Belle. Not at all, but I don't have a family either, and I see that you are a good goddess. So, Goddess Hestia, goddess of the hearth and the home, would you allow me, Bellcranel, to be your first child? Offering her hand, smiling. Belle said this with his left leg on the floor and his right kneeling, offering one of his hands and the other on his chest, as if he were serving him by offering marriage. Many people who were passing by were surprised to see that scene. A boy who had proposed to a goddess was something incredible. Hestia, with some tears in her eyes, jumped towards Belle and hugged him tightly, while saying Belle kun. Strongly. People were only more surprised to believe that the goddess had accepted. The rumor began to spread that the goddess Loli had a partner. Something that shocked many gods and goddesses. Having an affair with a human is not prohibited, but it was still incredible to see one of the 3 virgin goddesses have a partner. Belle and Hestia looked at each other smiling until they realized the scene they had just made and blushed. People started celebrating the new couple and started saying, kiss, kiss, kiss. They were very nervous and did not know what to do. A little girl quickly approached Belle and pushed her head towards Hestia. They ended up kissing. Out of surprise they did not separate from the kiss. People only celebrated more for this. Time skip. Belle and Hestia were in an abandoned church where there was a bed, a sofa and a table. They were blushing at each end of the bed. Belle. Sorry about that, Kami-sama, sorry. Hestia. And it's not your fault, Belle kun, blushing, better yet. Let's put my falna on you. Smiling impatiently. Belle just smiled tenderly seeing Hestia so excited to put on her first falna. Belle took off his shirt, showing his well-defined muscles, making Hestia blush. Belle lay down on the bed and Hestia climbed on his back, somewhat shy. She grabbed a needle with which she pricked her finger and began to put her skirt on Belle. Hestia. T, this is amazing. Surprised. L. W, what's going on, worried. Hestia passed the sheet where her statistics were shown to Belle, and he began to read it. Belle opened his eyes wide when he saw. The Princess of the Sword, 02. Belle was looking at his stats sheet silently looking surprised. You are. Status bellcranel. Adventurer level. 1. Family. Hestia. Statistics. Strength 0000I. Resistance 0000I. Skill 0000I. Agility 0000I. Magic 0000I. Total 0000. Universal power 0000. Skills. Magic. Henkin equals magic that allows the user to transform into whatever they want. They can also transform into a version of themselves of any species such as elf, hobbit, dwarf, dark elf, half-elf, beastman, spirit, or even a dungeon monster. They can change your age and even your gender. Singing equals I am you and I am me, your wounds are mine, your happiness is mine, I am one and I am all at the same time. Henkin. Eagle vision equals allows the user to have a clearer view and better perception of things, can't see people's souls if concentrated. Without singing equals. Acquired skills. L. How is that possible? Surprised. Hestia. 2 don't know either, surprised. L. Forgetting that. Belle hugged Hestia carefully, she just blushed at the sudden act. Hestia. W, what are you doing? Blushing. Belle. What if we celebrate the birth of the Hestia family? Smiling. Hestia was surprised by this but also smiled. She hugged Belle tightly while shouting. Let's celebrate. Smiling. Belle and Hestia celebrated a little in the church where they lived, and Belle, in a great way according to Hestia, cooked with a few ingredients a delicious meal that Hestia enjoyed like never before. Belle and Hestia, after celebrating a little, went to sleep, Belle on the couch and Hestia in bed. Both slept happily, Belle for having a family and Hestia for having a child. Belle was waking up but felt an extra weight on his chest. When he opened his eyes he saw Hestia lying on top of him happily asleep. Belle just smiled at this until he felt Hestia's breasts on him and blushed furiously. Belle, not knowing what to do, activated the Henkin and transformed into a smaller version of himself. Belle quickly got out of Hestia's deadly hug, noticing that she was growling at not feeling it. He put a pillow in her place, which Hestia squeezed tightly. Belle sighed with relief at getting out of that situation. Unlike his grandfather, Belle was very innocent. He didn't even know what hex meant or that the word existed, but he was very shy with women if they weren't enemies. Belle grabbed the chest he had left near the couch where he had all his belongings. Belle opened the chest and saw the assassin's outfits that his master left him in addition to the photos and his hidden blades. Belle knew that he couldn't go around in those clothes, so yesterday he bought the normal rookie adventurer's weapons. It covered very little and was very basic, but functional at least. Belle put on his adventurer armor and under his arm guards he put his hidden blades. Belle kissed his kami-sama on the forehead while she was smiling in her sleep. Belle smiled too, and already dressed he went to the guild. On the way to the guild, Belle felt a strong headache. He assumed it was from using magic for the first time. Belle decided that later he would practice more with it. He arrived at the guild where he saw how Ina was arranging some papers. Belle approached happily as if nothing had happened. Belle. Hello Ina, smiling. Ina. Oh. Hello, smiling. What do you need, Belle-kun, smiling. Belle. Could you give me permission to go down at least to the second or third floor of the dungeon? Nervous. Ina. I refuse, would be, you are just a rookie. Belle, you can't get in there yet, would be. Belle. Don't worry about that, I have some training. In my village some monsters also appeared and my teacher and I killed them, nostalgic. Ina. I said no. Belle, would be. Time skip. Belle was in front of Ina kneeling begging her after almost 2 hours. Ina. Fine, I'll believe in you Belle-kun, I would, but please promise that you'll come back alive, worried. Belle. I promise, if I see that I'm in a difficult situation, I'll leave quickly without getting into trouble, okay? Smiling. Ina. Okay, sighing, you memorized everything I taught you about floors 2 and 3, right? Curious. Belle. Why yep, you forced me to learn it. And I'm droplet. Ina. Then you have my permission, sighing. Belle. Thank you. Hugging her. Ina was surprised and blushed at this and didn't know what to say. Belle didn't notice this and ran to the exit of the guild. Before leaving he shouted. Belle. I love you Ina-san. Saying goodbye. Ina. EHHH. D don't yell that. Blushing. Belle left there smiling while many of the guild employees looked mischievously at Ina. That only made her blush more. To her right appeared a red-haired beast man. She was a werewolf who had long hair and a beautiful figure, as well as a serious face. It was Rose Fanet. Quinn approached Ina in a serious manner. Rose. Don't fall in love with him, Ina, would be, adventurers never keep their promises, would be. Rose grabbed some papers she needed and left there still with her serious and somewhat sad look. Aina saw her leave sadly. She knew what had happened. Rose had an affair with an adventurer who died in the dungeon in a horrible way. Rose herself saw his body torn to pieces. It was a hard blow for Rose, even more so after the adventurer promised Rose that he would return to her and they would marry soon. Aina had also lost some of her adventurers in the dungeon, so she was strict with the adventurers assigned to her. She always worries about the adventurers assigned to her care. She knew that Belle was strong, he radiated a certain aura of power around him. Aina knew that he could go down a few floors beyond 5, but she didn't want to risk it. She just said a little prayer for Belle, hoping that he would always come back to her alive. Belle was running towards the entrance of the dungeon or labyrinth. He got there, and the guards of the Dilya Ganesha who were guarding the entrance let him pass. Belle was already on the first floor killing goblins left and right. He had to hunt them himself. The goblins weren't that stupid, they knew they couldn't beat Belle, so they chose the best option and ran away. The goblin who was desperately running away from Belle was abruptly split in half by a blade that was being held by Belle. The goblin tried to sneak up on Belle from behind. Unfortunately for the goblin, before he realized it, a blade was embedded in his chest. The goblin quickly disintegrated. Belle sighed in relief at the damage done to his magic stone. Depending on the monster, the magic stone is worth more. If it's broken, the value drops sharply. The goblin stone gives 50 violas, if broken it gives 4 violas. Belle learned that the hard way, as Belle remembered his anecdotes with a drop of sweat at how funny and strange they were. He didn't realize he was reaching the 5th floor. Before Belle realized it, he heard a loud roar that left him in shock. Uig. Belle recognized the roar, it was a Minotaur. Belle saw it approaching quickly towards him. He wondered what a Minotaur was doing on the 5th floor. In surprise he didn't see when it almost pierced his chest with its horns. Belle jumped strongly at the last minute, honoring his rabbit appearance. The Minotaur stepped under him, Belle kicked his back, and the Minotaur lost his balance, and Belle fell elegantly to the other end of the tunnel. Belle looked around and noticed what the 5th floor was like. It was a reddish and orange tone with stones that illuminated a little green color. Belle felt danger approaching and moved his head to the right. He saw the Minotaur's fist pass through where his head had been. Belle. So close. If that thing hits me I'm dead, scared. Belle was no fool. His speed was superior to the Minotaur's, but his strength was far inferior. If he tried to attack with his weak strength and low-quality blades, he would lose to the Minotaur. At least he was faster than him, and his reaction speed was also superior to the Minotaur's. Belle jumped and all to the right when the Minotaur with his club that the dungeon gave him tried to crush him. Belle did not know what to do. If he ran away he would be saved, but other adventurers could die by the Minotaur. His heroic sense did not allow him to do that. Belle took out his hidden blades and grabbed them in a reverse grip and prepared for the assault. His hidden blades were middle class. His master Connor told him that assassins have to improve them by themselves. When Connor gave it to him it was low class. After hard training Belle always improved them even a little, thanks to that they were middle class, almost high. But even so he didn't have the strength to pierce the Minotaur's skin. Belle had to come up with a plan while dodging and evading the Minotaur. Belle only had one option left. He smiled, a smile that indicated he had already planned how to win, how to live another day. Belle. Is that all you have? Mockingly. The Minotaur got angry about that and raised his fist as a sign that he would hit Belle. Belle just waited for his plan to work and waited. Push. The Minotaur hit the dungeon floor. Belle had dodged it at the last minute, but the Minotaur moaned in pain. He saw his hand, and he had the blade. The Minotaur screamed in anger when he saw that Belle had stabbed the blade into his arm. Belle had made use of one of the oldest and deadliest techniques of the assassin's hunters. It didn't have a name, but the technique consisted of damaging your own opponent using their own strength. This technique was only used with stronger opponents, although it was risky because you had to expose yourself to danger so that the opponent could attack you in specific places and you could stab your weapon or hit the enemy in specific points to finish him off quickly. Belle had disabled the Minotaur's right hand. The problem was that he also disabled one of his blades because it was stuck in the Minotaur's hand. The Minotaur saw Belle and quickly charged at him, doing so in the stance of a bull. He got into position to charge at Belle like a bull. Belle saw this and smiled. He had him, but he couldn't be too confident. One mistake, and it would be fatal for him. At best he would pierce an arm or stomach, at worst he would tear him apart like nothing. The Minotaur lunged at Belle, and Belle responded by also running towards the Minotaur. The Minotaur tried to charge at him with both horns. Belle ducked at the last second, managed to knock down the blade that was in the Minotaur's hand, approached the Minotaur's neck and the Minotaur kicked Belle and pushed him away. Belle's arm was broken and he was holding it in pain. His clothes were somewhat torn and dusty, and his metal breastplate that they gave him at the guild was in pieces. It still had some pieces that were no longer useful to protect him. The Minotaur smiled mockingly at this, but quickly his face changed to one of shock. Belle smiled arrogantly. Belle. Looks like it worked, huh? Smiling. The Minotaur touched his neck, and there it was, Belle's blade. The Minotaur looked at Belle with anger in his eyes, a very strong anger. Belle. Take it off and you die, smiling. Belle had stuck the blade in a specific spot. If the Minotaur managed to remove it, he would quickly die from bleeding out. The Minotaur knew that. He felt how the knife prevented his blood from gushing out of his neck, and despite that a little blood also came out of his mouth. Belle felt when noticing this. He approached the Minotaur in a calm and epic way. The angry Minotaur also began to approach Belle, walking slowly. They were both close and slash. Push. Push. Slash. Belle tried to pierce one of the Minotaur's eyes with his blade. The Minotaur blocked it with his arm and with his mace tried to hit Belle. Belle covered himself with a rookie knife that the guild had, and it broke into 1,000 pieces as if it were always garbage. Belle did a backflip and landed elegantly. When Belle was going to attack the Minotaur, suddenly a war shadow appeared, a dark humanoid monster that has long arms with 3 claws sharp as knives. It appears on the 6th floor, but sometimes goes up or down a floor. It is the strongest monster on the 6th floor. The war shadow attacked Belle directly with his claws. Belle covered himself with his hidden dagger and returned the cut to the war shadow's chest. The war shadow moaned in pain and disappeared into ashes quickly. Push. Heir. Belle had been distracted by the war shadow, and the Minotaur had taken advantage of that and charged hard, with incredible luck that not even Belle knew he had. The Minotaur's horns didn't dig into him, but he did get a strong blow. Belle felt his bones crack because of that. Belle spat out a little blood. His long-awaited victory suddenly changed because of a stupid mistake of being distracted. Belle was on the floor on his knees, clutching his chest where the Minotaur hit him. He was breathing heavily, while his eyes were open, and blood was dripping from his mouth. The Minotaur approached him with a disgusting, arrogant smile. Belle looked at him with difficulty, cursing his stupidity for being careless. Belle. Is this my end? The Minotaur was in front of him. He raised his fist slowly, as if he was mocking Belle. He was ready to hit Belle. Belle. Will I not be able to fulfill my dreams? Looking helplessly at the Minotaur. The Minotaur quickly lowered his fist to hit Belle and finally kill him. Belle. Sorry grandpa teacher, closing his eyes. Slash. Minotaur. Ugh. Confused. Belle. Confused. Suddenly the Minotaur was cut in half, and dark red, stinking blood covered Belle's entire body. Belle looked surprised as the Minotaur disappeared, dropping his magic stone, and behind him appeared the person who had killed the Minotaur. It was a girl with golden hair and eyes, white dress with blue and black parts. She had a short dress and long blue boots with some small parts of armor. She had a light armor that looked high quality, a metal headband on her head that worked as a protector, and a figure that competes with that of the goddesses of beauty. She had an expressionless face. She would look like a maiden if it weren't for her silver sword covered in Minotaur blood and her warrior look. It was Izu Wallenstein, a first-class level 5 adventurer, considered one of the best level 5s currently, known by her nickname as Sword Princess. A nickname given to her upon reaching level 4, her previous nickname was Doll Princess because of her doll-like expression that she always has. Belle was looking at him in shock. From being about to be killed by a Minotaur, he was now kneeling in front of a beautiful adventurer with golden hair. Baze. Are you okay? Extending her hand. Belle didn't know what to do in this situation and did the only thing he could think of. Belle. Yuhea. Running. Belle quickly ran away from Aze and headed towards the surface. Aze just stood there confused by what had just happened, still with her hand extended. A werewolf was arriving and saw Belle covered in blood run away from Aze, just started to laugh. Bet. Ha ha ha, who's that tomato? He ran terrified from you, ha ha ha, laughing. Aze just turned her gaze, pouting without Bet seeing her. Her mini-me was pouting, watching a mini Belle walk away from her. Aze didn't know why, but she wanted to go after him. Sighing silently, she removed the blood from her sword and put it away elegantly. She, along with a noisy Bet who was trying to have a conversation with her, went back to the 18th floor where her family was, who had ordered them to kill the escaped Minotaurs. Belle was completely red, remembering how Aze saved him. He had a stupid smile on his face as he left the labyrinth, and many adventurers looked at him strangely. Some began to mock. Belle took his serious attitude and with a cold voice said to everyone. Belle. Don't worry, dark look, it's not my blood, grim smile. Many were filled with fear because of Belle's dark smile. That, along with her adorable appearance and those ruby red eyes, was very scary. She was like a wolf in sheep's clothing, or in this case an eagle in rabbit skin. Everyone fell silent and gave Belle space to walk through the crowd. Belle walked past as if nothing had happened, his face serious, while inside he was nervous. Belle. Did I do it right? Everyone looks at me with fear, so I think I went too far, pretending to be nervous. Belle went to the guild still bathed in blood. He entered as if nothing had happened. The people looked at him surprised. Belle approached Ina, who was arranging some papers in a calm manner. Belle smiled evilly. Only. Ina felt a chill run down her spine when someone spoke darkly into her ear. She turned around quickly and saw Belle covered in blood looking at her in a creepy way. Ina. Pretending to be hurt. Ina only became more terrified and put on a pale face. Ina Kaya. Closing her eyes. Splash. Ina slapped Belle to push him away. Belle flew away from the strong slap that Ina gave him, while some blood came out of his mouth from the tremendous blow. The men just closed their eyes in pain, even they had felt that blow. Belle. It was a joke. With a little ghost coming out of his mouth. Ina Belle kun. Don't do that. Going to help him. Ina. Why was he covered in blood? Worried. Belle. I went to the 5th floor, nervous. Ina. What? Angry. Belle had told Ina everything that had happened. Ina was surprised to hear of a Minotaur on the 5th floor, also seeing how Belle spoke so highly of Izu Wallenstein. Belle. By the way, blushing, see, could you give me some information about Wallenstein-san? Nervous. Ina. Don't tell me you fell in love with her to rescue you, smiling mischievously. Belle. Well yes, blushing. Ina. I can only give you the information that everyone knows. She is a level 5 adventurer, the strongest among the level 5, she is the one who holds the record for leveling up the fastest, she is from the Loki family, and her nickname is Princess of the Sword, smiling. Belle. You don't know, do you? Blushing and shy. Ina. Do you have someone special? Smiling. Belle. Hi, shy. Ina. Well, so far there is no record of him being in a relationship, smiling. Belle's eyes lit up at that, but Ina quickly and effectively dashed his hopes. Ina. Don't get your hopes up too much, Belle kun. She's already rejected more than 1,000 marriage and dating proposals, thinking. Belle was disappointed with a new thing in his head as he looked at the floor. Ina saw him and something occurred to her. Ina. You know, girls like strong guys. Maybe if you become strong, you'll have a chance. Smiling. Belle was encouraged by those words and smiled at Ina. Ina. Let me cure that, nervous. Ina pointed at Belle's slightly swollen cheek from the tremendous slap she had given him. She accommodated Belle on her lap while she healed Belle's cheek a little and then rubbed it. Ina. For God's sake, don't do that again, you see that nothing good came out of it, dreaming about her cheek. Belle. Actually yes, watching as Ina gave him a lap pillow and rubbed the area where she had hit him. Ina. It seems like you enjoy it, smiling. Belle. What self-respecting man doesn't want a pretty half-elf pampering him? Seriously. Ina. You should tell that to Wallenstein-san, smiling. Belle smiled too and enjoyed Ina's caresses for a while. Belle. Okay. I'll go change my magic stones, smiling. Ina. I'll go with you, smiling. Belle and Ina went to change Belle's magic stones. Ina was surprised to see a large amount of magic stones there. Some gave Belle a bag where he had all the violas he had gotten. In total about 12,000 violas. Belle smiled at this. If he continued like this every day he could buy a good house for himself and his kami-sama. Ina looked at him surprised and with a smile seeing Belle's happy attitude. It was fun to be with him. Ina blushed thinking about those things and turned her gaze so that no one would see her blush, something that worked, but one person happened to see it. Belle said goodbye to Ina and left the guild towards the abandoned church where his kami-sama was. Ina watched him leave happily. Before she could return to work, a human girl with pink hair and amber eyes hugged her shoulder with a playful smile. It was Misha Flott, a childhood friend of Ina, her best friend. Misha. Looks like you've got someone, huh? And I thought you'd always be an old maid. Smiling. Ina. Misha. Angry, I won't be a spinster and Belle and I are nothing, crossing arms. Misha. Yes, whatever you say, smiling, just be careful, they say he is the partner of the goddess Hestia, so if you want to conquer him, you first have to overcome his goddess, leaving there. Ina was shocked to hear this. Misha just looked at her amused as Ina was stunned at the entrance of the guild when she said what Belle and Hestia said. A rumor had spread that a white-haired boy with the appearance of a rabbit had proposed to the goddess Loli. Many said it was only for her body, but those who were smart knew that it was not like that. Hestia had rejected thousands of perverts, so they knew that if Belle was one she would reject him again. Those claims increased when they heard that Hestia accepted the proposal and threw herself at him with tears in her eyes. There was a huge uproar over this. Misha remembered how the whole world was shaken by this alone. The worst thing was that the news spread like wildfire. Several gods cried tears of blood because a human had gone before them, although there were exceptions like Take Mikazuchi and Maich who were friends of Hestia and were happy for her, and Hermes, who cried tears of pride because the legacy of Zeus had one of the virgin goddesses as beloved that day. Asphi, the captain of the Hermes family, watched with a drop of an eye as Hermes cried with pride for some strange reason after hearing that news. Hephaestus smiled calmly, knowing that his greatest friend already had someone. Belle was walking towards the abandoned church with a smile, watching. Suddenly he heard someone talking to him. Adventurer Sama. Belle turned around and saw a beautiful girl with silver hair and eyes. She was wearing a green waitress outfit with white accents and a white apron. She was beautiful at first glance. Belle. Can I help you with something? Curious. Yes, he dropped this, giving him a magic stone. Belle. I thought I'd given them all. Confused, I must have forgotten, thanks. Smiling nervously. Sir Flova, smiling. Belle. Thank you very much sir, smiling, I'm bellcranel, how can I return the favor? Smiling. Sir, you can come eat at the fertility hostess, that's where I work, smiling. Belle. I see, I'll come tonight, smiling. Sir. Thank you, smiling. Belle left with a smile, remembering the kind silver-haired girl as she played with the magic stone that had fallen from her. Belle walked through the streets of Orario calmly. He arrived at the poor area where in an alley there was an abandoned church. Belle entered it, and through a hatch, he entered a small room where his kami-sama was cleaning the furniture with a smile. Belle. I'm home, smiling. Hestia quickly turned around and threw herself into Belle's arms. Hestia. Belle this. Embracing him. Belle. Hestia-sama. Smiling, you won't believe what happened today, smiling nervously. Hestia. What thing? Confused. Hestia. How can you be so reckless? Screaming. Belle. Sorry. Covering himself. The Belle Chibi was being comically beaten by a very angry-looking Hestia Chibi. Hestia. Don't do that again. Angry, you're my only family, I don't want to lose you. With small tears. Belle had a flashback to his childhood. Flashback. Grandfather, Zeus. And remember, Belle, if one day you gasp and cry for a woman, you can't consider yourself a man, serious. Belle. I promise never to make a woman cry, Grandpa. As a soldier. Grandpa Zeus. That's Belle, smiling proudly. Connor. Remember Belle, you should never let a woman shed tears of sadness, remember that they always look more beautiful with a smile, Connor said wisely, if you make a woman cry, don't consider yourself an assassin, seriously. Grandpa Connor. And remember. When in doubt, the bustiest one. Smiling. Then flashback. Belle remembered this with a drop of sweat, but heeding the words with his thumb, he wiped Hestia's tears. Belle. I promised you, right, Kami-sama. I'll never abandon you. I'll make people respect the great Hestia family. Smiling. Hestia looked at Belle with a sparkle in her eyes and hugged him tightly while saying. Belle-kun, crying profusely. Belle couldn't hold it in any longer and hugged Hestia, crying his eyes out, also giving a funny and adorable image to us readers and to me, the author of this fic. After crying together for a while longer, Hestia was on Belle's back updating her status while he told her everything that was happening in the dungeon. To say that Hestia was jealous was an understatement. She hated how Belle talked about Aeswall and whatever in such a lively and happy way. As he updated his status he couldn't help but be surprised by what he saw. Hestia. Why you had a very accelerated growth he. Surprised. Belle. Really? Surprised. Hestia. Here, surprised. Status bellcranel. Adventurer level. 1. Family. Hestia. Statistics. Strength 0054i. Resistance 0050i. Skill 0071i. Agility 0082i. Magic 0004i. Total 0261. Universal power 0261. Skills. Enkri and Blee. Magic. Enkin equals magic that allows the user to transform into whatever they want. They can also transform into a version of themselves of any species such as elf, hobbit, dwarf, dark elf, half-elf, beastman, spirit, or even a dungeon monster. They can change your age and even your gender. Singing equals I am you and I am me, your wounds are mine, your happiness is mine, I am one and I am all at the same time. Henkin. Eagle vision equals allows the user to have a clearer view and better perception of things, can't see people's souls if concentrated, no chant equals. Acquired skills. Belle Kami-sama. Don't I have a very slow growth rate? Worried. Hestia. Slow. Believe me, Belle, your growth is very abnormal. Most people take a full month to gain 50 or more points. You gained more than 200 in one day. Surprised. Belle. Great, smiling, by the way, what is this? Pointing to the skills part, is it a skill? With a twinkle in his eye. Hestia. Well. It was a state error, nothing more, nervous. L. I see, disappointed by the way Kami-sama. Do you want to go eat with me tonight? Hestia. Hey. Like a date. Smiling like a girl. Belle. Yep, like a date, smiling. Hestia. Where to? Curious, still with a sparkle in her eyes. Belle. It's at a bar called the Fertility Hostess. I made good money today so I can pay, smiling. Hestia. Then we're going tonight. Smiling. Belle. Hi, smiling. Belle and Hestia, who were still burning, realized this and tried to separate blushing, but fate and the author did not decide it that way, and Hestia accidentally tripped over a mountain stone that was there. She fell on top of Belle, quite surprised. Belle was also surprised and they both fell face down on the ground. Belle and Hestia opened their eyes and blushed when they saw that they were kissing. They didn't know what to do until, without realizing it, they both began to reciprocate the kiss, and without realizing it, they were already giving each other a tender and inexperienced kiss. They separated and looked into each other's eyes. Seeing they realized what they did, they blushed heavily while Hestia hid in the bed under the sheets, and Belle quickly went to the bathroom. Both were very blushed and surprised by what they had just done. They both looked at each other blushing without knowing what to say, although Belle was more embarrassed and Hestia was happy with the kiss. Belle. Well, I'll go buy some materials, smiling, blushing. Hestia. What for? Still blushing. Belle. You see, the church is above the abandoned sewers. We could use them to make an underground house. It would be difficult, but what do you think? Smiling. Hestia. I love the idea. Smiling. Belle. Thank you, Kami-sama, smiling. Hestia. No, thank you for being my first child, smiling. Elsewhere. A certain golden-haired swordswoman was in her room at the Twilight Mansion, thinking about what happened this morning. When she killed the Minotaur, she saw how he had large wounds. Enough to be able to kill him. She deduced that white-haired adventurer had been, but she wondered how. He looked like a rookie, and probably he was, so she wondered how a rookie could face and almost kill a Minotaur, considered one of the strongest level 2 monsters. She was also thinking a lot about the white-haired man. He seemed familiar, also adorable. An image of a mini Ace hugging a white rabbit came to her mind. Ace just shook her head a little, blushed, trying to keep her face expressionless. He didn't know what that feeling was. He decided to ask Riveria later to see if she had an answer. He lay down on his bed to rest a little, since Loki wanted them to go to a bar tonight to celebrate that the expedition was a success. He fell asleep still with a certain rabbit in his head. Without realizing it, a small but noticeable smile appeared on his face. Yuki. Enjoy. Mini cap. NT. A promise is a promise. For those who have read my other fanfic of Very Confusing Love, you already know what's going to happen and who Yuki-sama is. Belle was in the dungeon. Next to him was Lily, who looked at everything cautiously. They were on a lower floor than the one recommended for them. Considering that there were only 2 of them, Belle sighed heavily. It had taken them 2 hours to go only to the 13th floor. They hadn't been there for more than 10 minutes, and things were getting complicated. Belle. Lily, it would be better if we left before something bad happens, seriously. Lily. Belle-sama, I have a strange feeling, scared. Belle. Is something bad going to happen? Worried. Lily. No, is it more like something good? Looking at Belle. Belle was confused, but they both heard squeals from one of the many corridors of the dungeon. They both stood on guard and saw Belle. Lily. Belle-sama, sorprendida. Belle. Is an Almrich, with a marked vein. The Almrich looked at both of them expressionlessly and took out a knife. Lily. Belle attacks us. Getting ready. Belle. It's an Almrich. Getting ready. The Almrich jumped to attack them but stopped abruptly when it looked at Belle. She cautiously approached him. Lily was going to shoot an arrow, but was stopped by Belle, who shook his head. Lily got excited but nodded slowly and cautiously. The Almrich began to sniff Belle, more specifically his bag of supplies. The Almrich barely smelled the bag when he dropped the knife and looked at Belle, anxiously waiting for something. The rabbit monster stretched out its little paws anxiously. Belle looked at him confused until he realized something. Belle opened his supply bag, and from there he took out a carrot. Almrich looked at her with a sparkle in his eyes, stretching his little legs even further, trying to grab the carrot. Belle gave it to him with a drop of a lime, and the Almrich began to eat it quickly and with a face that reflected how much he liked it. The Almrich barely finished eating, looked at Belle for a few seconds and jumped towards him. Belle was surprised, as was Lily, and both were going to attack if it weren't for why the Almrich climbed on his arm and got into his backpack. The Almrich stuck his head out, looking closely at everything while he ate another carrot from Belle's backpack. Lily. Belle-sama, do I have to kill her clone? Trembling, preparing an arrow. Belle. Huh. And no. Leave him alone, I don't think he'll do anything to me. He didn't even grab his knife, looking at the small knife lying on the floor. Belle picked up the knife and, to Lily's surprise and disbelief, Belle gave it to the Almrich, who looked at it with doubt but did not refuse. Belle. I have a good feeling, walking to the entrance of the 13th floor. Lily followed him with doubt, looking cautiously at the Almrich, who looked at her for a second, but then turned his head away, as if it were not of his importance, much to Lily's annoyance, but it's not like she could do anything. It was really difficult for level 1 adventurers to kill a single Almrich, let alone when they are in a pack. She was a support, she didn't have the slightest chance against Belle Jn. Hestia surprised. Belle. He scratching his neck. Hestia. Belle. You know the trouble that will happen when people start spreading the rumor that you were seen carrying an Almrich outside the dungeon. Exalted. Belle, right. Nervous. Hestia. Don't worry Belle, I'll take care of it, smiling as she took out Kuroyami, which to Hestia's surprise, didn't even shine or reveal its edge. Hestia. Huh. But how? Confused. Belle. Confused by his head. Almrich cocks his head. Hestia bled a little when she saw Belle and Mini Belle acting like that. Hestia. It's okay, you can stay, sighing. Belle. Thank you Kami-sama, hugging her. Hestia blushed from the hug and was surprised when the Almrich also hugged her, imitating her father. Hestia opened her eyes wide as she felt the touch of the Almrich. Hestia. Girl, in shock. Belle. Huh. What do you mean? Confused. Hestia. It's not an Almrich, confusing Belle more, it's an Almrich, surprised. Belle. Is it female? Surprised. Hestia. I'd heard that some monsters had both genders, but I didn't know it was true. Surprised, I'll tell Ganesha this someday. You know how much money they'd give for this information. With Valis eyes. Belle. Hi. And I'm Droplet, let's see, looking at the Almrich, what do you think if we call you Bear-chan, smiling. Belle received a kick in the face from the Almira in response, leaving a red mark from its paw. Hestia threw herself onto the bed laughing like crazy, while Belle looked at the Almrich with a twitch in her eyebrow. Belle thinking, then thinking. Belle looked around and could see a calendar with a picture of snow on it. Belle. So how's it going, Yuki? Smiling while covering his face. Belle, not feeling a blow to him, opened one eye and could see the now named Yuki looking at him in approval mode. Belle. Good. Welcome to the Hestia family, Yuki, smiling while taking out a carrot. Yuki, neither stupid nor slow, grabbed a carrot in a jiffy and began to eat it in an adorable way. Hestia. This will really cause a lot of problems, shaking her head and smiling, does anyone else know about her? Looking at Belle. Belle. Well, only Lily and probably those who came to Yuki, looking at Hestia. Hestia. Okay, sighing, I think we can make a little lie, but we need Ganesha's help and I know how to get it, smiling. Monster Furia, 03. Belle was walking next to a very happy Hestia who was hugging his arm against her generous chest. Belle was blushing, but didn't say anything. He knew that even if he complained, Hestia still wouldn't take her arm away. They arrived at the fertility hostess's tavern and entered. A catgirl named Anya greeted them cheerfully. She put them both at the bar where they could eat. Behind the bar was a woman who was bigger than Belle. Unlike the other waitresses, this one's suit was blue. She looked somewhat intimidating. Mommy. So, you're Sir's customer, huh? I hope you eat a lot, kid. Smiling friendly. Belle. He, nervous. Belle looked away and there was Sir waving at him. Belle felt a drop of sweat fall from this. Suddenly my mom put a big plate of spaghetti with a big jar of beer for Belle and Hestia. Belle. B but I haven't ordered anything, nervous. Mommy. Don't worry, you have to believe a lot, kid. Smiling. Belle saw a sign with the prices and started adding them up. Belle. It would be 5,000 Valis. Nervous. But fate was cruel to Belle, and Mama left another plate with a delicious roasted fish on the table. My mom. Go on, eat, don't hold back, going to work. Belle looked at the heavy with his mouth open and thought again. Belle. It would be 9,000 with the fish. Stone. Hestia, without realizing anything, began to eat Mamma Mia's delicious food. She had loved it, she had never eaten something so delicious with this before. Being a poor goddess, she always had to eat the leftovers of what was left from her work, so she ate the food with comical tears. Belle looked to his right and smiled at how his Kami-sama was eating so happily. Belle sighed and also began to eat. He began to eat faster at the tasty flavor of the food. Belle saw the beer jar and grabbed it. Belle took a big gulp and enjoyed it. Mama, Sir, and Hestia who were there saw that and were surprised. Belle didn't seem like the type to drink. Mama had given it to him as a joke, but she was surprised to see him happily take the beer jar. Belle remembered how his teacher Connor also taught him to differentiate a good drink from a bad one, and well, this is the result. Belle and Connor were surprised when they discovered that Belle had a great resistance to alcohol, and as they taught him to drink from a young age, this resistance increased. Hestia. Belle-kun, do you drink? Surprised. Belle. Sometimes, smiling, I have a great resistance to alcohol, it tastes better if you take it with food, eating fish and taking a drink, try a little, maybe you like it, taking it from the jar. Hestia blushed imagining an indirect kiss, she gladly took a glass of beer just to get an indirect kiss from Belle, but Belle was eating quietly while drinking beer and to his right a totally drunk Hestia after taking 4 small sips from the beer jar. She was hugging Belle tightly as if she didn't want to let him go, she looked like a coal hugging Belle like that. Belle. I didn't think he had such little resistance, and I'm Droplet, he barely took small sips, looking at the jar. The recovery people have arrived. The catgirl, Anya had screamed, Belle turned to see, and was surprised to see the Loki family enter the bar, but who surprised him the most was seeing Ace Wallenstein, his savior. Belle barely saw her and blushed a little, although he blushed more when he felt Hestia's breasts on his back. The Loki family sat at a large table in the center of the bar, immediately they were the center of attention, after a few moments everyone returned to their own thing, and the bar became very noisy again. The Loki family was celebrating happily, Belle decided to concentrate on his own things and continued eating calmly, he saw how Hestia was so drunk that she couldn't eat well, Belle smiled, and he himself fed a very happy Hestia. They continued eating happily until they heard a certain Sundeer werewolf who was already very drunk speak. That. Hey, Ace. Tell that story, drunk. Hein. What story? Curious. That. A rookie adventurer who Ace saved, ha 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 ha. Laughing mockingly, Ace saved him from an escaped Minotaur, the boy ran away scared after that. Ha ha ha, it was pathetic, he didn't even thank Ace for it, he was covered in the stinking Minotaur blood, he looked like a tomato. Laughing loudly. The people at the bar also started to laugh when they imagined that scene, or well almost everyone. Hestia suddenly stopped acting childish, and her hair covered her eyes, Belle saw this and sighed, he knew he couldn't stop her. Riveria. Bet shut up, it was our fault that the Minotaurs escaped from us, it would be. That clicked his tongue in annoyance and turned to look at Ace, who was serious. That. Tell me, if that Ricky asked you out on a date, would you accept? Annoyed. Before Ace could answer, Bet spoke again. That. Of course not. Because he's a damn weakling who doesn't deserve to be next to Ace Wallenstein. Trash is trash. And trash should die. Knowing he. Before Bet could finish his sentence he was stopped by a very strong slap that despite being a level 5, really hurt Bet. When Bet turned his head in annoyance to see the wretch who hit him, he was surprised to see a small woman with black hair that obscured her eyes. Bet quickly recognized her goddess aura and scent, her instincts told her to run away as fast as she could and never come back there or she would die. Loki spat out his beer when he saw Hestia, normally she would start making fun of her for not having family or money, but she perfectly remembered that diabolical state, it was when Apollo and Poseidon courted Hestia and asked her to marry him, they even tried to force her to marry. That day Hestia took Zeus by the hair and forced him to tell everyone that no one would ever have her again, that day she was given the nickname of one of the virgin goddesses, along with Artemis and Athena, with whom she had a very good relationship. Zeus himself begged for mercy from his older sister, Hestia was the first daughter of Cronus and therefore the strongest, then came Demeter, Hera, Hades, Poseidon and finally Zeus. Zeus trembled in fear when Hestia threatened to castrate him with a rusty spoon if he allowed anyone to try to force her into marriage again. And Hestia herself was the one who gave Poseidon and Apollo a punishment, it was horrible, Apollo and Poseidon were traumatized by the torture that Hestia had done to them, Poseidon himself stopped bothering Hestia, but Apollo continued and continues with his nonsense, and even in the human world, he continues trying to have Hestia. All the gods knew how bad and angry Hestia could be, including Loki, hell itself would break loose on earth, she only put up a prayer for mercy for her son, who provokes the wrath of the most powerful goddess, the first daughter of Cronus Hestia. Bet who was going to yell at Hestia, fell his face again when Hestia began to emanate a dark and sinister aura that would make the gods of death tremble, including Hades. Hestia, who until recently was drunk when she heard a bastard speaking ill of her son, sobered up as if she had never had it and went directly to the werewolf to shut his mouth for speaking so ill of her beautiful Kun. Hestia grabbed Bet by the collar of his shirt and forced him to look into her eyes. Hestia. Listen carefully, dog. My sweetheart Kun is 100 kisses better than you. If you think trash should die, then die. Angry. Hestia pushed Bet off the chair, causing him to fall off it, and quickly went to get Belle. Hestia grabbed Belle's hand and ran out of the bar very angry, her incredible night was ruined by its Sundeer werewolf. The whole bar went silent after that, no one knew what to say, Bet with darkened eyes, sat back down in his chair and didn't speak again throughout the meal, he got very upset not only with the goddess, but also with how pathetic he looked when she scolded him. When Bet was about to leave, he was arrested when Ace spoke. Ace Bet answering your question. Yes, I would go out with him, a little blushing with her expressionless face. That was stunned there, not only him, several men were also stunned to hear that someone had captivated the heart of the Sword Princess. Loki was also in shock, Finn was surprised, but smiled as did Riveria. Ian and Tyan began to ask thousands of questions to Ace, who returned to her expressionless face. The bar became lively again as people murmured about how the white-haired boy had captivated the famous Sword Princess. Everyone was talking animatedly, while Loki cursed a certain rabbit in his mind, and Bet felt like his world was falling apart. Mamma Mia sighed when Hestia left with Belle quickly and didn't even charge them. Mamma Mia. They forgot to pay, sighing. Sir. Indeed, surprised, pointing at the table. Mama looked at the place where Sir was pointing and was surprised to see a bag of violas with the exact amount of money that Belle had to pay. Belle, seeing Hestia's commotion, knew that she was going to take him away from here in the end, so guessing that he left a bag of violas with the amount he had to pay and ate quickly, leaving the plate clean like the gentleman he is. He also drank the entire jar of beer without anyone seeing it. Belle and Hestia were walking through the dark streets of Orario. It was already night, so that was normal. Hestia, just as her drunkenness went away, she also came back, and right now she was being carried by Belle. Well, she had her face red and let out one or another hiccup. Belle was carrying her on his back, grabbing her thighs. Since Hestia was wearing a short dress, Belle could feel her bare thighs. Belle blushed at this, but quickly calmed down and continued walking toward the abandoned church. Belle entered the church and left Hestia on her bed. He covered her, and when he was going to lie down on the sofa, he was abruptly stopped by Hestia. Belle. Something's wrong, Kami-sama, going towards her. Hestia whispering. Belle. Excuse me? Confused. Belle was surprised when Hestia hugged him like a coal and buried his head between her breasts. Hestia laid Belle on her bed and hugged him, as if he were a stuffed animal. She just slept quickly with Belle's head between her breasts. He was blushing as much as he could, thinking about what to do. Hestia. Stay with me, hip. Blushing. Belle resigned himself and fell asleep there comfortably. Without realizing it, he hugged Hestia by the waist, and they both fell asleep peacefully. Time skip. Belle began to wake up a little. Sel buried his face in the pillows he used to sleep on. His hand was touching something round and firm, but soft. Belle squeezed it and heard a small moan. Belle opened his eyes abruptly and saw that he was hugging Hestia. His face was between her generous breasts, and Belle's hand was on Hestia's butt, gently squeezing one. Hestia began to wake up too and saw a blushing Belle between her breasts. She was surprised and blushed even more when she noticed how his hand was on her butt. Hestia, smiling innocently, pressed Belle even tighter against her chest. Belle blushed at this but also turned blue from lack of air. Belle. So. This is the place that Grandpa spoke of. It really is heaven and hell, huh? What a dignified way to die, letting Hestia continue to hug him against her chest. Hestia, who was hugging Belle tightly, realized how he was loosening his grip on her and was scared when she saw Belle with a little ghost of him coming out of his mouth. Hestia, Belle kun. Belle kun. Belle was breathing heavily while sitting on the bed, and behind him was Hestia, who was hugging him from behind. Hestia was very affectionate with Belle. They seemed like a couple, which was what Hestia wanted. Belle sighed, blushing as Hestia inadvertently pressed her breasts against Belle's back. Belle was thinking about how to make the underground house he had advised Hestia, and as if by a miracle an idea came to him. Belle. Kami-sama, today I'm going to the dungeon. I'll try to earn as much as I can, okay? When I get back, we'll go buy materials and build the house little by little. Is that okay? Smiling. Hestia, hi, smiling happily. Hestia bathed and dressed to go to work at her American post, and Belle after Hestia obviously, also bathed and changed. Belle and Hestia left the abandoned church together. Belle walked next to Hestia and accompanied her to her American post. After leaving Hestia, Belle walked to the guild after remembering something. Upon entering the guild, Belle went straight to Ina, who was working quietly. Belle. Ina-san, smiling. Ina. Belle kun. Surprised. Belle. Hello. Smiling. Ina. Hello, Belle kun, smiling. What do you need? Curious. Belle. Well, you see, do you remember about the Minotaur? Nervous. Ina. If you do something stupid like that again, I swear that it would be. Belle. I won't do it again, I swear. Covering himself, but I need another armor, please. The one I had was broken by the Minotaur, sadly. Ina. I can give you the novice equipment, the low-quality metal breastplate, the low-quality leather protectors, 2 low-quality potions and a normal dagger, but that won't work for long. How about on Friday we go buy you some armor? Thursday is the monster fair, so take advantage of it to invite Ace, smiling mischievously. Belle blushed but nodded shyly. Ina laughed a little at this. She was Belle's adventurer advisor and his love advisor for Ace. Belle bought the rookie team and put it on. Belle. Thanks Ina, son, smiling, see you on Friday. Leaving. Ina. I'll wait for you at the fountain in the Love District, smiling. Belle stopped and thought about returning the joke to Ina. Belle. It's a date. Running. Ina. Blushing. The others watched Ina and Belle's conversation with amusement. Belle was a person who always made others happy. Belle went to the dungeon already equipped again, and running he went to venture once more into the dungeon. Time skip. Belle was on the first floor of the dungeon. He was leaving the dungeon after almost 6 hours in it. He was killing goblins left and right. As soon as one appeared, Belle would cut it in half with his blade. Belle continued killing goblins, and when there were no more he began to collect all the magic stones. He carried a somewhat large sack on his back that was almost full of magic stones. Belle put all the goblin stones in the bag and left there happily. He got quite a lot, more than yesterday. Belle happily went to the guild where he exchanged the magic stones, and they gave him a total of 32,000 violas. Belle went to a hardware store nearby and bought all the materials he needed. He also bought tools for building. They didn't have enough money to pay an architect family to build their house, so they will have to improvise. Belle walked through Orario carrying a gigantic backpack where he carried everything he bought. He went to the central area of Orario, and there he saw Hestia bored in her Jug-American stand playing with a frying pan. Belle. Bad day. Smiling. Hestia Belle-kun. Happy, just a little. I managed to get 3,000 violas. Depressive aura. Belle. I see, nervous. Do you want me to wait for you, or do we go to the Kami-sama church? Smiling. Hestia. Let's go. Smiling happily. Belle smiled and walked with Hestia towards the abandoned church. They talked about trivial things until they arrived at the abandoned church. They both entered it and got down to work. Belle, Kami-sama can help me here. Hestia. Of course. Helping him. Belle and Hestia have been working for a while. Not only were they building the house, but they were also fixing the abandoned church. When they finished fixing the church at least a little, it looked much better. They saw each other smiling and continued working. Hestia took advantage of the fact that Belle took off his shirt because of sweat. She enjoyed the show watching Belle's marked body with a silly smile. Belle was muscular, but with a more athletic style. For that reason he was able to withstand the Minotaur's blow. If he hadn't trained since he was a child, that Minotaur's blow would have killed him as if he were a simple fly. He still remembers when after Ace saved him he ran away as if there was no tomorrow. Because of the dinero line he didn't feel the pain in his bones. As soon as he arrived at the guild he collapsed on the floor and bought several medium quality healing potions. He felt like his bones were about to break. Forgetting that, Belle was on the couch resting after a long and tiring day for him. On his chest was Hestia who hugged him with a silly smile while sleeping peacefully. Belle smiled at this and covered them both. He was too tired to put Hestia in his bed. He fell asleep as if nothing had happened, while Hestia hugged him like he was a stuffed animal. The next morning Hestia left for a few days to an important meeting that the gods have. For some reason she was looking closely at her novice blade. Suddenly Hestia reacted as if she had had the best idea in the world and turned to see Belle who was getting nervous because of Hestia's strange attitude. Before Belle could say anything Hestia told him that she would be gone for 3 days for the meeting of the gods and quickly left there without being able to let Belle speak. It's been 2 days since that happened. Hestia was supposed to return today, but Belle doesn't know what time. Belle was walking through the streets of Orario. He looked at the surroundings curiously. Today the streets were very lively. Belle asked a vendor, and he told him the reason. Belle. Monster Furia, right? Ina told me about that. Should I invite Wallenstein-san? Leaving that aside. It's an event where the Ganesha family tames monsters. How cool. With a sparkle in his eyes. Belle was walking happily thinking about going to the monster fair until someone interrupted him. Anya. Hey. White-haired kun. Raising her hand. Belle. Are you? Anya. Surprised. Anya. Wow, you remind me Naya, smiling. Belle. What do you need? Curious. Anya. Here, giving her a purse, give it to Sir Naya please, smiling. Belle was confused when Anya said this. A cute elf with greenish red hair noticed it and approached the two of them. Sir is at the monster fair and forgot her wallet. She'll be in trouble if she doesn't have it. Could you go and give it to her, Cranel-san? Calm down. Belle. Oh. Of course, anyway I was also heading to the monster fair, smiling. Thanks Cranel-san. Belle bowed and said goodbye to both of them. Anya turned to look at the elf and asked her. Anya. Why are you explaining that to him, Ryu Naya? Curious. Ryu? You didn't explain it well. It was obvious that he would get confused if I just told him to give it to Sir, sighing. Anya. Oh that's true Naya, scratching the back of her neck. Ryu sighed tiredly and went back to work while Anya started to laze around again. Belle walked through the monster fair looking for Sir while he saw different stands there. He bought a Jug-American and ate it while he looked for Sir. As Belle passed by, he saw a silver-haired girl in the crowd and quickly went to where she was. Belle Sir. Smiling. Sir turned to look at Belle and smiled happily when he approached him. Sir. Hello Belle kun, smiling. Belle. Here, giving her a purse, Anya said you forgot it, smiling. Sir, oh. How silly, scratching her head, thanks Belle-kun, smiling charmingly. Belle blushed without realizing it, until now she began to notice Sir's clothing. She wore a light blue dress with red tones that made her look beautiful. The dress showed Sir's cleavage, making Belle blush hard. She had her hair in her typical ponytail, but she had a little makeup making her look even better. Sir, do you see something you like? Flirtatious. Sir put her arms under her breasts to make them more noticeable, making Belle blush heavily. Belle. And it wasn't my intention, blushing and looking away. Sir. Let's go get something to eat, shall we? Smiling. Belle. Sure, blushing. Belle and Sir went to several food stalls before the monster fair started. Belle was anxious. He wanted to see what several of those monsters were like up close, better yet how they were tamed. Belle and Sir walked quietly through the streets of Daedalus Street, also known as the Dungeon of the Surface, for the many dead ends and secret passages that the place has, even for second-class adventurers. It was very easy to get lost around here. Only a person who has lived here for years can walk calmly without getting lost. Sir seemed to be one of those people because it was obvious that he knew the place perfectly. Right now Belle was eating a jug American together with Sir. Belle had a sparkle in his eyes as he ate like a very happy little boy. Sir saw him smiling. It seemed that when Belle was happy she was in a very good mood. Belle. I think it's time, looking at the sun, let's go to the monster fair. Smiling. Sir claw. Push. Poom. Sir was interrupted when several blows destroyed a wall from where several monsters came out of the dungeon, some still had chains and etc. Belle sighed, who would be the idiot to let them escape or make a mistake that would make the monsters escape. He grabbed and pulled out his hidden blades, surprising Sir with it. Belle was no fool, he was going to a fair where they tame monsters, something could go wrong and he knew that, so he put on hidden blades before leaving the church in case something went wrong. Belle Sir-san, please adjust yourself, carrying her princess style. Sir blushed and was surprised by Belle's sudden act. Belle, making use of his training, climbed skillfully and with Sir in his arms, he climbed one of the buildings on Daedalus Street and began to walk on the roofs in an agile and acrobatic manner. Sir looked at this in surprise, she felt the air hit her face every time Belle jumped. Belle thought things through quickly and more logically. The entire Ganesha family should be taking care of the monsters, so it couldn't have been someone's mistake, because even if it had cost them work, they would have prevented the monsters from escaping, then. Belle. Someone had to have released the monsters, but why? Serious. Belle used those thoughts for another time. There were many people in the streets of the place, including women and children. Belle was worried when he saw this. He had to hurry and come help. Belle took a deep breath and prepared himself. He started running faster and faster. Sir noticed this in surprise. Belle's speed was easily that of a level 2 at the end of the road, and for a rookie that was a lot. Belle ran and ran faster and faster. His speed and agility was something that Belle was proud of, and now he would show why. Belle. Close your eyes please, Sir-san, smiling. Sir, why yes, closing eyes. Belle became serious and the roof where he was before broke, leaving the imprint of his boot. Belle's speed suddenly increased and he disappeared in a white flash. This time I was going to run seriously. People were alarmed. The Ganesha family did everything possible to evacuate and contain the monsters until help arrived. The guild was there helping out however they could. Including Aina. Misha. What do we do? Alarmed. Aina. Calm down, would be, listen. Screaming. Instantly everyone turned to look at Aina. Aina. All families go to the northern section to take shelter. Some adventurers will escort them until they are safe, pointing to the north, and a group of adventurers level 3 and above, go to the western and southeastern sections to support the Ganesha family. It would be. The people calmed down a bit and started to follow Aina's orders instantly. Several adventurers went to support the Ganesha family who were fighting and protecting the people from the monsters, while another group of adventurers escorted the people to a shelter guarded by adventurers. Bros. This won't be enough Aina, would be, we have to ask for more reinforcements, thinking. Aina. I know but. What happened here? Both women were interrupted when a beautiful swordswoman with golden hair and eyes appeared in front of them, with her silver sword desperate. It was Izu Wallenstein, executive of the Loki family. Behind her appeared other adventurers also from the Loki family, 2 very similar Amazons, one with a large bust and the other with a small one. Behind them came an elf with orange hair and blue eyes. Aina. Someone let the monsters that the Ganesha family would use for the monster fair escape, we need support. Before Aina could finish her prayer, Ace shot out towards the monsters to kill them quickly. Aina was going to say something, but several violas, level 3 plant-type monsters appeared in the city and began to wreak havoc as well. Aina was surprised because they had no record of the Ganesha family capturing those highly aggressive monsters. Aina. Can you help us with that? It would be. Fiona. We will try, but our weapons are being fixed due to a problem in the dungeon. We will not be able to help much with just these weapons, seeing 3-class weapons. Aina. Do everything you can, it would be. Aina nodded seriously. The orange-haired elf named Lefiya tremblingly grabbed her staff and gathered her courage. She would also help against those things. She began to sing a song, but before she could finish it, a viola came forward to attack her fiercely. Lefiya was about to be pierced by that thing, and Tyan and Tiona couldn't do anything because they were busy with the other violas. They watched helplessly as that thing was seconds away from piercing Lefiya when suddenly. Push. A kick with great force sent the viola crashing into a wall hard. The viola screamed in pain from the strong blow that ended up killing her, leaving only her magic stone. Everyone turned to look and saw a white-haired boy with a murderous look and a girl with closed eyes and silver hair in his arms. Aina Belle Kun, surprised. "Elle. Are you okay?" Extending his hand. Lefiya. "EA." Blushing. Lefiya stared at her savior in a daze until she came to and tremblingly took Belle's hand. Belle helped her stand with a smile that made Lefiya blush more. "Elle. I leave it to you, take her to the shelter for me," looking at Sir behind him. Sir was guided to the shelter by a nervous Misha and some adventurers who were still there. "Elle. I'll help you," taking out his hidden blades, surprising the others. Until now the girls realized that around Belle there was a strange white light, not even Belle himself realized this. Belle prepared to attack with his blades, and without realizing it the aura around him became even more intense. Suddenly Belle disappeared in a white flash and appeared in the same way in front of the viola and gave it one deep cut after another. He gave a vertical cut and finished it off with a head thrust. The viola moaned in pain and gave up, revealing a magic stone. Aina was surprised to see Belle's speed, only a flash of white could be seen crossing the violas frantically. Tyan and Tiona, who were level 5, could follow Belle with their eyes, but they were still quite surprised by his speed. It was that of a level 3 in the middle of the road, something impressive considering Belle's level 1. Belle, ignoring the surprise of the others and his new speed, only killed the violas, throwing cuts left and right. The violas could be between level 1, 2 or 3, they are very weak, and their skin being only a plant is not very powerful. But they come from a tropical flora where they can hide and heal easily. This is why they are considered level 3. In addition to their great intelligence and aggressiveness, Tioma and Tyan got their batteries going and started fighting the violas again. Lefiya, who had been stunned seeing Belle with a sparkle in her eyes, recovered from the trance and started her chant again, this time managing to complete it. Instantly several magic circles appeared behind Lefiya, and several shots of light were directed at the violas, quickly hitting them. Those who managed to dodge it were going to attack Lefiya, but died quickly when the same arrow of light was redirected and went against the viola, again killing it by piercing its head. Aina and Rose watched everything hiding. They couldn't do anything, they would only be a hindrance. Belle, who until recently managed to kill the last viola, saw 3 silverback running through the city in the distance. He saw a swordswoman kill one in an elegant manner and quickly go after another one that escaped, accidentally forgetting about the third one. Belle stood there for a moment, stunned, looking at Ace until Aina grabbed him by the shirt and shook him quickly. "Aina. It's not time for that, Belle." Shaking him, "Go help." Pushing Belle. "Belle P. Sorry," running blushing. "Aina. For God's sake," sighing. The other girls were amused by the funny interaction, except for Lefiya, who had a strange look on her face, not knowing what to say or do when she saw Belle blush because of something Aina said. Belle began to run nimbly across the roofs of the houses. Belle killed the monsters he could while following the silverback. The silverback are giant monkey monsters that have white hair and silver hair in the center of their stomach, as well as great strength in their arms. Belle realized that he was chasing something, or rather someone, and then he saw her. Belle's eyes widened as he saw his goddess being chased by the silverback. He quickened his pace as much as he could, pushing his body beyond its limits in order to protect her. The glow around him grew brighter and his speed increased, but blood. Every time Belle advanced faster and faster, his body and clothes began to cut in different places, from going at a speed that his body could not support, letting out some lines of fresh blood. Not caring, Belle continued to increase his speed to the point of going to that of a level 4 midway. The giant ape was about to hit his goddess, and his speed exploded. Belle disappeared in a blur with a speed that would leave Ace herself jealous, and grabbed his goddess tightly as he pulled her out of there. Hestia opened her eyes in surprise when she saw her only son and her secret love saving her like a princess, but she was alarmed and worried when she saw his body all cut up and with blood everywhere. Belle, ignoring his pain to save his goddess, ran from the silverback. He knew that not even his hidden blades could make a cut deep enough to kill the silverback or do great damage to it. Hestia looked surprised as Belle went at an abnormal speed and quickly moved away from the silverback, running and jumping across the rooftops. They would have lost the silverback if it weren't for Belle releasing a trail of blood that warned the silverback where they were. Belle hid with Hestia in a secret alley he found with eagle eyes and stopped there. Belle slumped against the wall there, smearing his blood as he breathed heavily. Hestia. Belle. Worried Belle. Belle. React. Crying. Hestia began to shake Belle, who was beginning to close them. Hestia. Don't fall asleep, Belle. Slapping her. Belle. Thanks, I'm fine. Hestia. Don't fall asleep. Slapping her again. Belle. I'm here. B. Hestia. Belle kun. Slapping him again. Hestia was going to slap Belle again, but Belle caught her hand with red cheeks. Belle. Calm down, sighing. Hestia. Belle kun. Hugging him while crying. Belle reciprocated the hug calmly and calmed down a lot when he saw that Hestia was not hurt. But Hestia was a different case. Hestia. Belle. How dare you do such a crazy thing? Worried, look at yourself. Seeing her blood and terror, why you're going pale. Worried. Belle. I'm bleeding, looking at his wounds. Hestia was terrified, she didn't know what to do, she couldn't allow her only son and love of her life to die, she was about to use her arcanum to heal him, even if she was forbidden to do so, but before using her arcanum to heal Belle, Belle took out a green potion and drank it all in one gulp. Instantly all his wounds began to close quickly and a light blue color. Hestia watched in surprise as the potion cured Belle. Hestia. It's a high-quality potion. Surprised. Belle. I'm fine now, Kami-sama, smiling. Hestia started to cry harder and hugged Belle with all her might as she cried like a comical waterfall. Hestia. Belle. Belle. Hugging him, are you okay? Crying with happiness. Belle. I'm glad you're okay, Kami-sama, hugging her. Hestia. Don't do that again. Hugging him between her breasts. Belle would normally blush, but he was too tired to even notice how Hestia hugged him and just hugged her back. Belle. We have to get out of here. Brian. The great battle cry was heard throughout Daedalus Street, and Belle and Hestia, through a hole in the hidden wall, could see the silverback searching for them, even seeming to ignore the others in order to find them. Belle. You have to escape, Kami-sama, Sirius is looking for you, grabbing his blades. Hestia. But you won't be able to kill him with those blades, looking at her hidden blades, impressed and worried. Belle. Don't worry about that, I'll make time for you, please go, I'll be fine, smiling. Hestia. Wait. Let me update your status. Belle. This is not the time for that, Kami-sama, seriously. Hestia. I haven't updated you in 3 days, I'm sure if I update you now you can also win, I have a gift for you, smiling with satisfaction. Belle. Please do it quickly, worried. Hestia felt and began to update Belle's status, she was surprised to see 2 things, his stats and a new ability. Hestia took out of a small red box a knife that looked very well made, first class. Belle saw this surprised, it was a beautiful black knife with strange grooves that he could not understand. Hestia began to do something with the knife and put her blood on it, the grooves of the knife began to shine, including Belle's fauna. After a few moments Belle felt stronger, more veiled, more powerful. He clenched his fists and felt his new strength, smiling with satisfaction. Hestia. Here, worried. Belle grabbed the knife and looked at it with admiration, it looked very well made and resistant, as soon as he touched the handle of the knife it began to shine, and strange writings appeared on it in blue. Belle looked at it with fascination, he felt a strange connection with the knife, he stayed like that until Hestia interrupted him. Hestia. Belle kun, that knife is very important, she is alive, surprising Belle, she will grow with you, if her bearer is weak she will be weak, if her bearer is strong she will be strong, consider her your companion, and take care of her from now on please, smiling. Belle. Remind me to spoil you after this, smiling. Hestia's eyes shone like a little girl who had been given the best gift in the world, and for her it was true. Belle stood holding his knife staring at it and smiled. Belle carried Hestia on his back and started running towards a more open area. The silverback saw them and screamed in anger, the silverback began to chase Belle again, while he ran to a wide area of Daedalus Street. Belle in an open place stopped running and left Hestia to hide in some boxes there. The silverback arrived and looked cautiously at Belle, Belle looked at him with serious eyes, and the silverback looked back. Belle knew that he would end up very injured after this, and had no other option to regenerate. Although he could handle violas before, it was because his speed and strength suddenly increased, and the skin of the violas was not very hard. They were level 3 because of how aggressive they were, and also intelligent, they were capable of making very well crafted ambushes on novice adventurers and 4th and 3rd class adventurers. Belle started running straight at the silverback as the silverback prepared his fist to crush Belle. The silverback tried to hit Belle, but he managed to dodge it by the skin of his teeth. The silverback's fist caught on the street pavement and jammed his fist for a moment. Moment that Belle took advantage of to climb onto the silverback's arm and cut different parts of its arm with his knife. Belle smiled at the knife, the edge was sensational. He cut the silverback like butter, the silverback moaned in pain when he felt several cuts on his arm that were causing him to bleed. The silverback tried to hit Belle with his other arm, but Belle dodged it by jumping to the right, and the silverback ended up hitting his arm himself. Belle climbed onto the silverback's body and began stabbing it in the neck. The silverback grunted in pain and began to shake violently to try to get Belle off of him. Belle plunged his knife into the silverback's hide and held on tight as the silverback thrashed violently. As soon as the silverback stopped thrashing around, Belle approached the silverback's face. With his black knife in a normal grip and one of his hidden blades in a reverse grip, Belle slowly approached the silverback and… Braiaya. Belle gave a pretty hard cut to the silverback's eyes, leaving it blind. The silverback screamed in pain and covered his eyes as Belle jumped back and prepared to slash at the silverback. The same white aura enveloped Belle again, and his speed increased. Belle disappeared in a white flash and appeared in the sky above the silverback. He put his black knife in cutting position and… Baze was running alarmed towards the last silverback that she accidentally forgot. She became more alarmed when she heard that a white-haired boy was fighting against him. When he reached an open area he saw it. There was Belle. At that precise moment he pierced the silverback, cutting it in two. Belle landed gracefully on the floor, kneeling without a hint of fear. He was completely still until he stood up and went to help his goddess, while the silverback, who was completely still, knelt down and crashed into the floor as he slowly disappeared, leaving only his magic stone. Several people began to leave their homes where they were sheltered. They had seen the fight from the beginning. For them it was surprising to see Belle fight. Everyone began to cheer Belle, while he was checking his goddess, who looked at him with bright eyes, blushing. That day the name the White Flash was born. That was the name the citizens gave to Belle when they saw him fight against that silverback, because that was what they saw, a white flash. New armor in Kuroyami, 04. Belle was lying in a room of the fertility host. Sir offered them to Belle and Hestia to rest and to heal Belle. Belle was waking up slightly. He opened his eyes a little and looked around. It was a simple wooden room with a window and a nightstand, as well as a small closet and the bed. On the table he saw his hidden blades and his new black blade. Belle felt something on top of him and grabbed the sheets. There was his goddess, who was lovingly embracing him. She looked very peaceful sleeping on Belle's work chest. Belle smiled slightly when he saw that she had no injuries. He moved slightly, which caused Hestia to slowly wake up. Hestia slightly opening her eyes. Belle-kun. Belle. Hello Kami-sama, smiling. Hestia hugged Belle tightly and hit her cheek against Belle's in a comical and funny way. Hestia. I'm worried about you, silly, pouting. Belle. He's sorry Kami-sama, scratching the back of his neck. Hestia. Let's eat, shall we? Smiling. Belle nodded and Hestia got off his chest to her disappointment. Belle and Hestia went down to the dining room of the fertility hostess where her waitresses were, more specifically Ryu and Sir. My mom. I see you woke up, boy, you had Sir worried, smiling. Belle. Sorry about that, sadly, thanks for taking care of me and my goddess, scratching his neck. How much would it be? Taking out his wallet. My mom. Leave it like that, consider it a gift, downplaying it. Belle. Thank you very much, bowing down to Hestia. Can I order some food? Sorry. My mom, will you pay? Belle. I want 2 specials and a big jar of beer, smiling. My mom. At your service. Cooking. Hestia and Belle were quietly eating roast pork with rice and katsudon. Belle had a large jar of cerbisa, and Hestia had an orange juice. Hestia. By the way, Belle. Remembering Belle's fight against the silverback, where did you get that high healing potion? No, not even a high healing one is capable of healing at that level, looking at Belle. Belle a friend gave it to me, smiling. Hestia and Sir, who were standing nearby, twitched an eyebrow and looked sweetly at Belle. Hestia. Which friend, Belle-kun? Smiling innocently. Belle. Is from Orario. I met her recently, remembering. Her name is Ermine. One day when I went to the store of the god Maich to buy potion, she told me that she ran out, so I went to another store to get some before going to the dungeon, and I met her. When Maich-sama doesn't have any, I go with her. She is very kind, smiling. When I told her about the Minotaur, she worried and gave me that potion. She told me to use it when I was in great danger and that she didn't want anything to happen to me. Tomorrow I will go thank her for that, smiling innocently. Hestia and several waitresses including my mother herself were surprised by this. That was an unexpected surprise. Ermine was the best doctor in the world. Her nickname was Descendant. She was the captain and doctor of the insect family. She was 19 years old and was level 2. She was not a great fighter, but a great doctor. She has silver hair and amethyst purple eyes. Most of the time she has a serious or expressionless face. Belle remembered the first time he met her. At first she was serious and professional. But with the passage of time she opened up more and more with Belle to the point of laughing openly with him. For Belle she is a very dear friend, almost a sister and vice versa. To Hermione she reminded her a lot of her little brother who died in an attack of an orc monster. The difference between her brother and Belle were their eyes and hair. Her brothers were purple like hers, as well as her silver hair, but as for the rest, they are exactly the same, even in attitude. That is why Hermione considers Belle a younger brother to her. Something interesting is that she is very overprotective of Belle to the point of telling Belle that she could give him potions, and he wanted it. Obviously Belle refused, not wanting to take advantage of his on-sama, but even so, Hermione gave one of her best potions to Belle, forcing him to accept it. Belle remembered this, smiling without realizing that Hestia and Sir were clenching their fists with a very innocent look for Mamma Mia's liking, who looked at Belle with pity. Belle and Hestia walked through the Orario calmly. Hestia looked at Belle's hand fixedly. Belle saw this, so he smiled amused and grabbed Hestia's hand. Hestia iha. Smiles. Belle smiled but said nothing. He continued walking holding Hestia's hand like a couple. Hestia was more than blushing, hiding her head looking at the floor blushing. People saw them smiling at the couple, they really looked like one. Belle and Hestia continued walking towards the abandoned church, calmly. Once in the abandoned church, Hestia hugged Belle tightly and remained attached to him for the entire time. Belle smiled nervously. It was still early in the morning, and he was a little sleepy, so smiling innocently, he carried Hestia in his arms to her surprise and threw her onto the bed. Belle grabbed his blanket and lay down next to Hestia, covering them both and falling asleep in just seconds. Hestia stared perplexed at nothing until she reacted. She blushed furiously when she felt Belle's strong arms hugging her waist. Without saying anything she curled up in his arms and gave a sigh of love, falling asleep next to Belle. Time skip. Belle was waking up quietly. He gave a small yawn and looked at the window. You could see the sun rising, indicating it was noon. Belle saw Hestia hugging him while asleep and smiled. He carefully moved Hestia away and stood up from the bed. Hestia began to move, showing signs of wanting to wake up after losing her heat source in her pillow. Belle grabbed a pillow from the cushion and gave it to Hestia, who hugged it tightly. Belle smiled nervously as he watched Hestia clutch the pillow tightly. Belle. I'm glad I changed places, and I'm Droplet. Belle felt like he forgot something and opened his eyes in shock. Belle. The date. Scared. Belle knew in advance how terrifying Ina could see. He didn't want extra hours studying the dungeon with Ina, so he had to arrive on time for his appointment. He looked out the window, and by the position of the sun, he could tell it was 1 o'clock. There was 1 hour left for his appointment. Belle was naked in the bathroom from one second to the next, taking a quick shower, living up to his new nickname of Shiroi Senko White Flash. He brushed his teeth and dressed in a black t-shirt and his brown jacket with the right shoulder part black and his black pants with adventurer boots. Belle grabbed a perfume from his trunk with the assassin's logo and put it on, a gift from his master. For when you're a gallant, Belle remembered how his master told him that with a drop of sweat on the back of his neck. Many times he compared the perversion of his grandfather with that of his master, and he never knew who was superior to whom in terms of perversion. At least the perfume smelled good. Belle kissed Hestia on the forehead, who smiled sleepily and left the abandoned church running towards the central fountain of the Love District. Belle came running looking at the sun. He had arrived on time barely. At that moment he arrived, he could see how walking a pretty brown-haired half-elf with jade eyes appeared with a red skirt and black stockings, as well as black shoes with a little heel and a white shirt. It was Ina, who also came without her glasses. Belle looked at Ina somewhat stunned, not knowing what to say. Ina. You're supposed to say I look good, posing smiling. Belle. You look beautiful, smiling. Ina blushed, she looked at the floor embarrassed. It was supposed to be Belle who blushed, but it seems it was the other way around. Ina. You smell good, smiling. Belle. Do you think so? Smiling. Ina. Right now I think I'm the envy of many women, sadly looking around. Several girls looked at her with jealousy. Belle was cute and had muscles, plus, adding that he is a good person and that he is not perverted gives him extra points. Ina. Noticing that Belle was looking at her a lot, do you see something you like? Smiling, crossing her arms so that her breasts are more noticeable. Belle. You look younger, looking at Ina. Ina frowned at this and hugged Belle by pressing his face against her C-cup breasts. Ina. I'm only 19. Holding Belle to her chest. Belle ugh. Blushing. Ina smiled seeing Belle like that. Belle saw out of the corner of his eye still on Ina's breasts how near them there were several couples holding hands or kissing. For some reason it was the District of Love. Belle only blushed more at this. Belle and Ina walked through the corridors of the Tower of Babel. Belle looked surprised at all this. It was full of weapons and weapons. There were large and small armor, light armor, of all materials, knives, magic staffs, swords, spears, etc. All were higher middle class. So far the best he had seen was a quite beautiful trident that was on the first floors. It was reportedly made by Hephaestus herself and had an average value of 200 million violas. Hephaestus herself claimed that it was her best work. Every time more apartments were added, prices dropped even more, but they remained high. Belle. I've saved a lot, but I don't think I can afford this, looking nervously at Ina. Ina. Don't worry, there's one more floor, smiling. Top floor. Belle looked surprised at the last floor of weapon sales. The place was very different, unlike the halls before that looked beautiful and high class. This place looked crowded and with a lot of people. There were many people who were buying and selling things that looked of a lower quality compared to the weapons before, but they were still good. Ina. This is where the novice blacksmiths sell their works, smiling. You can go see Belle, choose your armor. From what I heard, you already have a new weapon, smiling. Belle scratched the back of his neck in embarrassment, but was surprised to feel Ina begin to pull his cheek forcefully. Ina. And where do you do that kind of stupid thing again, like facing a silverback alone, I swear. Looking at Belle. Belle. I get it. I get it. Raising his hands, ugh, sighing. Ina. I'll go look over there, you might find something, walking towards the right area. Belle walked to the left area to see the armor, but he didn't like any of them. The few that he liked were too big for him. Although he was muscular, he had an athletic and thin build, which made him more attractive in Ina's opinion. Belle sighed in defeat. He was about to walk towards the direction where Ina had gone, but something caught his attention. Deep in the background there was a kind of warehouse, where he saw something shine, as if calling him. Belle approached carefully, entered the warehouse and saw 2 boxes covered by a blanket. He grabbed the first box that was covered by a blanket, but revealed a small space where a black and white flash could be seen. Belle removed the sheet and looked at the armor in surprise. It was a light armor. The left half was white and had some red lines. The right half was black with blue lines. They had knee pads, arm and elbow protectors with their respective colors, beautiful in Belle's sight. He saw that on the chest was the creator's signature. Belle Welfkrazo, looking at her carefully. Above the signature was an image of a rabbit. Curiously, Belle grabbed the armor and looked at it admiringly. Belle. Costs 9,900 violas. It costs a little more than the others here, but it looks very resistant to be made by a novice blacksmith, thinking. Ina appeared walking behind Belle smiling. Ina. Hey Belle, I think I found something you might like, huh? Looking at Belle. Belle. Look at Ina. She's beautiful. Looking at the armor. Ina. Looks like you already found one, smiling. Belle. Sorry Ina, sorry. Ina. Don't apologize, after all it's for you, although I'm not surprised it's light armor, smiling. Belle scratched the back of his neck in embarrassment and turned his gaze back to the armor, admiring it. Ina. That will be it then, walking next to Belle. I feel more relieved if you have that armor and that knife, but I think it's better if you also look for a party. I'm sure you know what calling is, smiling. Belle. Hi, I'll try to get an Ina-chan, smiling. Ina. Perfect, smiling. Ina and Belle went to pay it quietly, but Ina had her hands behind her back all the time hiding something. Belle and Ina were in front of the central fountain of the Love District. Belle and Ina were walking to a food stall around there. They went to a Jug-American stall to Belle's joy. Both were going to order one, and the woman who was serving them was about to ask them what they wanted, but Belle was in shock as was the little woman. It was Hestia. Hestia knew from Belle that he was going to go with Ina to buy a new armor. Belle told her at the fertility hostess, but she couldn't help but feel very jealous about that fact. Hestia. See, can I take your order? Fake smile. Ina. 2 Jugamaru-kun please, smiling. Hestia began to make them reluctantly. Ina didn't notice, but Belle did. Once finished, Hestia gave them to Ina and Belle, and both paid her. Hestia only received the money reluctantly and said goodbye to both of them, giving Ina a jealous look. Ina and Belle walked away, both eating their Jug-American. Belle had some left on his lip and Ina smiled mischievously. Ina. Belle-kun, you have something here, pointing. Belle. Where, trying to take it from him. Ina here, kissing Belle near the lips. Belle could only blush while Ina laughed amusedly. They didn't realize that some of Ina's lipstick was left on his face. Belle. Why is that? Blushing. Ina. Juju nothing, smiling. Belle, my job is to help adventurers. I know you are too humble to accept it, but please do it, giving him a green arm protector that looked very resistant. It was made by elves. It is very resistant, so please use it, smiling. Belle. Don't worry Ina, I promise, smiling and grabbing the arm guard. Ina smiled and hugged Belle, who blushed again but hugged her back. Belle returned to the abandoned church where his goddess was waiting for him with her arms crossed. As soon as he arrived, Hestia rushed towards him and hugged him. Hestia. Where were you? Hugging him, sniff you smell like a girl. Looking accusingly at Belle. Belle. Confused. Hestia. Belle, what is that? Looking at Belle's cheek. Belle went to the bathroom and looked in a mirror. She blushed when she saw a pink lipstick mark near her lips, probably from Ina. Belle. Well. Nervous. Hestia. You're sleeping on the couch tonight. With your arms crossed. Belle hi, defeated, I wanted to sleep in bed, my back still hurts from the silverback, lying down on the couch. Hestia. And clean that up. Pointing at Belle. Belle hi, sorry, going to the bathroom. Hestia laying down. Belle woke up casually but still with back pain. Is this what his grandfather felt? That's what Belle wondered as he remembered how his grandfather repeatedly complained about his back. Belle felt a familiar weight on his chest and removed the sheets already knowing who it was. There was Hestia hugging him like a cola in a tender way. Belle couldn't help but smile when he saw such a scene. Belle hugged Hestia and decided it wouldn't hurt to fall asleep for a moment longer. Hestia's voice. I was waking up when I felt something wrap around my waist, it felt warm, I felt safe, I slowly opened my eyes and just smiled hard when I saw my Belle-kun hugging me comfortably by the waist, I was on top of him lying on his chest. I snuggled up with Belle and closed my eyes, I wasn't going to sleep, no, I was going to enjoy this feeling, then I would wake Belle up. Hestia waited patiently and very comfortably for Belle to wake up, which didn't take more than 30 minutes. I noticed how Belle-kun was starting to wake up and I smiled warmly while still lying on his chest. Avyo. Belle woke up comfortably, he felt some familiar, very generous lumps in his stomach, he opened his eyes and looked accustomed to Hestia who was lying on top of him. He hugged his kami-sama and said good morning to him. Belle. Good morning kami-sama, smiling. Hestia. Good morning Belle-kun, smiling radiantly. Belle. You know, I have to go to the dungeon, sadly. Hestia. Don't worry, I'm already satisfied, settling into Belle's chest. Belle. That sounded inappropriate, nervous. Hestia why? Innocent. Belle. Nothing, shaking his head, I'll go change, removing his arms from Hestia's waist. Hestia. It's okay, smiling, hey Belle, blushing. Belle. What's up? Smiling. Hestia. Why you said you would do what I said, right? Blushing. Belle remembered his fight with the silverback and how Hestia gave him the black blade. Belle. Is there something you want? Smiling. Hestia. Pages give a kiss, blushing. Belle. No problem there, smiling. Hestia. In the mouth, raising her head and closing her eyes. Belle opened his eyes wide, he got nervous because of this, in his mind two images appeared like little ghosts, one had a beard and mustache similar to his grandfather, and the other had a ponytail and was bald on the sides, similar to his teacher. Teacher? What are you waiting for, Belle? Grandpa Zeus. Be a handsome man. You have to kiss her. Belle. But, imagining A's. Master? Don't think about that now. Kiss her. You're an assassin. You've survived several things and you can't handle a kiss. Grandpa Zeus. A hero can't keep a girl waiting, Belle. You have to make your harem. And those two will be in it. Making Belle imagine A's and Hestia in swimsuits. Belle blushed deeply but gathered his courage. Belle approached Hestia and gave her a tender kiss that Hestia reciprocated instantly. The inexperience in both was noticeable because at first the kiss was somewhat clumsy, but they quickly improved and it became a little passionate. Hestia wrapped her arms around Belle's neck, pressing her breasts against Belle's. Belle wrapped her arms around Hestia's waist as the kiss intensified. They were about to go further if not for Hestia's sudden stop of kissing Belle and stood still. Belle moved away from her and looked at her confused, but gave a nervous laugh when he saw how Hestia had fainted, completely red with smoke coming out of her head and with spiral eyes. Hestia. Undressed. Belle. I think I'll go to the dungeon, nervous. Belle changed his clothes and put on black clothes and his new armor, which was very strange but incredible according to his words, in addition to that he put on the green arm protector that Ina gave him on his right arm. Imagine that the right half is black and the line is blue, and that the left half also has the same red lines. Belle left the abandoned church, putting Hestia to bed and carefully covering her. Belle walked through the streets of Orario calmly, he carried his hidden blades, and his new blade which he was thinking of a name worthy of, his blade shone every time he gave a good name, and it seemed that its shine went out when he said a bad one, and yes, he said it out loud, people saw him as if he was crazy, he did not notice this, and continued walking talking to his blade alive. Belle. So how about Kuroyami? Thinking. The blade shone brightly, more than other times even. Belle took this as an affirmation and looked surprised as the name appeared on the knife in a language he couldn't understand, however his surprise increased when he noticed how the letters changed, and now Belle could read them seeing the power of the now named Kuroyami. Belle smiled and put the blade back in its sheath again, it matched the right side of his armor which was black and blue. Belle was in the dungeon killing mounts left and right, she was really breaking in her knife, she could even feel how excited she was and increasing its edge as much as her skills allowed her. Belle cut without mercy. He was on the 7th floor of the dungeon. Most of the monsters he killed were killer ant giant ant monsters that mostly went in groups. Even if they are not in a group, they are capable of calling each other to ambush. Belle was surrounded by killer ant, but despite this he had a smile on his face. Despite looking overwhelmed, he continued, and Kuroyami seemed to be reluctant to his determination because he looked with a dangerous edge that would scare anyone. Belle. What are you waiting for? In attack position. Killer ants GGGGRRRTRRT. A Valansandus Belle. Belle came out of the dungeon holding his arm. Some bruises and a little blood were seen on his body as well as dust, blood which was not his. It was from a massacre that involved him and several killer ants in his hand. He had his bloody knife that shone wildly. Belle. Next time we'll go to the 8th floor. Raising his fist. The knife flashed in affirmative response to Belle. Belle cleaned his blade and put it away to head to the guild and exchange his magic stones. Today had been a productive day. Support. 05. Belle walked through the halls of Orario calmly. He was wearing his armor and his knives. He was thinking about what Ina said. He didn't know how much of a difference it would make to have support. He really didn't think it was necessary, but his thoughts were interrupted when he heard some things in an alley near where Belle was. Belle headed to the alley quickly, and his happy expression changed to a serious one when he saw a guy hitting a little hobbit. The girl had a brown cloak that didn't allow him to see Belle anymore, besides a bit of her brown hair. Man. Now you'll see. I'll teach you not to steal, you damn hobbit. Taking out his knife. The man was about to stab the hobbit if it weren't for Belle getting in the way, clashing weapons with Kuroyami and unsheathing him. The man's knife broke into 1,000 pieces to everyone's surprise. Man. Why are you protecting her? Angry. Belle. Why is she a girl? Confused. The hobbit and the man felt a drop of an ime because of Belle's response, who got nervous about this. The man, seeing Belle distracted, went to attack him but was abruptly thrown to the floor. Belle opened his eyes in surprise and looked towards the direction where the man was before. There was a pretty elf in the attire of the hostess of fertility. It was Ryu. Belle. Ryu-san. Surprised. Ryu. Cranel-san, it's not good to fight between adventurers, much less on the outskirts of the dungeon. It would be. Belle. Sorry. The man got up angrily and looked at Ryu with hatred. Man. Who are you, damn elf? Angry. Ryu remained silent, looking seriously at the man. The man got nervous and went to hit Ryu. When he was about to hit her, she grabbed her fist, as if it was nothing, and threw it to the other side of the alley. The man got up with the intention of continuing to fight, but stopped dead in his tracks when he saw the murderous look that Ryu was giving him. It wasn't just that behind her was Belle, who was giving her the same look with dead eyes that would scare anyone. The man just trembled with fear and ran away scared. Ryu. Now, Cranel-san, can you explain to me what happened? Calm. Belle. That man was attacking a little hobbit, so I tried to help her. Is she Isn't she? She must have gotten scared and ran away, thinking. Ryu remained silent but nodded to Belle's words. Ryu. You shouldn't fight in the middle of the street. Besides, sir will worry if something happens to you. Looking at Belle. Belle. Sorry Ryu-san, sorry. Ryu. Don't worry Cranel-san, calm, nice knife. Looking at Kuroyami. Belle. It was a gift from my goddess, smiling. Ryu. I see, Cranel-san, I'm leaving, have a nice day, saying goodbye. Belle. Same here, smiling. Belle left there calmly, remembering that little hobbit. He had heard the man, that girl was a thief, although he didn't know her motives. It's not like he could claim anything to the girl. His teacher taught him to kill and steal if necessary, or yes, Belle wasn't proud of that, but he was a good thief, surprisingly for his teacher. Belle's adorable appearance caused no one to suspect him. Belle left the alley very calmly. He still had to get money for the new house he would make for his kami-sama. Belle was on the 6th floor of the dungeon. He was surrounded by war shadows, dark humanoid monsters with long arms and sharp claws, considered the most powerful monster on the 6th floor of the dungeon. Belle was a little nervous. Although he had been able to kill the silverback, it was only one. Now he was not only surrounded by many enemies considered the strongest on his floor, but he was also in a narrow place. He was at a total disadvantage. Belle. Well, what are you waiting for? Getting ready. The war shadows headed to attack Belle altogether. Belle grabbed a war shadow by the head. The mount tried to penetrate Belle's arm with his claws, but died without being able to do anything when Belle took out his hidden blade and killed him. Belle threw the corpse, which soon began to turn into dust, leaving only the magic stone. Belle blocked a war shadow that tried to attack him from behind and kicked him hard, sending him flying. Belle bore his knives with the claws of a war shadow and began to push to gain ground. The war shadow could do little or nothing against Belle's strength and ended up retreating, being received by a vertical cut from Belle. Belle was surprised when a war sadab attacked him from the front without him noticing and slashed at him with its claws. Plink. Belle's new armor had blocked the impact like it was nothing. Belle had to admit that even the armor still looked like new after that cut. Belle with one hand grabbed a war shadow by the neck and slammed his head into the ground. Belle made a horizontal slash to block the claws of another war shadow that were going for his head. Belle started running towards one of the many war shadows and punched him hard in the face. The monster even rose a few inches from the ground from that strong blow. Before the war shadow fell to the ground, it was strongly grabbed by the leg by Belle, who began to spin in circles holding it. The war shadow that were around had to move away to avoid Belle hitting them with his poor brother who was being used as a weapon. A few could not save themselves and were thrown through the air while Shell stopped still holding the monster by the leg. Belle tightened his grip, making the shadow war he was holding moan in pain and speak to another. The Mound could do nothing when Belle hit him using one of his brothers as a baseball bat and brutally ripped his head off with such force. Belle turned the war shadow around again to hit 3 others who were approaching him, and in that hit the war shadow couldn't hold on any longer and ended up dying, turning into ashes. Belle downplayed this and brought out Kuroyami, who shone brightly at Belle's call. Belle casually cut the claws of a war shadow that tried to attack him. Kuroyami pierced and killed 3 war shadows with his dangerous blade that seemed to be alive. Belle smiled as he watched Yami cut the monster's claws like they were paper. He really loved this blade. Belle came out of the horse a little bloody, but the blood was not his, it was the Mount's he had killed with his trusty companion. Belle took out a bag full of gems from unfortunate monsters who had the bad luck to face Belle. Belle went to the Fellis Adventurers Guild. He had gotten some good loot. When he entered the dungeon, Dina was the first to become alarmed when she saw him with several blood stains. Ina immediately went to Belle and began to examine him all over his body, seeing that he didn't have a single wound, only a few scratches that could barely draw a little blood. Ina. What happened? Calmer. Belle. Huh. I just went to the dungeon, confused. Ina. Yes, but you're covered in blood. Alarmed. Belle. Sorry, scratching his neck, don't worry, the blood isn't mine, innocent smile. Ina couldn't help but tremble a little at that smile that clearly betrayed what she had done. Belle. Leaving that aside, can I go exchange my magic stones? Ina. Sure, come with me, walking. Belle followed Ina where he asked her to hand over her magic stones. Belle handed over the entire bag and waited a few seconds before being handed an equally sized bag full of violas. Belle. Well, I have to go, darling. See you. Laughing as she runs toward the exit. Ina could only blush hard, smoke coming out of her head, being looked at mischievously by Misha. Ina. What are you looking at me? Blushing. Misha. Yeah, raising his hands. Ina just went to her office blushing, although she wouldn't admit it, she liked that Belle thought she was beautiful, yet Belle was quite a Don Juan. Con Hestia. Hestia. I feel like Belle is flirting with someone else. Alarmed. Belle left the guild and went in the direction of his house, but on the way he accidentally met a small brown-haired girl. Belle. Oh sorry, extending his hand. Don't worry, Adventurer-sama, accepting the gesture, excuse me, Adventurer-sama, aren't you looking for a support by any chance? Looking at Belle. Belle. Ina said she needed support. Are you a support? Smiling. Hi Adventurer-sama, smiling. Belle. I see, I'm bellcranel, nice to meet you, smiling. Nice to meet you. I'm Lilaruka Ard, an Adventurer-sama, happy. Belle. You're not the hobbit from that time, thinking. Lily. What is Belle-sama talking about? I'm a beastman, taking off her cape. Lily revealed that she had beastman ears. Belle. Oh. That's right, you're not a hobbit, stroking his ears. Lily. Adventurer-sama, blushing. Belle. Huh. Oh sorry. Lily. It's okay, Adventurer-sama, smiling. Belle and Lily went to a fountain there to sit and talk quietly. Lily. Then you will let me be your support, right? Smiling, you have to do it after being everything. You touch those special areas of Lily, blushing, touching her ears. Belle. Oh okay. Please don't mention that, blushing. Lily. Then from now on I will be your support, Belle S.A., smiling. Belle H. Hi, convict. Belle didn't see it, but Lily put on a somewhat sinister smile. She had seen that knife that Belle used, it looked really powerful and expensive. Ina. Huh. You gotta stand. Surprised, that was faster than I thought, sighing. Belle. Then you give me permission to go further down the dungeon, with a sparkle in his eyes. Ina. Not yet, seriously. Belle quickly became discouraged as he pouted childishly to Ina's amusement. Ina. If your stats exceed 600 points we will consider it, but until then you will only be able to go up to floor 6, it would be. Belle slowly looked away, indicating that he had already gone a little further. Ina. You went lower, right? Angry. Belle. Belle was in the dungeon killing killer ants with his new armor, and Kuroyami, Belle gave a horizontal slash to a killer ant, and with his green bracelet, he blocked the attack of another one that was heading towards him. Belle buried his knife in his head and killed him. Belle same. Belle turned to see Lily, who was his support, and saw how another killer ant was appearing, breaking the walls of the dungeon. Belle ran towards her and gave her a tremendous punch to the head that broke the killer ant's neck and left her unconscious. Lily. You are incredible, Belle-sama, smiling. Belle. It's not that big a deal, besides it's thanks to you that we got so many magic stones, without you I couldn't collect them all, and I would lose 50% of all this, thoughtful. Lily. Don't say that, Belle-sama, you killed all those monsters alone, although it could also be because of that knife, smiling. Belle. Maybe so, I guess I'm becoming too dependent on him, hahaha, scratching his neck. Lily. By the way, Belle-sama, who gave you that knife, smiling. Belle. It's a gift from the goddess of my family, smiling, it could be considered the weapon of the Hestia family, the knife Hestia. Kuroyami, smiling. Lily. I see, smiling, I'll go collect all the magic stones. Belle-sama, taking out a somewhat long knife from her hood, could you please take the magic stone from the killer ant, giving the knife to Belle. Belle. Sure. Smiling. Belle began to cut the killer ant's neck to carefully remove its magic stone. Lily could only laugh more at this. Belle. Why are you so surprised? Confused. Ina. The truth is it's that the Soma family is very greedy, they seem very desperate for money, it would be, but anyway, Belle, smiling, what impression did Lilaruka Ard leave on you? Smiling. Belle. We get along well, smiling, and she seems very kind, smiling, this is all thanks to her, taking out a bag of valises. Ina. I see, smiling, I think it's fine, but it's your decision, ultimately you are the one who must decide, smiling. Belle hi, walking towards the exit. Ina looked at Belle's back and realized something. Ina Belle and you knife. Curious. Belle. Belle started to feel around where his knife was supposed to be but couldn't find it. Belle. EHHHHH. Belle was running through the streets desperately, he was searching in all the places he could, right now he was breathing raggedly, he couldn't have lost a gift from his goddess, that blade was very important to him, he had to have lost it in the dungeon, if that was the case, then there was no way to get it back. He was about to go to the dungeon to search, and if he was lucky find her, but something caught his attention, he felt strange, as if something was calling him, he heard a whisper in his head that made him wonder where to go. Belle, not knowing what to do, just decided to follow those whispers that seemed to be from a girl. With Lily. Lily was standing in front of a Nomo man, he was very detailed with the knife. Nomo. I give 30 violas, don't worry. Lily. What? Surprised. Nomo. It can't cut anything, this thing is garbage, the edge is dead, extending the knife to Lily. When Lily was going to grab it, the gnome made a face of pain and quickly dropped the knife. It had fallen to the floor and had easily stuck into the ground, piercing it completely. Nomo. What is that thing? Looking at Lily. Lily. Huh. What are you talking about, nervous? Nomo. That thing almost cut my hand off, showing his hand. Lily saw in surprise how the gnome's hand had a large and deep cut that the gnome tried to stop with some bandages and a healing potion. Lily looked at the floor where the knife was stuck, it emanated a sinister red aura that seemed to be about to kill anyone stupid enough to try to touch its edge. Lily carefully and very scared grabbed the knife slowly and wrapped it in 3 blankets carefully, even though the knife seemed to be cursed she would not give up, she would get the knife sheath that had Hephaestus's writing on it and they would give her a lot of money for it. He left the tent with the knife covered in blankets. Lily. Damn, annoyed, I have to get not only the knife but also the stupid sheath, annoyed. Ahead of Lily came a beautiful girl with silver hair and a beautiful elf with greenish blonde hair, they were Ryu and Sir, who were carrying a bag of apples that my mother had asked them to buy. Lily hid the package as best she could, and when she passed by the girls, she was relieved to notice that they didn't suspect anything, or so she thought. Ryu quickly turned around and threw a coin with his hand that hit Lily's leg and caused her to drop the package in the blankets that covered the knife. Unfortunately for Lily, the knife fell at Ryu's feet, who looked at it and quickly recognized. Ryu. Hey hobbit girl, looking at Lily and picking up the knife, where did you get that knife? Looking at Lily with serious eyes. Lily. That doesn't matter to you, nervous. Ryu was going to say something else, but her adventurous instincts warned her of something, she quickly turned to look at the knife, and her gaze became terrified when she noticed how it emanated a sinister and diabolical aura. Ryu had a bad feeling, as if that knife threatened her life, even if she was the one wielding it. Ryu was about to drop the knife, but was stopped by a voice. Ryu-san. Sir-san. Both girls turned their gaze and saw Belle running desperately towards them. Belle. Have you seen a black knife around here? Scared, it's a gift from my goddess, I can't lose it, pale. Ryu. You mean this one? Calm. Belle. Ryu-san. Hugging her, thank you very much. Grabbing the knife that was in Ryu Filvis's hand. Ryu was in shock, but her shock turned into a blush as soon as she realized that Belle was touching her hand and hugged her so affectionately. Sir was next to her with her mouth open and a jealous twitch in her eyebrow. Ryu shook his head several times trying to get rid of several thoughts about Belle and looked at this serious mind. Ryu Cranel-san would be careful with that knife. Ryu was silenced as the sinister red aura the knife emanated slowly faded away and turned into a divine white aura as if what had happened before had never happened. Ryu just looked at the blade in surprise, she seemed to have calmed down with the simple touch of Belle. Belle. Did you say something? Confused. Ryu no nothing Cranel-san, calm. Belle. Where did they find him? Curious. Sir. It was lying around and we picked it up, smiling. Ryu was going to say something but decided to keep quiet. Belle. Thank you both very much, smiling, holding Ryu and Sir's hands. Both couldn't help but blush. Belle. If there's anything you need, just let me know, smiling. Both girls nodded and Belle quickly left, not even noticing the familiar brown hood that was there and the aura that the knife had before he grabbed it. He was too happy to find it to realize that the whispers guided him to the blade. Belle arrived at the abandoned church and opened a small hatch. Through the stairs, he could see a slightly larger and more decent room than before. He was working hard to make the underground house he told his goddess, speaking of Hestia. She was in the new bed they recently bought, she was lying comfortably covered with warm blankets that did not allow her to leave the world of dreams. Belle-sama, whispering while moving her a little. Belle saw Hestia stretch her arms and already knew what was going to happen, it was useless to resist after all. Hestia grabbed Belle tightly and pulled him towards her, lying on her chest and covering them both with the blankets, Hestia just hugged Belle tightly and fell asleep there. Belle let out a nervous laugh and just fell asleep too, it had been a long day for him. Time skip. Hestia was looking in shock at a paper in her hand, it was Belle's statistics, Hestia couldn't help but be surprised by how fast he was growing, but something terrified her and at the same time made her let out a sigh of love. Hestia. Belle-kun, I can tell you your stats this time, smiling. Belle. Okay, confused. Hestia began to tell Belle her statistics, hiding 2 abilities that Belle didn't know she had. Belle was more than happy for the great growth he had obtained. Belle put on his armor and his kuroyami blade, which seemed happy to go with Belle, and left the church, not without first saying goodbye with a hug from his goddess. Hestia watched Belle leave without knowing what to do, she looked back at the paper where Belle's statistics were. Status bellcranel. Adventurer level. 1. Family. Hestia. Statistics. Strength 0370G. Resistance 0363G. Skill 0412F. Agility 0441F. Magic 0053I. Total 1639. Universal power 1639. Skills. Unbelievable desire equals as long as the user's feelings remain, their growth will be faster, as an extra it makes the user immune to charms. Berserk equals enhances the user's physical abilities to higher levels when in a state of rage or and will go. Drawback equals the user loses control of his emotions and the ability to reason while the ability is activated. The ability can be activated if the user wishes. Magic. Enkin equals magic that allows the user to transform into whatever they want. They can also transform into a version of themselves of any species such as elf, hobbit, dwarf, dark elf, half-elf, beastman, spirit, or even a dungeon monster. They can change your age and even your gender. Singing equals I am you and I am me, your wounds are mine, your happiness is mine, I am one, and I am all at the same time. Henkin. The eagle vision equals allows the user to have a clearer view and better perception of things, can see people's souls if concentrated, without singing equals. Acquired skills. Hestia. One had to be from that damn wall and whatever, seeing Belle's accelerated growth ability, but the other is because of me, looking at Belle's berserk ability, remembering when Belle saved him from the silverback and it seemed like he was about to explode in rage to protect her with a strange white aura surrounding him. Hestia sighed again like she was in love and lay down in her new and super comfortable bed to sleep, dreaming of herself in a wedding with Belle, where they gave each other a tender kiss, and she looked mockingly at Wall and whatever who looked at her with jealousy. Yep, a good dream, according to Hestia. Belle and Lily went down to the dungeon ready to go hunt more monsters, but one thing that Lily noticed, Belle's knife was not in his back. Lily. Belle-sama, where is your knife? Curious. Belle. Oh. He's here, smiling, showing his green bracelet. Belle took out his knife that was inside the green arm protector that Ina gave him and showed it to Lily. Lily nodded calmly and they continued walking killing mounts. Belle didn't notice, but Lily didn't take her eyes off Belle's knife all day. In the end they returned to the surface after several hours in the dungeon, both of them looked surprised at 2 bags of violas that seemed to shine in front of them. Belle. Winning big this time. Smiling, here, giving one of the 2 bags to Lily. Lily. Huh. But this is, surprised. Belle. It was thanks to you that we raised a lot of money, so half of it is yours, smiling. Lily just grabbed the money with a look of regret that Belle didn't notice and they walked away from there. Elsewhere. A certain swordswoman with golden hair and eyes was on the 36th floor, along with a beautiful elf with jade green hair and eyes who had a magic staff in her hands. A huge crack began to form on the wall, and from there I could see the shadow of Adius, a level 6 Rex monster, who had a strange black sword that he held firmly. Riveria. Here she comes, looking at the shadow seriously. Aze. Please Riveria, don't interfere in this, seriously. Aze drew his sword desperate from its sheath and brandished it strongly, looking at Adius with serious eyes. Riveria took a few steps back and prepared herself in case Aze needed help. And so the fight began. Briar. At the top of the Tower of Babel, you could see a beautiful goddess with silver hair and purple eyes looking curiously at Belle, who was walking next to Lily. That goddess was Freya, a goddess of beauty, fertility and love, as well as war and death. Freya. It can't be, smiling, I was just going to limit myself to seeing you for a moment, walking to a bookshelf, but I felt like playing with you, grabbing a light blue book that quickly turned green. Magic. 06. Belle and Lily walked calmly smiling after a hard day in the dungeon. Several meters in front of him was Hestia walking towards his direction defeated. Hestia. Ugh, sighing, I could have held out another day, even if it's just to pay off the loan, thinking about it, they treat me badly for a goddess, defeated, I wish Belle was with me, stopping. Hestia suddenly heard some very familiar laughter, it was Belle's laughter, Hestia's eyes shone, and her low spirits lifted, and she began to desperately search for him in the crowd, there she saw his characteristic white hair, unique in time, and smiled. Hestia. That's Belle. Happy, ugh. In shock. Hestia looked in shock as Belle was holding hands with a small brown-haired hobbit who was also smiling happily. Hestia. OHHH. Why is Belle being unfaithful to me? Stone. It was already night and in a remote and unimportant bar, Hestia and Maich were sitting at a table outside the bar drinking a couple of beers. Hestia. Can you believe it, Maich? Blushing with tears in her eyes, I found out that Belle is cheating on me. Burying her head in the table. Maich looked at her with a little bit of an eye at the funny scene. Hestia. Damn. Hitting the table, who is that woman? Belle is mine, crying at the table. Maich. Calm down Hestia, eating a small bread, Belle doesn't belong to anyone, looking at Hestia calmly. Hestia. I already knew that, you fool. It was just an expression, grabbing a jar of beer, damn. Drinking. Hestia ordered 5 more beers and drank them all without leaving a drop, she was already drunk, Hestia released a pink smoke from her mouth. Hestia. I love you, Belle. Spreading her arms. Maich moved the bread plate away from Hestia and stood like that, Hestia tried to burn a fake Belle in her mind and fell exhausted on the table. Hestia. I love you Belle, crying. Maich. Hey, control yourself a little, and I'm Droplet. Hestia. I love you Belle. Raising her arms. Hestia was in her bed with her hair loose muttering unintelligible things, Belle was on her left side with a glass of water in his hands looking at her with a drop of an eye. Belle. Is Kami-sama okay? And I'm Droplet. Hestia stood up quickly, angry, and grabbed a glass of water, drinking it quickly. Hestia silently returned Belle's step and turned her head away, pouting. Belle. But tell me Kami-sama, what's wrong with you, worried? Hestia. I'm fine, hiding her face in her knees, are you interested, dirty liar, mumbling and pouting adorably. Belle just ignored that last thing and put a small towel with a heart in the middle on Hestia's head. Belle sorry, maybe this isn't the best time, but when will you have a day off? Smiling. Hestia. What do you mean? Curious. Belle. Well. Lately I've been earning a lot of money in the dungeon, so I thought I'd thank you for everything you've done for me so, scratching his cheek, we could go out to dinner or something, smiling, what do you say? Hestia. Date. With her eyes shining. Belle. Hestia. Let's go today, whispering. Belle. Huh? But. Hestia. I want to go today, smiling. Belle. But his work. Hestia. Let's go today. Approaching Belle and cornering him against the wall. Belle the break, nervous. Hestia. Don't worry, I'm fine now, walking to the closet. Hestia stopped in her tracks and began to sniff herself. Hestia. Listen Belle, we'll meet at 6 in the southwest at the fountain in the Love District. Okay, giving her a thumbs up and smiling. Hestia was in some hot springs resting peacefully, the place was full of beautiful goddesses who were resting there too. Hestia was leaning against one of the corners of the hot springs with her arms outstretched, enjoying the water while her breasts floated. She had the same heart-shaped towel on her head. Hestia. What a surprise. Hestia turned her head and found herself with a beautiful goddess with blonde hair and eyes, as well as a good body with a towel covering her quite voluptuous breasts. Hestia. Demeter. Happy. Demeter. I see that they are still just as big, looking at Hestia's breasts. Hestia. I could say the same, squinting. Demeter. We don't usually see you around here much, I guess it must be a special occasion, smiling. Hestia. That's right. I have a date. Triumphant. And with just that word, chaos began in the bathrooms. Belle was a little nervous. He was standing in front of the fountain of the Love District. He was wearing his usual clothes only without his armor, but despite that he had his black blade hidden in his clothes. He saw around several very affectionate couples, but his thoughts were interrupted when he heard someone call him. Hestia. Belle only. Happy. Hestia wore a loose white blouse with a blue collar and had her hair down with navy blue shorts and white sneakers, beautiful in Belle's eyes. Belle. EA, blushing. Hestia, let's go be. Hestia was interrupted when several goddesses appeared and began burning and ringing bells. Goddess 1. He's very cute. Hugging him. Goddess 4. I wanted to. Touching it. Goddess 2. He's muscular, feeling his chest. And so the comments kept coming, all of these being watched by Hestia, who seemed to radiate pure anger. Behind her appeared Demeter in a long pink dress with a hand on her cheek. Demeter. We forgive Hestia, but curiosity got the better of us and we wanted to go see Belle, smiling. Belle escaped from the goddesses who tried to burn him but accidentally tripped and his face fell on Demeter's breasts, who, neither slow nor foolish, began to burn his head, imprisoning him there in that hell. Demeter. How cute. Happy. Hestia, let me Belle. Grabbing Belle's hand and starting to run. Goddess 3. Chase them. Pointing at them. The goddesses began to chase Belle and Hestia. They could only run. Belle. I thought it would be more painful but. It's nice. Belle was with his arms extended holding onto a railing with both hands and with his feet stuck in a stop preventing him from falling, and I say fall because Hestia was using him as a chair while she watched to make sure no goddess came near. Hestia settled a little more pressing her butt into Belle who didn't complain one bit, she wasn't an idiot to waste this. Hestia. I think we lost them, looking. Belle. I think so, looking in the same direction, I think. Look. Over there. Belle. Damn. Running alongside Hestia. Hestia. This way. Belle. Ah. Tired. Hestia. Where are we? Looking around. Belle. We were finally able to escape, sighing. Hestia. This is the fault of those hungry goddesses. Because of them it's already too late, disappointed. Belle. Well. I had a lot of fun, smiling. Hestia. Confused. Belle. Also, look, pointing at the window of the place. Hestia was amazed by the beautiful view, from here you could see part of the clock and the Tower of Babel working, at night you could see the stars, and that in addition to all the clock lights it looked beautiful. Hestia. Great, with shining eyes. Belle. It's beautiful, right, smiling, let's do it again, looking at Hestia, but next time with food, nervous. Hestia. Yes, I will wait eagerly, leaning her head on Belle's shoulder. Belle blushed slightly and continued looking at the Orario, it really was a good view. Elsewhere. Lily was kneeling down giving a bag of violas to some adventurers from her family, specifically to a beast man. Man. This is more than usual, but it's still not enough. Ard, approaching Lily, who allows a useless support like you to be part of the Soma family, putting his foot on Lily's head. Lily. Are you adventurers, sore? Man. That's what it's all about. Kicking it. Lily Adolorita. Man. Leaving with his henchman. Lily. Looking at the sky, I'm not interested in those adventures, I've almost saved all the money I need, extending her hand to the sky, I just need that blade, remembering Kuroyami, what a strange adventure. Remembering Belle extending his hand to her smiling. Misha. What do the Soma family adventurers have, tired? Ina. Why do you say that? Curious. Misha. This is the 7th time someone started complaining about more money, tired. Ina. But why are they so desperate, thinking? Misha. I don't know, your son is really very good, I don't think they really lack money, shrugging. Here, I just thought about this for a long time. Belle and Lily were on the 7th floor of the dungeon fighting killer ants and Needle Rabbit, a rabbit monster with a horn on its head. Belle killed it without any problem, but was surprised by one of the rabbits and almost tripped, a killer ant took advantage of this and rushed at Belle who barely stopped the attack. Lily Belle same. Populate. Lily pulled a red knife from her hood and used it against the killer ant, releasing a trail of fire that burned the killer ant's back. The ant-mount writhed a little in pain, which Belle took advantage of to finish him off. Belle, ugh, sighing Lily. That was magic. Surprised. Lily, eh? And no, sad, it was a magic weapon, quickly putting away her knife. Belle. Really? Surprised, you used something so valuable for me? Thank you. Looking at Lily. Lily, eh? Of course, I'm very glad to have helped, smiling. Belle and Lily were sitting on the dungeon floor resting after fighting the monsters. Belle took out the bento that Sir made for him. They were perfectly cut sandwiches. Belle grabbed half and offered them to Lily. Lily? Huh? Is it for me? Surprised. Belle? Sure. Cheerful. Lily thanked them for the food and they both started eating. Lily. By the way, Belle-sama, can I take tomorrow? Looking at Belle. Belle. Huh? Sure, do you have plans that day? Curious. Lily. It's that day we will have a meeting with my family and I can't miss it. I know that would violate the contract we have, so you can punish me, lowering her head. Belle? Hey. Don't worry, Lily. Sorry, sadly. You can take a day off if you want. Just ask, okay? Smiling. Lily opened her mouth in surprise and nodded slowly, returning to eating. At the fertility hostess, Lunwar and Anya were watching Sir and Belle's conversation, entertained. Well, Anya was slacking off. Sir. Aren't you going to jail today? Curious. Belle. Sorry, but no, giving him back the bento, I'll take the day off. Sir-san, what do you do on your days off? Curious. Sir. Well, I really like reading, smiling. Belle. Read Kami-sama has many books, but they are very difficult to understand, thinking, Looking behind Sir, modern magic that even a goblin can understand. Confused. Sir. Are you interested? One of the customers left it here and it looks like he won't be back to pick it up. I can lend it to you if you want, smiling. Belle. Really? Surprised. Sir. Of course. Smiling. Belle. Thank you very much, sir. Smile wets panties no jutsu. Sir blushed deeply and tremblingly gave the book to Belle, still with a blush on her face. Belle. Sir. Are you okay? Hitting his forehead against hers. You're boiling. Excited. Sir. Sir. Sir had fainted with her face completely red. Anya and Lunwar who were watching smiled mischievously. Ryu just looked at the scene calmly. He didn't believe that anyone other than Belle was worthy of being with Sir, but to her surprise, he couldn't help but feel jealous. He imagined her and Belle hugging each other very affectionately and scolded himself for that, shaking his head several times, blushing. Anya ara, jealous Naya, naughty. Lunwar. Could it be that you are? Ryu from who knows where pulled out a kitchen knife and pointed it at Lunwar's neck and with his other hand grabbed Anya's tail, pulling it hard, causing her to twitch and look at Ryu with pure hatred. Cat people hate having their tails touched. Ryu. Not a single word more, it would be. Lunwar hi, carefree. Anya. Let me go. Excited. Belle was in the fireplace mansion, Hestia, and Belle decided to name their underground home after that, which they were sure would be really beautiful when finished. Belle grabbed a stool and sat at a table while grabbing the book Sir had lent him. Belle. Well, opening the book, let's see. There are two types of magic, the first is the one that some races are born with, the second is called Farna. NTNMMS I just discovered that it was called Farna and not Fauna XD. It is the one that is granted with the blessing of a god, the second in a certain sense is only a form of self-expression. What interests you? What do you accept? What do you hate? Any wishes? Do you regret anything? What do you appreciate? Or what do you promise? Little by little the letters in the book were disappearing as Belle read. What is it that you long for? The trigger is inside you. Suddenly Belle appeared in a courtroom and in front of him was a completely white Belle whose hair prevented him from seeing his eyes. On his sides were other Belles of other colors such as blue, red and yellow. White. Well, let's start. Appearing behind him, what is magic to me? Belle. A great power, a weapon to defeat my weakness and become stronger, remembering the burning of his homeland. Blue. What kind of object is magic to me? Belle. A lake, a cold and icy lake that would make hell itself tremble, a lake so peaceful and terrifying that it wouldn't go with someone like me. Red. What do I want to achieve with magic? Belle. The woman faster than lightning, remembering A's, I want to catch her. Yellow. That's all. Belle. If possible, I want to make the teacher proud of me without disappointing grandpa. Red, blue, yellow, white. How childish. Belle. I'm sorry but that's who I am. All the Belles joined together and went to Belle's chest, getting inside it while saying. That's who we are. Belle-kun. Belle-kun. Belle only. Belle. Waking up. Belle looked in front of him and there stood Hestia looking at him confused. Belle realized he was asleep and in a very funny way, much to Hestia's amusement and his embarrassment. At night. Hestia was lying on Belle's bare back and pricked her finger with a needle, pouring a few drops of blood down Belle's back, more specifically onto his face, which began to glow intensely as Hestia updated her status. Hestia. So. You decided to read a book for the first time and fell asleep. Smiling. Bella. That's right, laughing nervously. Hestia. How cute, smiling, huh? In shock. Bellcranel. Confused. Hestia. Magic. A shock. Belle. Even more confused. Hestia. You have developed a new magic, surprised. Belle. Stop suddenly. Hestia. Also. Calendus. Bellcranel. Worried. Belle was excited, looking with a smile at the paper in his hand, his current state, where a new magic appeared. Hestia. Mizu, thoughtfully. Belle could only look at his state, smiling, more specifically at the magic part where a new magic appeared. Mizu equals versatile rapid release water and ice meja. Belle. I have magic. Smiling, but what does quick cast magic mean? Confused. Hestia grabbed Belle's status sheet and was even more surprised. She turned to look at Belle with a serious look. Hestia. Listen Belle, if I'm right I think your magic doesn't need a magic song, it would be. Belle's eyes widened at this. Not even the most powerful elves were capable of summoning magic without a spell. While there were adventurers with very short chant magic, the chant was still there. Belle was the first person with chantless magic. Belle. Ira too. Hestia. Where do you think you're going? It would be. Belle. Well, scratching his neck. Hestia. Go to sleep. It would be. Belle. But, sad. Hestia. Calm down Belle, smiling at her, your magic isn't going anywhere, you can try it tomorrow when you go to the dungeon, smiling. Belle. It's okay Kami-sama, smiling. Hestia. Good. Smiling, now to sleep. Hugging Belle. Belle hi Lendo Olakama. Hestia and Belle went to sleep, or so Hestia thought. Belle was running around in one direction, to the dungeon, he wasn't wearing any protection, just his normal clothes and his trusty knives. Belle ran into the dungeon and there on the first floor he could find a kobold, a small and ugly monster. The kobold had not noticed Belle's presence, and Belle took advantage of this in the best way. Belle. Mizu. A ray came out of Belle's hand, but it was light blue and navy blue. As soon as it hit the kobold it went through it as if it were nothing, killing it instantly. Behind that kobold there were 3 others that were also easily pierced by the ice and water attack. In the end the attack hit another kobold and ended up freezing it completely, leaving it immobile. Belle finished it off with his knife and continued going down while thinking about his lightning attack. Belle didn't know why, but his grandfather had always liked thunder. Whenever it rained very hard his grandfather loved to see the lightning through the window. Belle supposed that was why his attack was shaped like lightning. Belle. Versatile magic, thoughtful. Belle opened his eyes as a crazy idea entered his mind. Belle. I don't have even the slightest equipment. Will you help me, Kuroyami? Smiling. His blade flashed in response to his master, and Belle delved deeper into the dungeon. Mizu. On the 5th floor of the dungeon, Belle was tired, he had his knife in his hand and his right arm extended but trembling, the cold was taking its toll on him. Belle looked at his frost-covered arm, thanks to his glove the pain was bearable. Belle began to breathe heavily, he had just used his magic in a very reckless way, but who can blame him? Belle looked back at a goblin approaching to attack him, Belle stuck his hand to the ground and summoned his magic. Belle. Mizu. The floor began to fill with water that froze instantly, the water spread until it reached the poor goblin who screamed in pain, an ice stake had pierced him from side to side. The monster crumbled into ashes, dropping its magic stone, and the ice began to melt into frost. Belle picked up the magic stone and silently put it away. As soon as he put it away, his vision blurred and he fell to the floor, exhausted. He had suffered a mind zero. Elsewhere. Riveria and Ace were climbing the stairs to reach the 5th floor after their tough fight. Ace had her clothes a little torn, revealing a bit of her chest. Riveria. When we get back, no one will believe that you managed to defeat a floor boss by yourself, smiling. Ace remained silent, satisfied with their fight. Belle. Belle was still unconscious on the floor after suffering a mind zero. A dark black aura began to form beneath him. Kuroyami reacted quickly and began to glow with an intense red. The black hand came out of the strange smoke with the intention of attacking Belle, and Kuroyami was already ready to cut that hand, but before anything could happen Riveria and Ace appeared, still talking. Kuroyami stopped shining and the strange hand and the smoke left there in a flash XD. Riveria. Looking at the Belle. Both approached Belle, Riveria held Belle's chest and said. Riveria. It seems he's a zero-minded person, he used too much magic without considering the consequences, shaking his head. Ace. This boy, thoughtful. Riveria. Do you know him there? Curious. Ace. I never spoke to him, but when the Minotaur thing happened. Looking at Riveria. Riveria. I understand. He is the boy who suffered because of our mistake, right? Riveria, I want to make it up to you, looking at Riveria. Riveria. Oh. Mischievous, I see. Do you know anything I can do to make it up to him? Looking at Riveria. Riveria. Well. Belle. Belle didn't know what was happening, he was falling, very slowly, the place was filled with black and white smoke. Belle slowly fell silent, he could hear some voices, but whose? Hear a female voice say. This will be enough to compensate you. Whatever you say. Belle felt a hand touch his head and place it in a very comfortable and soft place, it felt good, he felt calm and peaceful, it reminded him of a sandy-haired woman whom he considered his mother. Belle slowly opened his eyes and saw a certain swordswoman gently caress his head. Behind. Riveria told me that I could give him a lap pillow to help him, I didn't understand at first, but she told me that any young man would find relief with a lap pillow from a young maiden. Was confused, but didn't think much of it, and continued to look after Belle. Riveria had already left a few minutes ago, saying that she would go inform Loki about her return. Unconsciously she couldn't help but compare Belle to a rabbit, she looked adorable, the stoic face of the sword princess had a small blush, and she started to gently stroke Belle's hair, she had a small smile and felt a strange peace, as if Belle's purity purified her dark soul consumed by revenge, and returned her to that ancient that she thought she had buried a long time ago. The mini appreciated in her mind hugging a mini Belle tenderly, did not cover the temptation and prepared to hug Belle. But just when she was going to do it, she noticed that Belle was beginning to wake up and returned to her typical serious face, but continued caressing Belle's hair. Belle. Oh Oka-san. Squinting. I'm not your mother, calm down. Belle. An illusion. Confused. Neither, making a small pout. Belle. Completely awakening. Continued to caress Belle's head calmly. Belle. You're real, right? Calm. Nodded calmly, confused by this question. Belle. Breathing, Belle was going to scream and run away, but he stayed quiet, enjoying the caresses of that person he admired and loved. Belle looked closely at and realized that her clothes were a little torn and dirty. Belle. What happened to you? Worried. Confused, I only fought against a monster, calm. Belle. I see, silently. Belle was nervous, the silence was very uncomfortable for him, he didn't know what to say, in front of him was the person he admired and loved, the one who saved him from certain death, he believed that he was not even capable of killing the Minotaur, how wrong he was. Belle. Where are we? Looking around. We're on the 5th floor of the dungeon, calm down, tell me how did you do it? Curious. Belle. Do what? Confused. Defeat the silverback in Ixorasiva, you are very strong for a level 1 adventurer, looking at Belle. Belle. Do you think so? Sad, the truth is I'm very weak, looking at the ceiling. Just kept thinking about what Belle said, how could someone like him say she was weak, which was not something that someone weak could do, for God's sake, not even she had been able to damage the Minotaur so strongly when it reached level 2, she needed hard training to fight against them. And Belle almost killed one being level 1, taking into account that was 2 weeks ago, it means that Belle had improved since then, no matter how little it was was sure that Belle would be able to kill the Minotaur now, and that made her curious, how did he get so strong? Behind. Blinked a little and realized that she had gotten lost in her thoughts. Sorry, were you saying something? Calm. Belle. Wallenstein-san, she's very distracted, is that okay? Looking at Yes, don't worry, what's your name? Looking at Belle. Belle. Oh sorry, I'm bellcranel, smiling. Blushed a little but managed to hide it. Behind. Belle. Confused. Tell me everyone does it, calm. Belle. It's okay blushing. His heart was racing with tenderness because of how tender Belle was, and inside, Mini was very happy, hugging a Belle stuffed animal with bunny ears. Unconsciously stroked his head again as he said. Rabbit, stroking his head. Belle blushed more at this and to get out of this situation he made up an excuse. Belle. I think I should go with my family now. I'm sure they're worried. Nervous, bye. Standing up and running toward the exit. Extended her arm towards Belle, and when he left she made a cute pout. I wanted to stay like this for a while, whispering, Belle. Baka, pout. Belle was very happy, jumping like a rabbit, he had just spoken to the girl he was in love with, she also allowed him to call her by her name. Belle returned to the fireplace mansion with happiness, so much so that he lay down on the bed and began to fantasize until Hestia woke up and looked at him with doubt. Hestia Belle-kun. Confused. Belle twitched and turned around slowly. Belle. Hello Kami-sama, smiling. Hestia. What are you, approaching Belle, sniff sniff you smell like a woman. Again. Angry. Belle. I don't know what you're talking about, looking away. Hestia's eyebrow twitched and she hugged Belle tightly, burying her head in her generous breasts. Belle trying to get away. Hestia. Good night, going back to sleep. Belle Hestia. You've been acting really weird since yesterday, looking at Belle who was smiling, maybe it's because of the book you read yesterday, grabbing the book. Hestia opened the book and started to skim through it. As soon as she saw this she was shocked, all the works were completely white. And so a new problem began. An explanation later. Belle Grimoire. Confused. Hestia. Yes, it's a book that allows you to use your inner magic just by reading it. It's a magic book. Where did you get it? Confused. Belle. Sir held it for me, they forgot it at the bar and said I could read it, calm down. Hestia. Did someone forget? Surprised, gosh. Shaking her head, who would be so stupid as to forget something like this, looking at the grimoire. Belle. What's up, goddess? Confused. Hestia. Belle, the grimoire loses all its power once you read it, showing the blank pages of the grimoire. Belle grabbed the book and began to flip through it, looking in shock as there were no more words written on it. Belle turned blue and looked at Hestia in shock. Belle jumped out of bed and headed for the exit but accidentally tripped. Hestia. Where are you going? The ELL3 I have to apologize and pay. Hestia. Impossible, serious. LA. Confused. Hestia. Do you know how much a grimoire costs? Pointing at it, the same as the Hephaestus family's best weapon. Or even more. Pointing at it. Belle was frozen by that, a book that cost more than the best weapon of the Hephaestus family, made by Hephaestus herself, that is, more than 1 billion violas. Hestia put her hand on Belle's shoulder and with a curious face said to him. Hestia. Calm down Belle-kun, you've never read this book, I'll take care of the rest, smiling. Hestia grabbed the powerless grimoire and walked away. Ellie Sparrow. Okay, we're the same. Holding her by the arm. Hestia. Don't stop me, Belle-kun. Sometimes you have to do these things. The world can be more capricious than a god. Exalted. Belle. Don't say such deep things right now. Belle. Sorry. 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 Bowing repeatedly. Belle was standing in front of Mia Grand, better known as Mamma Mia, next to her was Sir, worried, Mamma Mia had the powerless grimoire in her hands, looking through it. Sir. That's a big problem, Belle-kun, looking away. Belle. Why does he act like you have nothing to do with it? With a twitch in his eyebrow. My mom. Sighing. Sir. It doesn't work. Looking tenderly at Belle. Ellie, you're very pretty, but no, leaning. Sir ticked the head with a mischievous face sticking out the tongue. Mom sighed again and threw the book in the trash. Elle. My mom. Mommy. Forget it, going back to work. Elle. But. Worried. My mom. You already read it, so we can't do anything, calm down, it's the fault of the one who left something as valuable as a grimoire here, shaking her head. Elle. But, unsure. My mom. You dare to contradict yourself, sharp look. Elle. No, my mom. In a military pose. Mommy. I like that, now go, back to work. Elle. Hi. Running away. Elsewhere. Aina was in the guild vault looking for something. Aina Ito. Where could it be? Confused. Oh. Riveria, here it is. Seita Soma. Aina. Reviewed. Aina barely turned around and could see a beautiful jade-haired elf and her patron goddess, better known as Loki, a woman with a flat chest like a board with red hair and a ponytail, and with her eyes always half closed, in addition to clothes that don't cover much, she was pointing a jar to Riveria. Loki. Look, Riveria. I found it. Please buy it for me, Mom. Happy, come on, say yes, Mom, smiling. Riveria. Who are you calling Mom? Shaking her head, I came here for supplies, not to buy you a drink. Shaking her head. Aina si Sir Kako Riveria. Aina are Riveria-sama, surprised. Riveria turned to look and was a little surprised. Riveria. You are Aina, right? Loki. Haha, I got it. Holding Soma's wine. Aina. I'm sorry Riveria-sama, sad, I didn't have to buy such an expensive drink from my place, sad. Riveria. Anyway, I had to buy something, I'm glad if I can help you, smiling, Loki, you promised, answer Aina's question, looking at Loki who was spinning with a super expensive wine vase. Loki. I know, you asked something about the Soma family, right? Looking at the wine. Aina. Why yes please. Bowing. Loki. Well, in a few words, the children there don't worship Soma, smiling, they worship alcohol, smiling. Aina. Loki. Let me explain. Soma's wine is so rich for humans that if they drink it too much they end up becoming addicted to it. That is why they are so desperate for money. Soma does not pay attention to his children, and his children look for money to buy their own wine. Looking at the bottle, once I saw a woman offering her daughter to Soma just so that he would give her a glass of wine. Its members fight among themselves to get money, and there are times that they steal from themselves. Only a god is capable of resisting that temptation, but even we admit that his wine is exquisite. Happy. Aina was stunned. For legal reasons, she couldn't publish that information and make it public, but it was strange to know that and do nothing, but at least she could tell the person in charge. Lily was in front of a fountain waiting for Lily calmly. Lily? Hasn't arrived yet? Looking around, being dragged. Belle. Belle. Lily hasn't arrived yet. Confused. Belle looked around and saw in some bushes a very familiar giant backpack. Belle. Oh. There it is, smiling. Belle approached but looked seriously as a beastman raccoon adventurer was bothering Lily. He couldn't hear what they were saying, but Lily looked clearly annoyed. Belle was about to intervene, but was intercepted by another adventurer, the same one who was chasing Lily when they met. Although he pretended not to know that Lily was that hobbit, he recognized the man. Belle looked at him coldly and his shoulder tingled slightly, but he stood firm. Adventurer. Come on, don't look at me like that, I know you're after her for that reason, smiling. Belle. What do you mean? Seriously. Man. Well, let's take the money the brat's been saving. We're both adventurers. Help me get her savings. Approaching Belle and whispering carefully so no one else can hear him. She says, wow. Spitting out blood. Belle had grown tired of this and looked at the man with cold, emotionless eyes. The man had punched him in the stomach. The man hadn't expected this, much less the tremendous strength that Belle had. It was assumed that the boy hadn't started as an adventurer more than a few weeks ago. The man was kneeling on the floor breathing heavily being watched by people. No one got involved in that fight, they wanted to see what would happen. Belle slowly bent down and grabbed the man's hair, forcing him to look into his eyes. Belle. You get close to her. Gloomy, and you die, happy, I already warned you, whispering. Belle stood up and kicked the man's face, who ended up inside the fountain, staining it with a little blood from the kick in the face from Belle. At that moment Lily came out gloomy from the bushes. Belle. Oh. Hello Lily. Smiling. Lily. Belle-sama, I could see that she was talking to an adventurer. What were they talking about? Gloomy. Belle. EA. Nervous, I don't know what you're talking about, how about we go to the dungeon, smiling. Lily nodded heavily and walked in front of Belle, doing the dumb thing. Belle looked at her with doubt but followed her, sending one last death glare to the man who was more than scaly without moving in the fountain. He was paralyzed with fear. As Belle and Lily walked, she thought. Lily. I think it's time, Sad. Belle. Is something wrong? Looking at her doubtfully. Lily quickly recovered and looked at him smiling. Lily. No, nothing Belle-sama, smiling. Belle. It's okay, forgetting it. The Hunter Rabbit, 07. In the Twilight Mansion, the home of the entire Loki family, there was this same one in addition to Ace, Riveria and Ina. Loki poured Soma's wine into a glass and drank it all. Loki. Delicious. It's been a long time since I tried Soma, caressing the bottle. Ina stared at him in shock but reacted quickly. Ina. So Goddess Loki, you said that the children of Soma don't worship you, but alcohol. Koryosa. Loki. That's right, you see, they don't want this exactly, pointing to Soma's wine, for them this is garbage, but there's a special wine that they all love, that with just a sip of it, it gets you drunk and you want it more and more, but making that wine is very difficult and expensive, that's why whoever manages to raise enough money to help Soma himself will give them some, and they become addicted and want it more and more. Ina. Are all the members of the Soma family like this? Worried. Loki. Yes, for them it's all the violas you can get, even if you betray your friends or even sacrificing others, smiling. Ina was surprised by this. Loki. Did it help you Ina-chan, smiling. Ina. Yes, thank you very much, bowing. Loki. Hey, man. Eyes hum. Looking at Loki. Loki. How long will you be depressed? Why did your man run away? Let's update your status. Okay. Walking to the exit. A's. Understood, expressionless. Loki. I'm going to touch your skin. Smiling. A's. You do something strange and I'll split you in two, bowing to Ina. Ina also bowed in farewell. Ina. She's a very interesting goddess, isn't she? Looking at Riveria. Riveria. Interesting or not, she's much smarter than she looks, we all trust her, smiling. Ina. Even if they have to sacrifice others, thought. Outside the room Loki was heard screaming. You got to level 6. Ina spat out her coffee and Riveria was a little surprised. Hestia. Listen Belle-kun, are you sure your assistant is trustworthy? It would be. Belle. Hestia. I know it's wrong to say it, but I had to do it, think about it, your knife couldn't have been lost on its own, and those adventurers attacking her, it's already very suspicious, it would be. Belle lowered his head and his hair hid his eyes. He was going to open his mouth, but he closed it and smiled confidently and raised his head smiling. Belle Kami-sama, smiling. Belle the 7th floor. Confused, but just greetings from yesterday thanks to your magic weapon, looking at Lily, and from the 10th floor onwards, remembering the Minotaur, there are very strong monsters, seriously. Lily. Don't worry Belle-sama, you are very strong, and with your ice magic that you showed yesterday you are even stronger, I've been on the 10th floor, believe me you can go, smiling. Belle. So what are we waiting for? Smiling. Elsewhere. Aina looked at the file in her arms with concern, there she had the information about Lily and what she had just discovered about the Soma family. Aina. I really shouldn't be late, but I have to tell this to the goddess Hestia, I promised not to involve my personal life with my professional life, but I have to help Belle, but worried, huh? Aina turned to look at the look and saw the sword princess walking, Ace turned to look at her to see Aina, and they stared at each other. Belle and Lily were going down the stairs to go to the 10th floor. Lily. Thank you for accepting my plan. Smiling, it's a blessing to be someone like you's helper. Smiling. Belle. Oh. Well I guess at some point I had to go to the 7th floor, calmly. Lily. Well. Maybe I shouldn't say it but taking out a long blade from her backpack, with your current weapon, referring to Kuroyami, you don't have enough reach to fight against bigger monsters, smiling. Belle grabbed the blade and inspected it, it was beautiful to the naked eye and looked strong and sharp. Belle. A basilard. Okay, I'll use it, smiling. Belle was going to put the basilard on his wrist, but it didn't work, because he already had Kuroyami there. Belle grabbed Kuroyami without knowing what to do, Lily made a sign from her small bag of potions and Belle understood. He opened his bag and put his black knife there, and put the basilard on his wristband being covered by his green arm protector. Belle. Come on Lily. Smiling. Lily. Yes Belle-sama, smiling. With Aina. Ace. Save him. Confused. Aina. Yes, I want you to save the adventurer in my care, Wallenstein-san, bowing. I heard you saved him from a raging Minotaur on the 5th floor. Looking at Ace. Behind. And the Minotaur. Aina hi, her name is bellcranel, smiling. Ace twitched and looked at Aina in defeat. Ace. Is he scared of me? Remembering when they first met and when he stroked her head in the dungeon and Belle looked very nervous. Aina. Huh. Not at all. Waving her arms, he's very grateful for saving him, smiling. Ace. What a relief, smiling a little blushing. Aina looked at this surprised when she was going to say something they both heard an adventurer say. So the white-haired boy is about to be killed by Ard huh? Yes, you know what's going to happen. Don't screw up. We know. Aina. It won't be that, thinking. Ace. Is something wrong? Curious. Aina. Miss Wallenstein, I know this isn't good, but can I ask you a favor? It would be. Ace tilting his head. Belle was remembering something. Belle. Don't worry Kami-sama, smiling, I trust her happily. Hestia only trusted her son, what kind of goddess would she be if she didn't? Belle. So this is the 7th floor, looking around. Lily. Yes, this is our goal today, smiling. While Belle had already been in the different sections, now they were in the hardest area of the 7th floor, the place was all white, there were white leafless trees, and also white grass. Belle touched one of the trees with curiosity. Belle. Lily, what are these trees? Curious. Lily. They are landforms, they are very resistant trees, and a piece of it is worth 5 times what it costs, or it seems that we have company, it would be. Belle turned his gaze to see a monster bigger than him, probably a head or two taller than him, it was fat and green, it was an orc, the monster roared at seeing them, and grabbed one of the many trees that were on the ground, the monster pulled it out with great force, and swung it as if it were a sledgehammer, but Belle was surprised when the white tree transformed into a bat that the monster grabbed smiling. Belle. Can it turn into a bat? Confused. Lily Belle-sama. Here it comes. It would be. Belle reacted and watched closely as the orc headed towards him, and Belle also attacked. Hestia. What's up, Counselor-san, arranging some weapons on a shelf. After he bought that weapon made by Hephaestus herself, she gave him a job here to earn money and pay him the 200 million Valiski he owed. Hestia. Don't you have work to do at the guild? Do you have time to talk to me? Calm. Aina. I want to talk to you about Belle's assistant, it would be, I think she is. Dangerous. Belle killed another orc, many were appearing suddenly. Belle. Lily. Worried, where are you? Protecting himself, had the monsters taken her? Worried, I'll have to try to get Kuroyami out. Belle was going to take Kuroyami out of his pocket if it weren't for 2 arrows cutting through his bras and another arrow with a small rope grabbed her. Belle turned around in surprise and saw how Lily was on top of a rock looking at him indifferently. Lily. Excuse me Belle-sama, but you already told him everything, right? Remembering when she saw Belle talking to that adventurer. Lily saw out of the corner of her eye Belle talking to that guy. He had probably told her everything was what Lily thought, but she turned her gaze when the man spoke to her again and then took her bag of violas and forced her to leave. In the end, Lily could not see how Belle hit and humiliated the man brutally. Belle, what do you mean Lily? Blocking an attack. Lily. Well. That doesn't matter anymore, expressive, goodbye Belle-sama, leaving. Belle Lily. Lily. Being surrounded. Belle was surrounded by monsters, he was in a bad situation, but Belle heard something slimy fall to the floor. He heard the same thing 3 times. When he looked down he was terrified to see monster fat. The orc gang only tripled, increasing Belle's terror. Without realizing it he began to be surrounded by a white aura that little by little was turning red. Lily was running around with a distraught face, convincing herself that this was for the best. She had really grown attached to Belle. Lily took off her hat, revealing her beastman ears. Lily. The midnight bells ring. Cinderella instantly Lily's ears disappeared, showing that it was only a transformation magic. Lily had a look of anguish. Lily. Regretful, no. He is also an adventurer, I hate them so. Lily was taken out of her thoughts when she ran towards the surface with Kuroyami in her holster and secured something to the isotropicers. Lily was stunned for a moment but was shocked to hear a familiar show. Smiling, look who we have here, patting Lily, I knew you would soon get rid of that adventurer, so I followed them to question you when you escaped, smiling. Lily looked at him in terror. It was the same man who chased her in the alley. I'm surprised you decided on him, after all that day at the fountain he defended you, laughing. Lily was stunned, involuntarily tears began to flow from her eyes. Haha. He even hit me when I suggested that we kill you and take all your money, laughing, but look. You were the one who ended up killing him, smiling mockingly. Lily was just lying on the floor sobbing. The man got bored of this and ripped off her hood. From there her magic weapon fell, which was wrapped in a small blanket, and the man laughed. Damn. To think that you also had a magic weapon makes me think of the adventurous tales you must have killed and swindled to get this, smiling. Lily tried to escape by crawling, but the man kicked her again, throwing her a few meters. Before the boy could do anything more he had to grab a bag with a strange object inside. What the hell? Angry. The raccoon beast man appeared on the scene and looked indifferently at Lily and the boy. Behind him appeared 2 other Soma family members who also had bags with something inside. The man started to open one, and his gaze turned horrified when he saw that it was a baby killer ant. Raccoon. I see you already know what it is. Killer ant pups when they feel threatened make a strange noise to call the hive and ambush the adventurers, smiling. The other 2 guys behind him opened the bags, and there were also 2 more killer ant pups. Raccoon. Go away and you can live, kid, the brat's things belong to us, arrogant. The boy clicked his tongue and released a magic weapon that stuck in front of Lily, who looked at him with anguish. She would have used it if it weren't for the fact that she was in too much pain to be able to move. The raccoon man, seeing that the boy left, smiled arrogantly and grabbed Lily by the hair. Raccoon. Now that he's gone, give it to me, smiling. I know you have all your things in the gnome's house. Since that stupid house is under the guild's care, we can't attack it, but if we have the key, we can get the things out of there, smiling. Lily. No. I won't do it, with difficulty. Raccoon. I think you don't understand, look around you, smiling. Lily looked around and was terrified to see that they were surrounded by killer ants. Raccoon. If you give us the key, we'll take you to the surface and let you live. What do you say? Smiling. Lily. You promise, crying. The man just laughed and Lily with difficulty and crying took out a small necklace that had a key in it and gave it to the man while his henchman grabbed Lily's backpack and things as well as her magic knife. The man grabbed Lily by the head and held her as high as he could and smiled arrogantly. Raccoon. Look at the situation we're in, feigning sadness, we're surrounded and we need bait to escape so, smiling, help us live if you want. Throwing it. Lily fell face down on the floor and spat out blood. Lily and no, please, crying. The man and his henchmen laughed and left, leaving Lily alone surrounded by killer ants. Lily looked at the ceiling, exhausted. Lily. No. I regret nothing, just one thing, having betrayed Belle-sama's trust, crying, maybe, this is what I deserve for having betrayed the most person in the world, remembering her past. When Lily was little, her parents had gone to the dungeon to get money, but they had died very quickly. Lily had to become an adventurer to avoid dying, but being very weak she became a support. Lily had once escaped from the Soma family. She went with a couple of old people who kindly took her in. They had a flower shop, and Lily helped them with a red and pink dress, the same one she was wearing now, but before it was in perfect condition, now it was torn. One day, someone from the Soma family saw it. When Lily returned to the forest from shopping, she found the place destroyed and the old man all beaten up, being attended to by the old woman who was crying her eyes out. Lily was going to help him, but he slapped her away. Lily looked at them crying and could see it, again that same look of contempt, behind her school Joe roots, and turned to look trembling. They were adventurers from her family who had hit and destroyed the old man's stand. Inside Lily, a lot of hatred began to be born that day, and it continued to grow more and more. Lily just watched helplessly as the killer ant was about to eat her. I don't know why she heard a scream. Riet Mizu. Lily instantly looked surprised as a bit of ice stuck into the killer ant's head. Lily. Lily looked at him, with tears, but they were not tears of sadness, they were tears of happiness. She looked at Belle finishing off each and every one of the killer ants with fury. The killer ants did not have the slightest chance against Belle. In the end, Belle finished killing the last one before the expectant gaze of Lily. Belle turned to look at her, smiling, as if this had never happened. Belle. Lily, are you okay? Smiling. Lily. Belle-sama, what are you doing here? Crying. Belle. I couldn't see anything because of the fog. Smiling, but I think another adventurer came when you left and all the orcs around me disappeared. Smiling, that's why I was able to reach you in time. I'm glad I arrived. Smiling. Lily. Why? Crying. Belle. Lily. Why did you save me? Why didn't you abandon me? Belle. Lily. Didn't you realize I was cheating on you? You thought it was a joke that you stole the knife. Crying as she pulled out the knife and tried to hit Belle. Belle. Lily. Worried. Lily. What's wrong with you? Are you an idiot? Or a complete fool? Belle. Lily, calm down, putting her hands. Lily. I can't. You didn't notice. I lied to you about the amount of money I made from trading the magic stones. We didn't split the profits equally. It was 40 to 60. And sometimes I would get so greedy it would be 30 to 70. Crying, and when you asked me to pick up the items, I would tell you they cost twice as much as they were worth. I even said things about you behind your back, looking at Belle. Belle just stayed there kneeling, listening to her calmly and with his same smile as always. Lily. You don't understand. I'm a bad person. A thief. I'm the worst kind of hobbit. I've done nothing but lie to you. Even so, crying, will you still save me? Grabbing Belle by the armor. Belle. Yes, smiling. Lily. Why? Belle. Why? Are you a girl? A little blushing. Lily. Idiot. Again with that, you'll save any girl just because she's a woman. Crying, I can't believe it. I can't believe it, you're horrible. Balloping her head, Belle-sama, you're a complete womanizer. Pervert. Enemy of women. Belle was silent for a few seconds but smiled again. Belle. Then. It's because it's you, smiling. Lily A. Opening her eyes. Belle. I wanted to save you because it's you, I didn't want to leave you because it was you, smiling. Belle. I can't find another reason, smiling, I can't find another reason to save you. Lily looked at Belle with excitement, saying those words that she had been waiting for a long time. Belle. Lily. Let me protect you, smiling, if you have problems tell me, I'm an idiot so I can't understand you if you don't tell me, but I will save you, suggesting Lily. Lily knelt down and hugged Belle apologizing. Lily. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Crying. Belle. Yes, hugging her, I will protect you, looking at the tunnel exit with indifference. Minutes before. After someone came to help him, Belle ran towards Lily's direction. Any other time he would be angry with her, but he could see it, in her eyes there was a great sadness when she left him. When I arrived I heard some screams and saw the man who bothered Lily in the alley screaming. I was going to follow him, I don't know why I heard something on the other side. Belle went and could only watch the man take a key from Lily and then use it as bait for the killer ants. Belle exploded. When the man left there laughing arrogantly along with his henchmen, they heard a scream, they turned to see, and one of the solos had a shocked look. Raccoon. Hey you. What's wrong, we have an escape. The Raccoon was in shock when he saw his henchman fall to the ground and blood began to flow from his neck. There was a throwing knife in the one that had killed him. The Raccoon heard another scream and turned to look and could only see the headless body of his other henchman. The Raccoon was in shock and began to back away in fear. In the darkness something could be seen, red eyes that asked for blood. Belle was angry. Ah. Belle was in front of Ina. Belle. Sorry Ina, scratching her head, I lost your protector, sighing. Ina. Don't worry, it's okay if you're okay, smiling. Lily was waiting at the fountain with a sad look, she heard someone running and looked with excitement, but it was just a novice adventurer similar to Belle. Lily bowed her head sadly but. Miss Assistant. Smiling. Lily opened her eyes and turned her gaze, there she saw him. Belle. Are you looking for an adventurer? Smiling. Lily looked at him almost on the verge of tears. Belle. Don't you understand? Crouching down, I'm an adventurer who needs a helper to make himself known, smiling. Lily Belle-sama, shedding a tear. Belle, would you like to accompany you to the dungeon? Lily, extending his hand, smiling. Lily. Yes Belle-sama, blushing grabbing her hand. Belle smiled and stood up next to Lily, both of them walked to the dungeon smiling happily. Yesterday after Belle went after Lily. Baze put away his sword with a sigh of disappointment. Baze. I couldn't talk to him again, sad remembering Belle, turning to look. On the white grass of floor 7 was a jade green bracelet belonging to a certain white-haired adventurer who I couldn't help but feel something strange about. Baze grabbed him blushing and hugged him. Baze Belle, smiling. It was already night after Belle rescued Lily and after she started to feel something for Belle, they left the dungeon, or rather, Belle left the dungeon carrying a sleeping Lily in his arms from crying so much. Belle took out a necklace with a key from his pocket that had a little blood on it and cleaned it. He had put Lily's house as a hood and he had his backpack on his back as well as his magic weapon. Belle went to the Momo's house where he asked him to let him in to leave Lily in her room, to which the gnome only accepted. The gnome's house was actually a kind of hotel where you can also keep your belongings. There the manager was a very calm gnome. He had a kind of alliance with the guild where they gave him protection, but that's another story. Belle left Lily in her bed and on her nightstand. He left his key and magic weapon and left there in silence. I had a matter to attend to. Night. The man with blue hair tied in a ponytail with a lock sticking out was sleeping peacefully in a room of his family's house. He was not from the Soma family, but he still wanted Lily's treasure, and he was the one who had destroyed the elderly's flower shop just because he found it fun to see Lily suffer, but it seems that's over. The man was suddenly hit in the stomach and grabbed tightly by the hair. Someone pulled him and stuck a knife in his throat and threw him face down to the ground. His shoulder spat out blood and he grabbed his neck in terror, trying to stop the blood from coming out, and so he could see him trembling in front of him. There was the one who promised and came to fulfill the promise. There you could see sitting in an open window white-haired boy wearing a strange navy blue suit with a hood which had a peak at the end. It is a dress. Belle. The moon looks beautiful tonight, calmly taking off his hood. The man extended his arm towards Belle, looking at him helplessly, but he couldn't do anything. He felt like his life was slowly slipping away from him. Belle. I told you to leave her alone, remember what I said would happen if you didn't. Looking at him. The man remembered when Belle punched him in the stomach and promised to kill him if he bothered Lily again. That only terrified the man more. Belle. Seems so, well that doesn't matter now, sayonara, leaving a falcon feather on the man's back. Suddenly the door was opened. There were members of the man's family who had heard something heavy fall from the man's room and had come to see quickly, but there he was. His brother, on the floor extending his arm to the open window where there was nothing. They saw how on his brother's back there was a falcon feather. They quickly went to help him, but it was too late. The floor was dripping with blood, the blood of his deceased brother. They looked at his throat. There was a silver blade with a strange symbol at the beginning of the blade. It was a rabbit. In front of the rabbit there were 2 long knife blades. Belle calmly looked at a poster in the guild. Apparently they had found 3 bodies of dead adventurers from the Soma family. It was a raccoon man and 2 other humans following him, but there was something strange for which the guild was giving the notice. They had marks of human murder, not monster, and more importantly they had buried blades with a strange logo of a rabbit with 2 knives. The guild called it the hunter rabbit. Besides that, another family had also announced a similar case of one of their members killed with a blade with the same logo. Belle just watched this in silence and left without saying anything. Baze Wallenstein. 08. In the Tower of Babel, on the highest floor where a certain silver-haired goddess in a revealing outfit looked at Belle with a smile. Freya. He has become stronger, smiling, his light is brighter than before, but, frowning, there is a stain that stands in the way, remembering when Belle almost died by the Minotaur. He will be stronger, one day he will be strong enough to get rid of that stain, however. That shell can only be broken with the help of another, serious, adventure. Freya. I leave it in your hands, Otter, smiling. Lily and Belle were walking through Orario calmly. Lily was wearing her normal outfit, but a different hood than before. This one was much shorter and pink with white. She had the hood back revealing small beast man ears. NT. Forgive my ignorance, but can someone tell me what Lily's race is when she's transformed into beastman? I'd really appreciate it. Belle looked closely and curiously at Lily's ears that were moving a little. Without realizing it, he began to touch them gently. Lily blushed when she felt his touch. Lily Belle alone, shy. Belle. I am sorry, it was unintentional, scratching the back of his neck. Belle looked at Lily who was embarrassed looking at the floor with a blush on her face, while her tail moved happily from side to side. NT. Looks adorable, you have to admit. Belle. I didn't know you could use a spell to transform, surprised. Lily. Yes. If no one knows about my ability, now no one will be able to recognize me, smiling. If they don't see me for a while, they will probably think that I have died in the dungeon, looking at Belle. Belle. I understand, but is that okay? Worried. Lily. Hi. As long as you're the one who knows, that's enough for me, Belle-sama, happy. Also, are you sure about this? Worried. Belle. Confused. Lily. I was cheating on you, I took advantage of your kindness, and I betrayed you, looking away sadly. If you just forgive me like that, sadly. Belle. Don't worry, smiling, come on. Happy. Lily smiled and nodded as she walked alongside Belle. In the Twilight Mansion. Baze was sitting in the large dining room eating a little animatedly, enough for people to notice and be surprised. The most surprised were Lefiya, Tiona and Tyan, who were friends of A's. Lefiya was an elf with orange blonde hair tied in a high ponytail, with blue eyes, and an outfit that consisted mainly of pink. Tyan was an Amazon with long black hair, she had a large bust and a somewhat serious look. Next to her was her sister, Tiona, who was the exact opposite, her hair was shorter, her bust a little flat XD, she was cheerful and optimistic, in a certain way like Belle. They all looked at each other with doubt, not knowing what to ask until Tyan dared to ask. Tyan. Behind. Nervous. A's hum. Smiling slightly. The girls only got more nervous because of A's small smile. Tyan. Well, may I know why you're so happy? Smiling. Eyes A. Silly way. Tiona. Yes, since this morning your face has become a little more expressive and you look happier, smiling. Nina, don't tell me it's a boy. Smiling. A's started to imagine Belle smiling and corrected Tiona. A's. Is a rabbit with a faint pink tint on his cheeks. All. A. Belle and Lily were in front of Hestia, who looked seriously at a nervous Lily. Belle, not wanting to get into this, came up with a way to escape. Belle. I'll go make some tea, smiling, okay. But we only have 2 cups, thoughtful. Hestia. Don't worry, Belle. We share a cup. Smiling confidently. Belle. Sure, playing it down, I'll make the tea, going to the kitchen. Hestia A. Blushing. Lily. It seems that Hestia-sama got the joke back, laughing slightly. Hestia's vein twitched and she took a deep breath. Hestia. Well, let's begin, it would be, let's hear what your intentions are. Miss Assistant, do you swear you won't make the same mistake again? It would be. Lily. Hi, I swear, to you, to Belle-sama, and above all, to myself. Hestia looked directly into her eyes with attention. Lily. Belle-sama saved me, I won't betray him again, would be, I don't want to do it, looking at Hestia. Hestia. Okay, I understand, smiling. Lily. Huh. Just like that. Surprised. Hestia. Lily, you can't lie to a god, much less to the goddess of the bonfire and the hearth, smiling, so I trust you. Lily sighed in relief, but Hestia sat down in front of Lily. Hestia. I'll be honest, Miss Assistant, I don't like you, it would be, if you lied to Belle many times, and now you're trying to win him over, I really don't like you, looking at Lily. Lily lowered her head a little. Hestia. Don't put on that sad face, sighing, I suppose Belle is very kind and refused to blame you for everything, so now you feel guilty, sighing, since Belle is too kind I will judge you instead of Belle, it would be. Lily's ears drooped like a scolded puppy and she just waited intently to hear what Hestia was going to say. Hestia. Please take care of Belle-kun, smiling. Lily A. Surprised. Hestia. Belle is very kind, watch over Belle so that no one else deceives him, and let it be clear that I am not doing this for you. But without you I am sure that Belle will let himself be deceived by someone else, sighing, and in the end the guilt will only depend on whether you are able to forgive yourself or not, it would be, if you have really changed, then show it with your actions, looking at Lily. Lily. Hi Hestia-sama. Bowing. Hestia. And let it be clear. Belle-kun is my. Belle. I'm back, smiling. Hestia and Lily looked at Belle for a moment and Hestia whispered to Lily. Hestia. Remember not to meddle where you are not called, whispering to Lily. Lily's cheeks formed and she nodded. Belle Sinto the Esp. Belle was interrupted when Hestia hugged his arm tightly against her generous bust and imprisoned him there. Belle K. Kami-sama, blushing. Hestia. So once again, it's a pleasure, Miss Assistant, smiling. I heard that you are very kind to my Belle-kun, smiling arrogantly. You joined us very late, Assistant, so don't lay your hands on Belle-kun. Thieving cat. Lily opened her mouth in surprise, somehow she knew what Hestia had just told her. Lily gained confidence and took off her hood smiling and hugged Belle's other arm, pressing her modest B-cup bust, making him blush. Lily. No, Belle-sama is also very kind to me, smiling, for Belle-sama to overcome any obstacle, even if she is a goddess, looking at Hestia. Hestia and Lily looked at each other with rivalry. Belle could swear he saw rays coming out of their eyes. At that moment Belle remembered some wise words that both his grandfather and teacher taught him. Flashback. We can see two little Belles. One of them was sitting on his grandfather's lap while he was reading him a story about heroes. The other was sitting on a rock listening attentively to his teacher. Grandfather, Zeus. And remember Belle. Honor. Never. Grandfather, Zeus. Never. Both. Get into a women's fight. Grandfather, Zeus. You are risking your life, my grandson. Honor. When you have your harem, never get involved in their fights. Belle, seriously. Belle. What is a harem? Confused. Grandfather, Zeus. I'm glad you asked, Belle. Honor. A harem is. Then flashback. Belle shook his head trying to forget about it. When he asked his grandfather he explained in detail what a harem was, a lot of detail that day Belle's innocence almost died and ended up dying when he asked his teacher the same thing again and he answered almost the same. Belle. I forgot. Running nervously, I have to meet Ina-san at the guild. Leaving the church. Hestia Lily Belle-kun. Belle-sama. Comics. They both looked at me with hatred again. Hestia. Belle-kun ran away because of you. Flat chest. Lily. What? You were doing the same thing. Cow breasts. Belle just smiled nervously and went straight to the guild to talk to Ina. Already in the guild. Belle. Let's see, where is Ina-san, looking around. Ina. Belle-kun. Belle Ina. Stone. There at a secluded table was Ina talking animatedly with someone. Belle could see a very familiar blonde hair. Belle and Aze looked into each other's eyes for a second. Aze blushed slightly as did Belle. Belle. Belle.exe has stopped working. Belle on autopilot left the guild walking calmly and with a silly face. Ina. Belle-kun. Belle accidentally tripped and collided with another man from the Ganecha family. Man. What's wrong? Belle. Sorry I tripped, sorry. Aze quickly jumped out of her seat before Belle ran off on his knees and landed in front of her on his back. Just at that moment Belle was about to continue running and accidentally placed his face on Aze's butt under her skirt. Aze was overexcited for a moment when she felt Belle's face back there, but she didn't do anything. She stood there in shock with a small blush on her cheeks. Belle slowly separated in shock and let out a small squeal as he turned to look at Ina with a hand over his mouth. Ina shook her head at the funny and indecent way of greeting the sword princess. Aze reacted a few seconds later and looked at Belle with a small pout. Aze Belle. Pervert, blushing. Belle. Sorry. Bowing. Ina Belle, it's disrespectful of you to run away like that, sighing. Belle. Sorry, but it's just that, blushing, turning to look at Aze. Ina. Miss Wallenstein said she wanted to talk to you. Aze was sitting on the couch while Belle was standing next to her like a soldier. Aze. You were recently attacked by orcs in the dungeon, wasn't that true? Looking at Belle. Confused. Belle was staring into space while his mind thought of only one thing. Belle. They were white, they smelled good, lost look. Aze looked at him confused, not knowing what he was thinking, but Ina looked at him suspiciously and pinched him on his torso, pretending not to do anything. Belle. Ouch. Why is that foo-ah? Ina smiled innocently and looked back at Belle. Ina. Wallenstein-san, I ask you if you were recently attacked by orcs in the dungeon. Belle, smiling, what were you thinking, umbrella? Belle. No nothing, blushing. Aze looked jealous at Belle and Ina's interaction, they seemed like a couple in a way. Belle. Ah. Right, answering your question, yes, recently I was attacked by orcs, but someone saved me. Why the question? Confused. Aze. I found this when you ran away, I think it's yours, taking out the green bracelet. Ina. That's it, surprised. Belle. Hey, so it was you who saved me, surprised, grabbing the bracelet. Aze. I couldn't apologize before, not even when we met in the dungeon on the 5th floor, standing up, you hurt yourself because I let that Minotaur escape, I'm sorry, bowing sadly. Belle. And don't worry about that. Look, I'm fine, smiling, you were the one who saved me, so don't blame yourself. Aze-san, grabbing her by the shoulders. Aze looked at him in the eyes, a little blushed, and Belle also blushed, but much more. Aze tilted her head smiling, and Belle blushed like a tomato, releasing smoke from her head and smiled foolishly. Ina, who was watching them from afar, smiled and wished Belle luck, but a thought struck her in the head. Ina, wasn't he engaged to the goddess Hestia? Turned to look. Ina quickly turned to look at Belle and Aze, but they were already leaving the guild, smiling. Aze. You're working really hard in the dungeon, aren't you? Looking at Belle. Belle. Aze. It's amazing that you're already on the 10th floor so quickly, smiling slightly. Belle. No, that's not right. I want to be stronger. I still have a long way to go, sadly. I can't achieve my goals with my strength, sighing. Aze. Don't you have a teacher who can teach you how to fight? Looking at Belle. Belle. And no, discouraged. Baze was having an internal debate until she and Minnie Aze nodded. Baze. And how about I teach you, looking at Belle. Belle. With a funny face. It was morning at noon, the sun was just rising. Belle and Aze were on the Orario well at the top of it. Belle. And what are we going to do next? Nodding his head. Aze. I've been thinking about it since yesterday, but your weapon is a knife, right? Or do you attack with kicks or some martial style? Looking at Belle. Belle. No, shaking his head. Aze. I see, can I see your knife? Looking at Belle. Belle hi, giving him the bastard. Aze inspected her a bit and started making weird poses. Aze. Like this, striking a pose, or like this. Striking another one, like this maybe. Another one. Belle. Is there something wrong with his head? And I'm droplet, sorry, approaching, I think we should. Belle was interrupted when Aze unleashed a vertical kick that hit him in the face and sent him flying 20 meters. Aze looked at him in surprise and ran to help him with clear concern on her face. Belle opened his eyes slightly and looked at Aze. Belle. I knew it, he's crazy, fainting. Belle woke up slowly, he felt a warm feeling in his head and smiled. He opened his eyes and found Aze looking into his eyes with a slight smile. Belle couldn't help but blush massively at this and stood up as quickly as he could. This is. Let's train, okay. Looking away. Aze nodded calmly and stood up from the floor grabbing her sword. Aze. Why don't we fight? Calmly. Belle. Confused. Aze. Let's have a friendly duel, so I can see your fighting style and help you improve. Don't worry, I'll only use the desperate sword shop. Despite being a friendly duel, I am not good at controlling myself, taking desperate out of its sheath and leaving it leaning against a wall. Aze grabbed her blue sheath in front of her and Belle instinctively imitated her, only he took out his black knife. Aze looked somewhat surprised as the blade flashed for a moment on the edge, giving her a small shiver. Aze. Perfect, you have reacted perfectly, learn to feel things in battle, that way you will learn to fight by force, even if you want to or not, walking in the lair towards Belle. Belle took a few steps back, looking intently at Aze. Aze. Belle, you are brave, but that bravery dies for something you are afraid of. Belle opened his eyes, a fleeting memory of the Minotaur invaded his mind, where he felt terror and helplessness about to be killed. If it weren't for Aze he would be dead. Belle squeezed Kuroyami tightly and tried to attack Aze, who easily blocked him and hit him with her fist where she was holding the blue sheath. Aze. Don't get distracted, would be. Belle clutched his jaw in pain and Aze suddenly appeared behind him. Aze. Don't create blind spots. Aze tried to attack Belle from behind but was surprised to see that Belle easily deflected it and tried to kick her in the left leg. Aze reacted late and had to block the kick with her sheath, which sent her a little far away. Aze elegantly turned in the air and landed without difficulty on the ground. Aze quickly stood up but was surprised when Belle tried to throw a high kick to her face, which she easily deflected and hit him in the chest of his armor with her sword sheath. Belle. Shit. Even with the armor those hits hurt like hell, bearing the pain. Belle lunged at Aze and Aze gave him a vertical slash on his left rib. Belle took the blow, surprising Aze. Instead, he prepared a slash that passed close to Aze's face. Aze hit him in the arm and leg with great speed and moved away from Belle, who knelt down in pain. Aze. You have technique and strategy, but you focus more on hurting your opponent, even if you also end up hurt. It's a good strategy against a single opponent, but against many it's a terrible idea. Looking at Belle. Belle. You have, Sabandus. Aze. Can you continue? Tilts head. Belle. Heh, standing up, I would do this all day, putting on a fighting stance. Aze. Belle, would be. Belle. Hi. Confused. Aze. Don't hold back, it would be. Belle. Ah, what do you mean, nervous? Aze. You're holding back, please don't do it, fight with everything. Belle, in fighting pose. Belle sighed slowly and nodded. He didn't want to use his fighting style because it wasn't a fighting style, but rather a murder style. Belle was trained to kill since he was a child. His style was based on quick and precise blows to vital points of the human body to cause a quick or slow death, depending on what Belle chooses. Belle rushed towards Aze and tried to hit him with the sheath of his sword on the head. In that instant Aze saw him. Belle's eyes were not like before, they were cold and dead, they focused on only one thing, Belle was going to kill. Belle ducked down quickly and tried to stab Aze in the liver. Aze, with speed worthy of his level, hit Belle with a horizontal slash to the head and they stood still. Belle's knife was seconds away from touching his stomach, but he stood still. Belle. Also, Des Melendez. Aze. Belle. Otter, considered the strongest adventurer in all of Orario, currently being the only level 7 adventurer in the world, better known by his two nicknames, Otter the Warlord being the strongest son of Freya and Otter the King being the strongest adventurer in the world, is a tall man with brown hair and great muscles. Otter is a beast man, specifically he was a boar man, current captain of the Freya family, right now he was on the 17th floor, killing several minotaurs with a great butcher's sword. Otter. It's not enough they are too weak to comply with Freya's order. Sama, looking at the ceiling, turning to look. Otter heard heavy footsteps and turned to see, it was a Minotaur, but this one was somehow different from the others. The Minotaur's weapon granted by his mother to the dungeon was stained with blood of an unfortunate adventurer who had the misfortune to fight against him. Otter HMP, you seem a little strong, let's see, in front of the Minotaur. The Minotaur roared in anger and tried to hit Otter with his stone weapon. He was surprised when Otter easily grabbed it with one hand. Otter. Excellent, I choose you, smiling slightly. Otter broke the Minotaur's weapon into 1,000 pieces with only his strength, and the Minotaur retreated slightly. He knew he had no chance against the adventurer in front of him. Otter had another butcher sword identical to his own on his back. He grabbed the weapon and threw it at the Minotaur. Otter. Control this, seriously. The Minotaur slowly but surely grabbed the broadsword and brandished it in anger while Otter laughed softly. Ooh. Belle was on the 7th floor of the dungeon with Lily, who was already wearing her normal outfit and her armor. Belle felt something strange and turned to look at the entrance to the 7th floor. Lily. Belle-sama, where will we go today? Curious. Belle. Oh. How about we take a day off? I was thinking of going much deeper this time, smiling. Lily. I'm so sorry you're taking the day off for me, sadly. Belle. It's not your fault, smiling, looking for a place to stay, right? Besides, I have something to do too, smiling. Lily. Belle-sama. Why do you always come back a little tired in the morning and are beaten up before you come to the dungeon? Curious. Belle. Well ugh. Holding his rib, haha, scratching the back of his neck. Lily. And I'm Droplet. Suddenly they both heard monsters screaming and turned to see, they were small monsters similar to demons with grey skin and very thin. Belle. Lily. Apertate, seriously. Lily. Hi Belle-sama, Coriendo. Belle unsheathed Kuroyami and saw how more and more important people appeared, leaving him surrounded. An important person was going to attack him if it weren't for a small arrow that embedded itself in the ground, and another one, a shower of arrows, blocked the passage of the imp and hit some of them, killing them. Belle. Thanks Lily. Smiling. Lily was behind him standing on a rock smiling. He had a small wrist crossbow which by pulling and releasing the string, would automatically fire an arrow. Belle began to cut the imps left and right, who had no chance against Belle. Belle threw a high kick to the jaw of one and an axe kick to the head of another. With his knife he cut the stomach of one and hit him in the nose with his knee. The imp rose from the ground a few meters and was grabbed by the leg by Belle, who smiled a little and began to use the print as a sledgehammer hitting the others. Belle blocked with his knee the color of another imp who tackled him from behind and hit him with a vertical kick that ripped his head off and killed him without problems. An imp managed to grab onto Belle's arm and another one tried to attack him by jumping directly at him. Belle hit the imp's head with his head and with a high kick like Ace's, he hit the imp's head and threw him several meters, killing him with a strong blow. Belle began to cut and kick monsters left and right. Lily could not help but compare it to an Almrage, rabbit monsters with white fur and red eyes that have a small weapon in their hand, mostly a knife, and fight by kicking. Lily looked away, covering her mouth, trying not to laugh at the thought of Belle with bunny ears and an Almrage. Belle continued fighting. He saw out of the corner of his eye how 3 other imp jumped to attack him, and Belle put his knife in front of them. The ruins of Kuroyami began to shine with that beautiful blue, and Belle killed each of them with 3 cuts. Belle remembered Ace's words. Belle. Pay attention to your surroundings, don't create blind spots, serious. The imp, seeing that they had no chance, began to retreat, but luckily for them and bad luck for Belle, a group of orcs appeared, which looked at Belle with bloodlust. Belle. This is getting dangerous, seriously. Lily. What if we escape to regroup later? Looking at Belle. Belle. No, remembering Ace, if I keep being scared, I'll never be able to reach her, serious. Belle leaped straight at the orcs with his knife ready for the slaughter. Belle. I want to reach her no matter how. Cutting an orc. Elsewhere. Otter was calmly looking at the Minotaur. Otter's blade had a spike of blood from the monster he was training. The Minotaur looked tired and with several wounds, while Otter was totally unharmed without any problem. The monster tried to cut Otter, but he blocked it as if he were a simple insect. NT. References XD. The Minotaur got angry and went to charge directly at Otter with both horns. The monster smiled as it charged at him and trapped him against a wall. Otter remained calm. To the Minotaur's surprise, Otter began to press his muscles, marking them more than they already were. The pressure caused one of the Minotaur's horns, considered one of the hardest things in the dungeon, to break as if it were a twig. The Minotaur fell to the ground, clutching the place where one of his majestic horns had been in pain. He quickly grabbed the butcher's sword that Otter threw at him and looked at him. Otter the best with severity and ordered him. Otter. Get up, seriously. The Minotaur closed his eyes and tried to cut Otter with great speed. Otter blocked the cut and kicked the Minotaur in the face, holding back a lot of strength to avoid killing him. The Minotaur looked at him with anger and tried to cut him again with his great sword. Ah. Belle and Ace were on the wall. The sun was already rising, giving the Orario its first rays of light. Belle and Ace were fighting nimbly and masterfully. Although Ace tried to contain himself as much as he could, he had to admit that Belle was growing by leaps and bounds. He could literally see his abnormal growth. 2 hours ago he was fighting like a mid-level novice, now he almost looked like a level 2. Ace hit Belle with his sheath in the face, and Belle held it in pain, but he had to quickly block another horizontal attack from Ace, who tried to hit him in the head, but was surprised when he kicked him hard and threw him to the ground. The kick knocked Belle out. Minutes later, Belle woke up comfortably. He watched as Ace was giving him another lap pillow while stroking his head. Ace looked at him for a moment before Belle quickly jumped up blushing. Ace, Belle, don't you like me doing this? Sad. Belle? What? It's not that. Of course I like it. Huh. Realizing what he said, blushing. Ace. Then why do you always wake up so excited? Looking at Belle. Belle. It's not that it bothers me, but I get a little nervous when someone does that, sadly. Ace. Should I stop doing it? Lowering his head. Belle. Huh. No. 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 Waving his hands, but please only do it when I'm passed out, sighing. Ace. Oh. So I can only do it when you're passed out. With a twinkle in her eyes. Belle. Huh. Ace, why are you looking at me like you want to make me faint, nervous? Ace. It's just your imagination, let's keep fighting, stopping, making our rabbit nervous. It had been a while since they were training. Ace had fainted many times to Belle going a little more serious. Thanks to that he was able to give her many lap pillows to the happiness of this and mini Ace, which nodded her head in approval mode to her big self. Belle opened his eyes for the 8th time. He looked at him looking at an image already familiar to him. Ace looked at him calmly, without being able to avoid a small smile at having Belle on his legs. Belle stood up slowly and apologized. Belle. Sorry, I fainted again, sighing. Ace. Don't worry, I like that, smiling. Belle. Don't say that, sighing. Ace. Belle, may I ask, how do you get stronger and faster in such a short time? Looking at Belle. Belle. I'm not strong, looking at the floor. Ace looked at him carefully, squinting her eyes a little at Belle's words. Belle. Let's see, there's someone I want to reach, smiling slightly, and a place I want to reach no matter what, a blushed beak, and a promise to keep, I think that's why, looking at Ace. Ace opened her mouth slightly in surprise at Belle's words. Ace. I see, I understand you too, looking up at the sky. Ace gave a small yawn which she quickly hid, believing that Belle didn't notice. Ace. I know, let's practice sleeping, looking at Belle. Belle. Ah. Ace. In the dungeon you should be able to fall asleep anywhere and anytime. Belle. You're sleepy, aren't you? Smiling. Ace. It's training. Makes his face like Belle's. Belle. Hi, how close? Nervous. Ace lay down on the floor, quickly closing her eyes and falling asleep in seconds. Belle. That was very fast. Belle looked at him with hesitation, but ended up lying down next to Ace a little nervous. He trembled a little when he felt the cold air hitting his face. Belle. It's cold, huh? In shock. Ace was hugging him. Belle went into tomato mode and looked at Ace, who was lying comfortably on his chest. He could even swear that she settled down. Ace was deeply asleep with an almost imperceptible blush on her cheeks. As it was cold, her body immediately looked for the nearest source of heat, and Belle was lucky enough to be that source of heat. Belle, why are you so nervous? Kami-sama always does the same thing. Sweating profusely. Ace brought her face close to Belle's, being on the verge of kissing. Belle couldn't help but look at her lips. Next to her in a bright pink light appeared a floating ball with her grandfather's mustache and beard. Grandfather, Zeus. What are you waiting for, Belle? Kiss her. Belle. Huh. But that's wrong, sadly. Grandpa, Zeus, come on. A real man always goes after a woman when she's asleep. It's unacceptable that you're doing nothing in this situation. Come on. Pushing his head. Belle. Hey. About to kiss her. When Belle was about to kiss Ace, he was stopped by a blue light that stopped him. Wait, Belle-kun. I can't believe you're the kind of guy who goes after a sleeping woman. Also Hestia. Hestia. I'm not going to let you push me away. Pushing him. The little pink bowl with the grandfather's beard began to push Hestia to the side. Grandfather, Zeus. This is a battle of men. In the end they both started to fight and ended up exploding in Belle's head. Belle. Sighing, I won't do anything, separating Ace from him and standing up, he would kill me if he realized that. Belle accidentally tripped over his Basilard's holster which had fallen due to a lunge from Ace during his training. Belle ended up falling next to Ace again, who, just like before, hugged him as if he were a stuffed animal. Belle sighed and hugged Ace by the waist. Honestly, he was also sleepy and it was his day off, so nothing was stopping him from enjoying it. Ace. Bunny. Hugging him tightly. Belle. I don't know what hurts more, my pride or my bones, in pain. Ace was hugging him very hard. On the 18th floor, the Minotaur was breathing heavily, but with a smile on his face. Otter was standing in front of her smiling. Otter's sword was broken, the Minotaur had managed to break it after a long round and training. Otter. Are you ready? Smiling. Bugr. Belle and Ace were walking around the Orario blushing. Ace woke up a few minutes ago, it was a little late, it was funny how they woke up. Flashback. Belle and Ace were slowly opening their eyes, both looking into each other's half-asleep eyes. Belle. Oh. Is it a dream? If so, then I won't move, hugging Ace tightly. Ace. Is it Belle? No. He is too shy to do this, is it a dream? Tightening her grip on Belle. They both stayed in this position for a second until they saw where they were. Both. We were training, it's not a dream. Excited. Bellido Ace. Blushing. Ace H high, Sonarhata. Belle. Why are we burning? Smoke coming out of him. Ace. I don't know, looking away. They both remained in an awkward silence, still embracing each other, not knowing what to say, until something sounded. D-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R. D-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R. Ace and Belle's stomachs had spoken V. Then flashback. Belle. W. Where will we go? Ace, blushing. Ace. We'll go eat something, there's a good food stand here, don't worry, I'll pay, silently. Belle. You don't have violas, do you? Smiling. Ace shook her head in disappointment, but Belle gave her a small punch on the shoulder. Belle. Then I'll pay. Happy, let's go. Walking beside her. Ace looked at him with a sparkle in her eyes, that cheerful and fun attitude reminded her of her father. They both arrived at a small stand of Jug American, Belle's favorite food to his joy. Ace. 2 fries with red bean cream, please, expressive. Belle turned to look at the saleswoman and was shocked to see that it was Hestia. Hestia was bowing in greeting. Hestia. Welcome A, in shock. Belle and Hestia stood in shock looking at each other, while Ace seemed to think something. Ace. With extra cream please, expressionless, huh? Confused. Ace turned to see how Belle and Hestia were looking at each other in shock. To Ace's surprise, Hestia launched herself at Belle, jumping over the food bar and pulling him by the head while she was riding on it, grabbing Belle's waist with her legs. People watched a funny scene with a smile while Ace looked at them expressionlessly, while inside Mini Ace was doing beauty magic towards Hestia quite jealous. Belle Kami-sama. Calm down, avoiding falling. Hestia. Every time you go with a different girl, damn it, and now, crying comically, finally of all people you're with this woman. Looking sideways at Ace. Belle could only apologize several times to his goddess. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The sun was already beginning to set in the morning, the sky was tinged with orange. In one of the many alleys of the place Belle and Ace were standing in front of Hestia, who had her back to them. Hestia. So this will last 2 more days, right? Annoyed. Belle hi. That's all until the Loki family begins the next expedition, please goddess. Pleading. Hestia sighed heavily and looked at Belle. Hestia. It's okay, sighing. Belle, thank you Kami-sama. Smiling. Hestia felt but turned to look with a withering look at Ace. Hestia. Wallen whatever. If you try anything with my Belle-kun, there's no deal, pointing at Ace. Ace hi, expressionless. Hestia. You are not allowed to seduce Belle. Ace. What? Confused. Hestia. You won't lay a hand on Belle. Ace understood this as meaning that she shouldn't hurt Belle too much in training and looked at Hestia with doubt. Ace. But that's what training is about, confused. Hestia misinterpreted this and glared at both of them. Hestia ah. Annoyed. Belle. Shit. Ace. You have a good goddess, don't you? Whispering in Belle's ear. Belle hi, whispering. Hestia looked at them with more jealousy for their murmured conversation. Hestia. Hey. Angry. My adventure. 09. Belle stared in shock at a guild announcement as people murmured around him. Level 6. I heard that she defeated a floor boss alone. Which? Oh my god. The boss of the 37th floor. Incredible. Belle recalled a short conversation he had with Ina. Ina. I think it was on the 37th floor, she defeated a floor boss by herself. Belle. Her alone. In shock. Ina. Normally a large group of expert adventurers is needed, but even then it is difficult to defeat one. The lower the floor, the stronger the boss will be. You can't compare yourself to her. Belle. I've never heard anything like that. Sad. Miss Wallenstein is special. That was the conversation that Belle and Ina had. Right now Belle was on the Orario wall next to Ace. They were in one of their friendly fights, in which Ace had the clear advantage. If it weren't for Ace holding back, Belle was sure that he would finish him quickly and easily, that taking into account that he won't use his magic aerial, and if he did use it, Belle would be defeated in less than a second. That was something that frustrated Belle, although he knew that he had barely been an adventurer less than a month ago, and Ace had been one for almost 11 years, considering that she had been an adventurer since she was 5 and is now 16, something that only increased Ace's fame and her suitors, to Belle's concern. He knew that he couldn't complain or get angry about it because he was one of those many, although he had never expressed his love to Ace. Belle sighed, he wanted to get closer to her even if it was just a little, he wanted to get closer to her. Belle and Ace clashed weapons at high speed. Ace managed to block a blow from Belle and hit him with a kick to the chin that knocked him off the ground a few meters and sent him flying. Ace was going to give him a happy lap pillow, but was slightly surprised when he saw Belle get up breathing heavily. Belle. Please again. Holding his bastard. Ace could see it, she couldn't help but see herself reflected in Belle when she was only 8 years old but was desperate to become strong at any cost. But there was something different. Belle showed great determination and willpower, just like her, but she could clearly guess that his intentions to become strong weren't bad, not like theirs. Revenge, towards that monster who killed her father and captured her mother. Ace was taken out of her thoughts when she was surprised by Belle who attacked her with a surprise attack. Ace counterattacked by instinct but did not measure her strength. Belle was surprised when a strong blow to the stomach knocked him out of the fight. Belle walked around anxiously, it was easy to see on his face, but he was also alert, something or someone was watching him. He felt that strange feeling many times, both on the street among the crowd or at the top of the Tower of Babel. He didn't know who or what it was, but something had set its sights on him, and it was better not to know for the moment, Belle supposed. He sighed heavily but was brought out of his thoughts when he heard someone calling him in the distance. Belle-san. Belle. Turning to see. Belle blushed a little at the sight of Sir hugging his arm with a small pink tint on her cheeks and smiling at him innocently, a smile Belle knew well. Belle. What do you need? Sighing. Belle. If I let myself be convinced of this, with a twitch in his eye. Belle was at the fertility hostess's sink. Sir had convinced forced him to do the dishes for her, speaking of the devil. She stood in the doorway looking at him with an innocent smile. Sir. I'm sorry, I ran away from work to rest. I was resting from work and my mom scolded me, and as punishment, looking at the dishes. Belle. That has nothing to do with me, sighing. Sir. Sorry Belle-san, smiling, thanks for helping me, bowing. Belle sighed in defeat and looked terrified at the large pile of plates there was, but something motivated him, and that was that my mom appeared and told him the words he wanted to hear. My mom. Don't worry Belle, in the end I'll pay you and not the lazy one, laughing. Belle quickly became motivated and started washing the dishes at high speed, and Sir just stood there stunned upon hearing that. Mommy grabbed one of the plates Belle had just cleaned and checked it. She continued with several more, and when she didn't see a single stain on them she nodded in satisfaction, even the plate seemed to shine. Mamma mia. If you need money, just come to the fertility hostess. You can clean the dishes, sweep, mop, clean tables, and I'll pay you, going to the kitchen. Belle hi my mom. With a sparkle in his eyes. Belle sighed and wiped some sweat from his forehead with his arm. He was only 2 of the 5 piles of dishes in, but he was surprised to see a greenish blonde hair appear next to him. Belle Ryu. Surprised. Ryu. Let me help you with that Cranel-san, smiling slightly. Belle. Thank you, smiling. Belle and Ryu began to wash the dishes calmly, but Belle got curious and asked. Belle Ryu-san, you were an adventurer, right? Looking at her. Ryu. Yes, in the past, why? Looking at Belle. Belle. What should you do to level up? Curious, does that one only have to kill a lot of monsters? Ryu. No, it's not just that, you need to do something much bigger, to be more precise, you must defeat opponents more powerful than you, it would be. Belle. But is that possible? Looking at her. Ryu. It is usually very difficult, but you can achieve it with technique and strategy, but that is not enough to win, you need a team, if you want to be stronger you need it. Belle looked at the plates in silence. Ryu. Even if you don't do it alone, they can cover each other's weaknesses and defeat a powerful enemy, in other words Cranel-san. You need to go on an adventure. Looking at him, there are as many meanings of adventure as people. I don't know what adventure you will face, but be sure it won't be easy. Even so, you always have to overcome everything, smiling slightly. Belle smiled back and went back to washing the dishes. What neither of them realized was that Sir was hiding behind the door, listening to everything carefully, because she had seen Belle's anguished face and was worried. It was already night. In the fertility hostess all the employees were gathered chatting happily in a row. In front of them was Mamma Mia. None of them could avoid their surprise at seeing Mamma Mia give money to Belle, even more so that Sir cried comically. "My mom? Well, since Sir and Anya are always lazy, you can come work for them and you'll keep the payment," looking at Belle. Belle, "Hi my mom, as a soldier." Sir blankly listening to that while Anya had her mouth open in shock. "Mom? So now you know. If you don't work, the payment will go to Belle," smiling mockingly. My mom looked with satisfaction as everyone instantly formed like soldiers and told her. "Hi my mom." On the Orario wall, Belle and Ace were fighting. Ace feinted Belle with her right hand and tried to stab her in the left rib, but she was surprised when Belle quickly blocked it with his bastard and attacked her. Ace obviously blocked it and gave him a vertical slash on the right side that made Belle retreat. Ace really couldn't believe it, Belle was a bucking prodigy. They had only been training for 2 hours, and she could already see a clear difference since then. Belle was growing by leaps and bounds, as if improving was breathing for Belle. They had literally only been training for a week, and it seemed like Belle had had an extremely hard year of training. His attacks, his defense, his counterattack, his technique, everything about him had improved to abnormal levels in just a week. Damn, even she had a hard time getting to Belle's level when she was a level 1, and she was even sure that Belle would be able to defeat her back then. It was terrifying how quickly and easily Belle could grow. She was like a sponge that absorbed information and training. Ace made an imperceptible pout as it was getting harder to feint Belle, and therefore there were fewer and fewer lap pillows. For a moment she considered using all her strength just to feint him. Ace. It's been almost a week, right? Looking at Belle. Belle, hi, putting away his bastard, thanks for helping me all this week Ace, bowing. Ace. Thanks to you too, it was fun, smiling. Belle couldn't help but blush when he looked at that smile. Ace. Well, try hard Belle, expressive. Belle. You also try hard, smiling. Ace smiled slightly and walked towards the stairs of the wall calmly. Belle. I don't know if I can reach her but I have to. Ace, turning to look at her. Ace turned to look at Belle with curiosity. Belle. Ace, take care of yourself in the dungeon, I would be very worried if you were hurt, smiling. Ace opened her eyes slightly as an imperceptible blush appeared on her cheeks. No one apart from Riveria and Finn had said those words to her. Everyone always thought that she was capable of everything. That made Belle the first person to say those words to her, without counting Riveria and Finn, who were her paternal figures since she joined the family. Ace, hi, thanks Belle, leaving. Belle smiled when Ace left and looked up at the sky, fantasizing a little about Ace. Unaware that Ace was leaning against a wall, holding her cheeks and letting out a few sighs as if in love, Mini Ace was the same as her, both fantasizing about a certain rabbit. Belle was in the mansion fireplace putting on his armor. Hestia was on the couch letting out a sigh of relief. Hestia. Today I finally finished your training with Wallen whatever, right? Smiling. Belle, hi, the Loki family will be going on an expedition today. Hestia. I see, it's over, relieved, but that ability, seeing Lyris freeze by the way, Yuki has been asking for a lot of carrots, and I'm drop. Belle. Huh. But yesterday I bought him a whole bag. At that moment Wild Yuki appeared on the scene with a carrot in hand and pointed at both of them and then at an empty bag. Belle. You already finished them all, and I'm droplet, there were almost 30, with a twitch in his eye. Yuki shrugged his shoulders in response, and Belle sighed. Belle, Kami-sama, take it, giving him several violas. With this he can buy more carrots for Yuki and also buy him other things. It's not good that he spends his time eating nothing but carrots, sighing. Hestia, hi Belle-kun. Smiling. Belle. Well Kami-sama, see you later. Leaving. Hestia. And your stats. Raising the leaf. Belle. Sorry, I'll read it later, walking. Hestia rushed to Belle and hugged him from behind, squeezing her breasts, making Belle blush. Belle K Kami-sama, blushing. Hestia. You won't leave without giving me a tender hug. Belle sighed but did not refuse and reciprocated Hestia's hug, who was more than happy about this. Hestia stopped hugging Belle and gave him a smile. Hestia. Take care Belle-kun, smiling. Belle. You too Kami-sama, smiling, bye Yuki. Leaving. Yuki also the paw in the form of farewell. In front of the Tower of Babel was the Loki family gathered. At the front of them all was a hobbit or prum, whatever you want to call him. This was Finn Dame, captain of the Loki family. He was a small man with a childlike appearance, he had blonde hair and blue eyes, he had a purple shirt and over it a yellow vest with red stripes. Finn. Today we will begin our expedition deep into the dungeon. As before, we will split into 2 groups to avoid collapsing the upper floors. I will lead the first group, and Gareth will lead the second. The blacksmiths of the Hephaestus family will accompany us. We will meet on the 18th floor. From there we will head directly to the 50th floor. Our goal is to overcome the 59th floor which no one has reached. Raising his fist. At the top of Babel. There was the goddess Freya, who had her arms crossed and a cup of wine in her hand. Otter. Preparations are ready. Behind her, a greedy adventurer opened the box and revealed himself earlier than expected, serious. Freya. I see, smiling, it's time for that boy to show me his adventure, smiling. In the dungeon. Belle and Lily were in the dungeon, both were watching the surroundings with caution. In almost all the way they had encountered very few monsters, and even these hesitated to attack them. That was something extremely rare. Both were tense, especially Belle, he had a very bad feeling. Lily. Is something wrong, Belle-sama? Worried. Belle. Don't you notice anything strange, Lily? Like something's watching us, looking around. Lily. I don't know, but it seems like there are very few monsters on this floor, looking around too. Belle. Yes, and also few adventurers, the same thing happened that day, remembering the Minotaur. Belle was brought out of his thoughts when he heard a roar. Ew. Belle was shocked to hear that familiar scream and turned to look in terror. There it was, that monster he feared so much, with a large sword stained with blood, which he would never know if it was human or monster, and it was better not to know for now. This one was crimson in color, his chest was black and muscular, and he dragged his sword staining the floor with the blood of his victims. The monster took strong and firm steps, Belle could feel it, that thirst for blood. Lily took a step back in fear. Lily. What's a Minotaur doing on the 9th floor? Terrified, Belle-sama, let's run away. Turning to look at him, we don't have the strength to defeat him now, hurry. Scared, Belle-sama. Looking at him. Lily kept talking to him, but it was useless. Belle was trembling as he looked at the Minotaur. Lily also looked at this and got even more scared. Lily. Belle-sama. Belle-sama. Assistata. Ui. The Minotaur roared again, a roar that demonstrated all his repressed anger, getting closer and closer to Lily and Belle. The Minotaur brought his sword forward to give a strong cut to Belle who did not react, but Lily intervened. Lily. Quick, react. Pushing it. Belle returned the shipment when Lily pulled him away from the attack, but in the process she took the hit. Belle and Lily fell to the floor. Belle Lily, looking at her. Lily was lying on her feet with her head bleeding. Belle looked at this terrified, while the Minotaur approached them again. Belle. Lily. Carrying her, excuse me, throwing her. Belle positioned himself in front of the Minotaur and used his magic. Belle. Riat Mizu, extending his open palm. From Belle's hand came a ray of water that when it came into contact with the Minotaur froze and produced smoke. Belle. Riat Mizu Riat Mizu. Belle launched 2 more beams of icy water, covering the Minotaur with white smoke. Belle breathed raggedly, looking closely at the smoke. From the smoke came the Minotaur's fist which tried to hit Belle. Belle barely dodged the attack and crossed his arms in front of him to lighten the impact, but the Minotaur still sent him flying, crashing him against a wall of the dungeon and breaking it, sending several pieces of debris flying. Belle struggled out of the wall, his armor was completely shattered, the only thing left were his knee pads and his green arm guard. Belle approached the staggering Minotaur as it let out a roar of anger. On another floor. There were 2 quite injured adventurers with several bandages on their bodies, these were from the Loki family. In front of her was Bet, a Tsundir werewolf with grey hair and amber eyes, as well as a tattoo on his face in the shape of a blue ribbon. Bet. A Minotaur appeared. Raising an eyebrow. Adventurer. Yes, I'm sure, there was a Minotaur with a big sword on the 9th floor, looking at them. Fiona. Will there be any survivors from that time? Riveria. I doubt it, it's been a month, and there have been no sightings of any Minotaur, it would be. Finn. In any case, I'm glad you're safe. Was there any other adventurer near the place? Looking at the adventurer. Adventurer. Hi, there was one fighting a few floors above here, breathing with a little difficulty, it was a white-haired boy, I'm sure now. Before that adventurer could say anything else, Ace had already run towards the stairs to go up the floor very quickly, but there was something that only a few people noticed, that was the panic in his eyes when he mentioned the white hair. That Ace. Extending his arm. Fiona. Hey. We're on an expedition. Running after her. That followed her without hesitation. Hi and Bet Fiona. Looking at him. Finn. Sorry Raul, can you take care of it here? Looking at him. Raul. Of course Captain. Finn turned to look in the direction where Ace, Bet and Tiona had gone. Han Belle. He was blocking and dodging the Minotaur's attacks as best he could, but it was still difficult. The Minotaur brought his sword down, and Belle had to dodge it as fast as he could, and he looked terrified as the Minotaur cut a rock with ease. Belle. Damn. This one is stronger than the one last time, dodging a slash. You're afraid of something, right? Belle opened his eyes as he remembered this. The Minotaur began to attack left and right, while Belle dodged and evaded his attacks as best he could. He felt even more powerless than that time when he almost died. Belle. No, I can't allow that to happen again. If I died now, I wouldn't be able to look Master or Grandpa in the eyes. Taking out his bastard. Lily's story. I was slowly opening my eyes, I felt a sharp pain in my head and something warm falling from it. When I looked more closely I saw it was blood. The memories of what happened came to my mind and I got excited. I looked around, but there was nothing. Lily. And Belle-sama. And the Minotaur. Lily got up as best she could to look around and was excited to see Belle a few meters away from her, dodging and blocking the Minotaur's slashes with his bastard with difficulty. Lily. Belle. Same. Populate. Belle. Lily. Run. Dodging a slash. Lily. Belle-sama, crying. Belle. Run away. Blocking a cut. Lily. No. Closing her eyes. Belle. Lily. Get out of here. Looking at her. Lily. I can't, lowering her head. Belle gritted his teeth tightly, he couldn't risk Lily when they would both possibly die. Belle. Hurry up and go. Narrowly dodging a slash. I could only run to the exit crying. Belle. Belle. This is the best, maybe I can escape. What the hell am I talking about? Dodging a slash and slashing the Minotaur in the chest. If I let him escape from here he'll go after Lily. Taking out Kuroyami, damn it. Crossing both knives. The Minotaur tried to give Belle a strong stomp, but he narrowly dodged it and then blocked a cut from him with both blades. Belle. If I just dodge and use my speed, I can kill him. I just have to keep dodging, blocking a slash, even though it sounds miserable and pathetic, it's my only way to survive. The Minotaur rushed forward and Belle tried to cut him, which Belle dodged, but ended up hitting the ground and creating a small smoke screen. Belle opened his eyes as he saw the Minotaur emerge from the smoke, charging at his head. Belle. Ah. Opening his eyes. The Minotaur had pierced his green bracer with his horn and pierced Belle's left arm with ease. The Minotaur stood up and began to shake rapidly, while Belle screamed in pain and tried to pull his arm out of the Minotaur's horn. The Minotaur also raised his head and then quickly lowered it, slamming Belle into the ground and removing his horn from his arm. Belle spat out a little blood from the impact and dropped his bastard on his injured arm. He tried to stand up, but it was useless, his arm wasn't responding. The Minotaur turned to him smiling mockingly. Belle was getting angry, that monster was making fun of him, he could see it, its disgusting smug smile seeing him there miserable on the floor. Belle clenched his fists in anger and tried to stand up again, this time enduring the pain and ignoring his injured arm, without knowing it. His second ability activated. Belle was angry, not even he knew why he was so angry, but he wanted to kill him, he wanted to kill that monster, and it seemed that Kuroyami was the same. The ruins that were around her stopped shining in that navy blue and turned into an intense red. Belle looked angrily at the Minotaur, who took a step back, seeing the anger in Belle's eyes. Belle grabbed his bastard and looked at the Minotaur. Belle. Ah. Avalancing at the Minotaur. Heir. Belle and the Minotaur began to clash weapons left and right, the blows came from all sides, and each one clashed weapons without hesitation or retreating. The Minotaur was slightly surprised by Belle's sudden attack that went from defending itself to counterattacking, just as its strength and speed increased with the blow. Belle deflected the Minotaur's slash with both blades and gave him a strong kick to the chin that pushed the Minotaur away a little, but he didn't have time to get distracted because Belle appeared on top of him, giving him an axe kick that he blocked with both arms, but he was surprised to feel how the force of Belle's kick dragged him a few meters. Belle rushed at the Minotaur and kicked him square in the stomach, sending him flying into a wall, just as the Minotaur had once done. The Minotaur stood up without wasting time and trying to hit Belle, who bent down and put his knife on top of him and held him tightly. The Minotaur emerged from pain when he had made a strong cut on his arm that caused blood to flow out in abundance. The Minotaur received a strong kick to the face that pushed him away a little, and he counterattacked with a blow to the face that also sent Belle flying. Belle released both knives in the air that ended up sticking into the floor, just as the Minotaur released his great sword and it stuck next to the knives. Belle and the Minotaur completely ignored their weapons and rushed at each other. Belle tried to hit the Minotaur with his left arm, but the Minotaur stopped it with his right hand, and likewise, he tried to hit him with his left hand, but Belle stopped it with his right hand. Both were fighting for dominance of the fight, pushing each other fiercely, while butting their heads trying to push the other. Without knowing it, neither of them realized that there was a group of adventurers in the distance watching them fight in surprise. This was the Loki family. They were Finn, Riveria, Bet, Tyan and Aze. Next to them was Lily, who was at Riveria's side looking at Belle with a sparkle in her eyes. Minutes before, Lily was running through the corridors of the dungeon crying. She was looking for someone's help. She couldn't leave Belle there. She accidentally tripped and fell to the floor. Lily tried to get up, but everything hurt. That blow from the Minotaur had hurt her. Only thanks to her backpack, she had no broken bones, since it had absorbed most of the blow, but she still suffered some injuries. Lily tried to stand up but was surprised when a hand was placed in front of her. Riveria. Are you okay? Extending her hand. Lily. You have, returning to your hand. The Onanana, who did that to you, little one, smiling. Lily suddenly remembered the Minotaur and became excited. Lily. Please help me. Belle-sama, he's fighting that thing, excited. Everyone quickly understood what she was referring to. It was the Minotaur. Riveria grabbed Lily, and everyone started running, trying to catch up with a certain swordswoman who had already left for the 9th floor upon hearing the word Belle. Currently, Belle and the Minotaur continued to fight fairly for dominance. Belle. Since when do I fight fairly? Kicking the Minotaur high in the face while they continued to force their hands. The Minotaur released Belle and held his face in pain, leaving a blind spot. Belle smiled as he leaped towards the Minotaur and delivered a double kick to its abdomen that knocked the Minotaur a few feet away. Wait. That wasn't the tomato, annoyed. Haha, it seems the Minotaurs love him, don't you think? Fiona. The one who saved me from the Minotaur. Surprised. Yes, I'm sure the Minotaur wanted to see the tomato and came to these floors to see it, smiling. Riveria. It's not funny, would be. TCH, clicking tongue. Fiona. Shouldn't we help him? He's a level 1, right? Looking at everyone, even though he's holding up well, the clear difference in level is noticeable. The Minotaur is stronger than that boy, and the boy is bleeding out from his arm. At that, Lily moved away from Riveria and grabbed Bet's leg. Hey. Looking at her. Lily. Please, I'll do anything, whatever you order, but please help Belle-sama, please, crying, I'll do anything. But save Belle-sama, collapsing. Riveria approached her and supported her on her knees while healing her with magic. Lily. Please, Belle-sama, whispering. TCH. Riveria. Will you go? Looking at him. Don't get me wrong, I don't like helping the weak, but I like taking advantage of them even less, walking towards Belle. Move over. I'll take care of it, okay? Looking at Belle. Belle and the Minotaur were fighting, both had already recovered their respective weapons and clashed them fiercely. Belle blocked the Minotaur's attack and did a backflip, dodging a slash while kicking the Minotaur's face. Belle approached him, and the Minotaur tried to give him a vertical slash, but Belle ducked and cut him on the left side. Fiona. Wasn't it supposed to be level 1? Surprised. Finn. A month ago, in Bet's eyes, he was just a rookie, am I wrong? What the hell happened, annoyed. Everyone looked at Belle, who threw a beam of ice water at the Minotaur. Riveria. Did she cast a spell while fighting? Surprised. Tyan. I didn't hear him sing at all, surprised, maybe we didn't notice it while we were talking. Belle continued fighting the Minotaur, blocking a slash from it with both blades in an X shape. Belle. This is my adventure. Fiona. It's like the Argonaut. Finn. It's the story of a boy who wants to be a hero. Fiona. I like that story too. Belle. Heir. At the top of Babel. Freya. Yes, that's it. Laughing excitedly, how beautiful, what a beautiful sight. Looking at Belle's soul, that's it. Haste is getting wider and wider, keep growing, surpassing your limits. Looking at Belle lustfully. Han Belle. Belle blocked a cut from Belle with Kuroyami and deflected it to the side. What kind of knife is that? Looking at it. Riveria. It's very well done, looking at Belle, but that's not all. Finn. It's his skills. Tyan. He defends himself very well, looking at Belle. Fiona. But he can't hit him, looking at Belle. Behind. Tyan. It is very difficult to cut the flesh of a Minotaur. Lily woke up quickly and got up so she could see Belle. Lily. Beautiful Sama, looking at him. Belle jumped, dodging a slash from the Minotaur and positioned himself behind him, but the Minotaur tried to slash him, but Belle blocked it with his bastard. Belle. Riet Mizu. 3 lightning-shaped attacks of ice water hit the Minotaur, who was becoming increasingly slowed by the ice. Fiona. I don't cast anything for that spell. Surprised. Riveria. Yes, but he has a powerful opponent, would be. It's not that strong, serious. Fiona. So, will he lose? Looking at Belle. Belle rushed at the Minotaur, who tried to slash him with his greatsword, which Belle blocked with his bastard, but it broke in the process. While the broken edge of the bastard was in the air, Belle spun in the air and with both hands on Kuriyama-yu, he buried it firmly in the Minotaur's right wrist, on which his sword was. Belle to do more damage turned the blade while it was buried in the wrist of the Minotaur who roared in pain. At that moment the tip of the bastard was buried strongly in the arm of the Minotaur, who gave another roar of anger and pain, having a blade buried in his wrist and another in the other in his bicep. Belle quickly separated and stepped back watching as the Minotaur stood up and tried to grab his sword which he dropped as he couldn't get a good grip on it because of his broken wrist. Belle quickly put away his knife and went to the Minotaur who tried to hit him with his broken wrist that Belle narrowly dodged. The Minotaur thought he was going to attack him, but he passed him by. Instead Belle went to the Great Butcher's sword and held it with both hands while he rushed at the Minotaur and gave him a large vertical cut in the abdomen and gave him 3 more, staining himself with his blood in the process. The Minotaur tried to hit Belle, but he put his sword and deflected the attack, giving him another cut on the chest. Everyone watched the fight attentively. It was exciting to see Belle fight, even though they were both much weaker than her. Bette clicked her tongue as her tail moved excitedly from side to side. She was annoyed when she felt the excitement of seeing Belle fight. How was he getting excited about a level 1 fight? Tch. The Minotaur got on all fours ready to charge at Belle. Hein. You are. Riveria. Is the final card of the Minotaurs. Fin. When a Minotaur feels cornered, he uses his powerful horns to charge at his enemy, smiling. Belle and the Minotaur looked at each other for a second before the Minotaur launched himself to attack Belle, and he responded by jumping towards him with his sword in both hands. Riveria. She was so young, looking down. That idiot, sighing. Lily Belle-sama. Crying. Baze everyone is fine, smiling. Belle crashed a great sword against the Minotaur's horn which broke into 1,000 pieces upon contact with the Minotaur's very hard horn. The Minotaur tried to hit Belle with his horn, but he ducked and slid to the left, stabbing his knife hard into the Minotaur's chest. Belle. Riet Mizu. The Minotaur's chest swelled a little to a sky-white color, and frozen blood flowed from his wounds, while frozen blood also fell from his mouth. The Minotaur slowly raised his arm to hit Belle, but he repeated the magic. Belle. Riet Mizu. The Minotaur spat out blood and ice water again. Everyone opened their eyes looking expectantly at Belle. Belle. Riet Mizu. Everyone looked surprised as the Minotaur's chest began to swell, shining in light blue. Finally, his body exploded in a tornado of light blue water that splashed everyone, who trembled slightly because of how cold it was. It almost looked like liquid ice. The Minotaur's feet, which were the only thing that survived, exploded into white dust, dropping a Minotaur horn. Belle was standing still, his shirt was almost completely ruined, his body had a bit of frost from the ice explosion, leaving his back exposed, revealing his condition. Everyone was silent, no one could say anything, this adventurer had done the impossible. Bet Riveria at stats, seriously. Riveria. Do you want me to read them without his permission? Looking at Bet. Bet. He's practically begging us to do it. Annoyed. Riveria sighed and approached Belle's back to look at his stats. She could only read his stats since it seemed that Belle's goddess had blocked his state enough to leave only his physical attributes visible, to which Riveria was surprised. Riveria. All her skills are in S, would be. All. Nobody could believe it, Belle was practically already level 2, with his adventure it was certain that when he updated his status he would level up. Fin. What is your name? Belle-cranel, smiling. After that, the Loki family had taken Belle to the surface by order of Finn, according to him as a way to thank him for such a spectacle that heated the blood and excited everyone, including him. Who would say that a rookie would give courage to the brave to continue striving to overcome his limits, just like the white-haired boy Iso? Right now Belle was on a hospital stretcher, he was in the Die Insect family clinic, it was the same Airmind who healed him like crazy, preventing Belle from having any wounds. She was seen by a jealous Hestia and an expressionless Ace, much more expressionless than usual. Hestia sighed, she didn't want to thank the tablet for this, but she had to, after all her children gave those who saved her, but she couldn't help but laugh when she entered the clinic, and there were all the executives of the Loki family, except for some who were still in the dungeon like Gareth. Hestia had a backpack behind her, and began to look at Belle worried, everyone understood her, because Belle was her son. Although they were surprised because they saw the backpack move from one side to the other. Hestia. Oh. Sorry Yuki, opening her backpack. Everyone was alarmed to see Hestia open her backpack, and from there an Almrid shot out towards Belle and tenderly embraced him. Despite being a monster they did not ask to avoid looking tenderly at the scene, even Bet looked away, but once they regained their composure, they became serious when they saw the Almrid. Fin. Goddess Hestia, could you explain to us how an Almrid is on the surface? Seriously. Hestia twitched at that, she had forgotten that she was in front of the Loki family. Hestia. Well, sighing, since, in any case, I had to say it someday, sitting in a chair, Belle told me that one day she went down to the 13th floor of the dungeon to test how strong she had become, but she had many difficulties, so she decided to return with her assistant Lily, but before they left the 13th floor, an Almrich tried to attack them. Belle said that before hitting him with her knife, the Almrich stopped and began to sniff him, more specifically his bag of supplies. Belle had a carrot and gave it to the Almrich. Finn. And what else? Attentive. Hestia. Belle said that after that the Almrich began to follow them but not attack them. Belle made the reckless decision to return his weapon to the Almrich, but it did not attack him luckily, and followed them all the way. In the end Belle adopted her and named her Yuki, caressing Yuki. Finn. Hestia-sama, you know this would be a great danger, what would happen if it were revealed? Serious. Hestia. Oh. Don't worry, he won't, smiling. Finn. How are you so sure? Serious. Hestia. You know, in terms of gods, I'm even more powerful than Zeus himself, not for nothing I'm his older sister, so, do you really think that even a monster could trick the goddess of the bonfire and the hearth in her own home? Smiling. Finn remained silent, he couldn't respond to that because it was true. Loki had once told him about Hestia, and how terrifying she could be if they made her angry. She wasn't the first goddess for nothing. Hestia. Besides, Uranos already knows about this, and I accepted, smiling. Finn was shocked about this. Uranos was the god who ruled almost everything, and who put order to the idiot gods who broke the rules they established when the gods came down to the human world. If he had allowed it, even his goddess could do little or nothing against Yuki. Hestia was left remembering a certain meeting she had had with Uranos a few days ago. Flashback. Hestia was nervous standing in front of Uranos who looked at her from his throne with a neutral look. Uranos. Do you know why I summoned you here, Hestia? Seriously. Hestia PPP for Yuki. Nervous. Uranos. Who? Raising an eyebrow. Hestia DD I say, B for the Almrich, sweating profusely. Uranos. So it already has a name, closing his eyes. Hestia. I'm so sorry, doing a doggiza, I promise I won't do it again, but please, crying buckets, don't take Yuki away from us, humorously sniffling. Uranos. Calm down Hestia, and I'm droplet. Hestia Huiaya. Crying her eyes out. Uranos. I will not take or kill Yuki from you, Hestia, sighing. Hestia. Seriously, wiping away tears. Uranos. Yes, and I also heard that the Almrich hasn't harmed anyone, and that Belle was able to tame it perfectly, isn't that true? Looking at Hestia. Hestia H. Hi, nodding. Uranos. Okay, I'll allow Yuki to stay with you, take this, giving him a document, if any other god tries to kill Yuki or do something to him you can show this, and believe me you will regret it, serious. Hestia. Thank you very much, Uranos-sama. Bowing. Uranus. It's okay Hestia, you can go, also Cronus would kill me if I hurt you or punish you for this not to mention Ray, sweating profusely. Then flashback. Hestia. Anyway, thank you very much for saving Belle-kun, bowing, come on Yuki, looking at her. Yuki positioned herself next to him and leaned in tenderly, and couldn't help but blush slightly as Riveria saw her, who smiled maternally. Hurst Blacksmith. 10. Belle began to wake up slowly, he looked at himself for a second and noticed that he was naked from the waist up, with his torso and chest bandaged. Belle got up with a slight headache and saw an extra weight, he looked down, and a drop of an ime fell on him. When he saw Hestia and Ermind asleep on his legs with their arms crossed, Belle heard a small squeal and saw Yuki on top of a table with a basket of fruits eating them. Belle. Save me some, okay? Smiling. Yuki became excited and turned to look at Belle nervously. Belle. I'll forgive you if you help me up, smiling. Yuki nodded, going with his father to help him. Belle was in his casual clothes in front of Ina smiling, he seemed much more animated than usual. Ina. Did something good happen to you, Belle? Smiling. Belle. Well, you could say, smiling, here, giving him a sheet, those are my statistics, smiling. Ina. Okay, let me see, looking at the sheet. Unbeknownst to him, to his left was a boy with red hair, grey eyes, and a kind of blue scarf around his neck. That was Welf Krazo, who was arguing with Misha about something important. Welf. What do you mean there aren't any more team openings? Come on. There has to be just one, please, bowing. Misha. I already told you that. Ina. Level 2 in just a month and a half. Surprised. Everyone who was there was in shock, adventurers, guild employees, everyone, there was a deathly silence in the place. Nobody said anything, they didn't have the courage to do it, they had just heard the impossible. A boy with nothing remarkable besides his rabid appearance had easily broken the record for reaching level 2, the previous record holder being Ace Wallenstein, who took almost a year to level up. Belle smiled at him animatedly, not knowing the trouble he caused. One day before. Belle was lying on his goddess's bed shirtless as she updated her status. Belle looked closely at the Minotaur's horn which glowed blue, Belle's greatest achievement so far. Belle. Defeat an irregular Minotaur, smiling. Hestia. I'm done Belle-kun, smiling. Belle. Huh. I just leveled up. I don't feel any different, opening and closing his fist. Hestia. Breathing calmly, you don't feel it. That power is immense. Dramatic, did you expect something like that? Smiling, leaning towards Belle. Belle. Well something like that, laughing nervously. Hestia. Well, now you'll find out, grabbing a leaf and putting it on Belle's back. Oh. And I have good news for you, grabbing the leaf. Belle. Curious. Hestia. You have 2 new abilities, smiling. Belle. Hey. Standing up. Hestia. Ugh. Sitting on the floor. Belle Kami-sama. Worried. Belle. Oh. Grabbing the leaf in shock. Status bellcranel. Adventurer level 2. Family. Hestia. Statistics. Strength 000I. Resistance 0000I. Skill 0000I. Agility 0000I. Magic 0000I. Total 4995. Universal power 4995. Skills. Lyris freeze equals unbelievable desire equals as long as the user's feelings remain, his growth will be more accelerated, as an extra it makes the user immune to charms, hidden. Berserk equals enhances the user's physical abilities to higher levels when in a state of rage or and will go. Drawback equals the user loses control of his emotions and the ability to reason while the ability is activated. The ability can be activated if the user wishes. Isagi no Ashai equals rabbit feet equals improved strength, speed, dexterity and resistance in the legs while the user is fighting. Argonaut equals hero's wish equals when all is lost, turn the reins in your favor to overcome any obstacle. Magic. Enkin equals magic that allows the user to transform into whatever they want, they can also transform into a version of themselves of any species such as elf, hobbit, dwarf, dark elf, half-elf, beast-man, spirit or even a dungeon monster, they can change your age and even your gender. Singing equals I am you and I am me, your wounds are mine, your happiness is mine, I am one and I am all at the same time Henkin. Eagle vision equals allows the user to have a clearer view and better perception of things, can see people's souls if concentrated, without singing equals. Briat Mizu equals versatile rapid release water and ice Mija. Acquired skills. Belle Sugoi surprised, berserk. Confused. Hestia. You woke him up the time you saved me at the monster fair, smiling. Belle. And why did he never say it? Confused. Hestia. Huh. Well I don't know, forgetting that, smiling, tell me Belle-kun, Argonaut, the desire to be a hero, doesn't it seem curious to you? Smiling. Belle? Huh. What do you mean? Confused. Hestia. Belle-kun, aren't you a little old to want to be a hero like the one in a fairy tale? Smiling. Belle. No, well me, blushing. Hestia. Hoo-hoo, I didn't know you were like that, smiling. Belle. It's not true, sad, besides, I've already gotten my hands dirty I'm not a hero, hiding his gaze. Hestia, noticing the rapid change in the atmosphere, believed it was because he had laughed at Belle's wish, so she quickly corrected him. Hestia. And don't worry Belle-kun, it's a good goal, it just seemed tender to me, hugging him. Belle. Hi, sighing, do you want to eat something? Looking at her. Hestia Katsuden. Raising her fist. Belle. Okay, it will be Jug American, smiling. Yuki pointed at a bowl of carrots and looked excitedly at Belle. Belle. That's right, it will be a carrot Jug American, smiling. Hestia. Does that exist? Confused. Belle. I'll manage, smiling. After a nice dinner Hestia was dressed in a white dress and a small blue jacket in addition to her gloves and her high pigtails tied in 2 white sides with blue edges, a gift from Belle when she joined the Hestia family. Hestia. Well, I have to go, Belle-kun, smiling. Belle. Where are you going? Curious. Hestia. To Adenitus, every 3 months all the gods will meet to decide the nicknames of the children who have leveled up, smiling, don't worry Belle, I'll choose a good one for you. Smiling. Belle. Something's bothering me, with a straight face. Hestia. Don't worry, giving her a thumbs up. Now you have to find out how Argonaut works in combat, smiling. Belle hi. Have a nice day, approaching Hestia. Belle brought his face closer to Hestia's and she blushed imagining Belle kissing her passionately, but her dreams were broken in seconds when Belle gave her a soft kiss on the head and went straight to the guild saying goodbye to Yuki and giving her a carrot. Hestia Belle idiot. And I'm tears. In a beautiful palace full of white and pretty plants and long hallways. Hestia was walking in one of the long corridors towards a large room where several gods were already waiting patiently, some more than others. Hestia was nervous about giving Belle a good nickname, she really didn't want to ruin it, but she was pulled out of her thoughts when a certain god grabbed her left shoulder. How long Hestia, smiling. Hestia take. Surprised. Take Mikazuchi was a kind-looking god with long black hair and a black man's kimono, implying that he is a god from the Far East. Take Mikazuchi. I heard your son advanced to level 2 in just over a month, is that true? Curious. Hestia. Yes, I guess, looking away. Take Mikazuchi. Incredible, even the Sword Princess took a year to do it, all the gods are talking about it, smiling. Hestia. Now that I think about it, a member of your family also leveled up, right? Curious. Take Mikazuchi hi, a girl named Yamato Mikoto, smiling, I'm going to get very serious about the dentist today. Her title depends on that, raising her fist. Hestia. You're right, animated. Both looked seriously at the great front door, behind that door were all the gods who would decide the dentist. Hestia. For the children we love so much, we must strive. Smiling. Belle was in the chimney sweeping, after still continuing with the construction of his underground house, everything became very dusty, and Belle had to sweep, he was almost finished, and he put everything to one side of the door to go get the dustpan. While sweeping he thought about his title laughing while Yuki looked at him confused. Belle. Help me, extending a miniature broom. Yuki nodded energetically and copying Belle began to sweep alongside him while Belle thought about his nickname. Belle. Maybe I should get a new armor that goes with my title, smiling, what title will they give me, closing his eyes, Ice Winder how about Frozen Tornado? The Frozen Combat Warrior. Imagining himself with a blue sword and a navy blue shield in addition to a light blue full body armor, I wish. Raising his arms excitedly, this armor is very good, looking at his dual-colored armor, it is light and easy to move with it, grabbing the chest piece looking at the signature, Welfkrazo, huh? Looking at the signature with a rabbit on top of it. Belle-kun. Belle-kun. Belle-kami-sama, surprised. Hestia suddenly opened the door and therefore scattered all the trash and dust that Belle had collected minutes before. Belle just stood there stunned looking at this, while a very happy Hestia landed in front of her. Hestia. You love this, Belle-kun. Smiling. Belle. I would love for you to block that now, blank look. Hestia. Oh. Looking around at the dusty surroundings, sorry, sad. Belle. Well. Sighing. Hestia. It's not that bad. Smiling. Belle. Blank. Yuki kicked Hestia in the face as she watched the scene, while Hestia got up from the floor, angry at the kick that left the mark on her face. She was going to scold her if it weren't for the fact that she was in shock when she saw Belle pampering Yuki. Belle. If you didn't do it, I would, giving him a carrot with a dead look. Yuki Confusa. Belle and Lily were at the fertility hostess's bar at a table a little away from the others, Lily was sitting in front of Belle looking at him with a little anime drop. Belle stood in front of him with 3 empty beer mugs and one half full in his right hand, while his head was buried in his arm. Lily. So, anime droplet, little rookie is your title Belle-sama. Curious. Belle. Yes, what do you think of Lily? Looking at her. Lily. Well, let's see, thinking, it's terrible, Chibi grabbing a cookie. Belle. It's true, sighing, my goddess says it's not that bad, but. I like little rookie, smiling. They both turned their gaze and saw Sir with a kind smile and Ryu with his typical stoic expression. Ryu. Congratulations on leveling up Cranel-san, looking at Belle. Sir. Please order whatever you want tonight, leaving 2 more jars of beer on the table and several orange juices for everyone, after all, this party is for you, cheerfully. Belle thanked him and looked cautiously around, many adventurers looked at him with serious looks, his kami-sama had told him that he should be careful from now on, being the record holder in a month and a half would attract a lot of attention. Hey, is it him? Yes, the boy who leveled up faster than the Sword Princess. It's not a big deal. Belle listened to everything attentively, his enhanced senses after hard training with his master bore good fruit, Belle decided to ignore the comments calmly, until. Hey, look at the pretty girl is next to him, pervert. Let's borrow that cute elf and that cute girl from her, lustful. Yes. We are level 3 after tea. Both fell silent in an instant when they felt something, it was a knife piercing their throat, both couldn't help but look at each other, while they held their necks and bled to death, while a hooded man with white hair stood in front of them with an emotionless look. They both closed and opened their eyes in fear, noticing that it was just a dream. They both turned to look at Belle and were terrified. It was those same red eyes that warned them that if they got closer she would kill them. They both couldn't help but remember that dream. It wasn't a dream, it was a warning of how they would die if they got any closer to them. They both quickly left without even looking at anyone. Meanwhile, Belle couldn't help but hide a small smile upon seeing this. Ryu Cranel-san. Confundida. Belle. Turning to look, sorry I got distracted by your beauty, what were you saying? Smiling sweetly. Ryu blushed furiously at Belle's bold comment while Lily and Sir comically spat out their drinks. Ryu. WQQ what? Blushing and shy. Sir. You shouldn't make those jokes, Belle, smiling sweetly. Belle hi, nervous. Sir. Well, my mom said to help you have fun so enjoy yourselves and order a lot of food, smiling with a twitch in her eyebrow at Ryu. My mom was behind the bar smiling and winking. My mom. And also that they spend a lot of money. Belle didn't know why, but for a moment he swore his Yuki-shaped wallet trembled in terror. Belle. Well, that's what we'll do, taking a drink. Health. The four of them clinked their juices, or well, Belle clinked his beer smiling. On the table they left a delicious plate of rice with shrimp and clams and some takoyakis for everyone to grab. Belle. What is this? Pointing at the takoyakis. Ryu. They are takoyakis, flour and octopus balls, but one of them is very spicy. Sir. You taste delicious. Smiling innocently. Ryu was comically silenced by Sir and Belle trusted her, that was his worst mistake. Belle ah. Spitting fire. Ryu. Of all the takoyaki balls, you grabbed the one that was full of wasabi, you're really lucky, Cranel-san, chibi. Lily true chibi. Belle. Beer. Grabbing the jar. After that comical moment Belle sighed inwardly, there was also another topic to discuss. Ryu. So you both plan to go to the central floors of the dungeon. Expressionless. Unbeknownst to them, some adventurers were listening to them attentively. Belle hi, we want to see how we do, laughing. Lily. Maybe with your level increase what happened to us with Yuki won't happen again, sighing. Belle. True, smiling. Both. Yuki. Confused. Belle. Oh. It's nothing, smiling. They both nodded a little doubtfully at that. Ryu. I see, I wouldn't like to interfere, but you should avoid going to the 13th floor for now, it would be. Lily left her glass on the table and looked doubtfully at Ryu. Lily. Do you think Belle-sama and I aren't capable of handling the central floors? Annoyed. Ryu. That's not what I meant, but the upper and central floors are very different, closing his eyes, the strength of the monsters, the quantity, their order of appearance, everything changes, it doesn't depend on your skills, looking at Belle, they won't be able to do it alone, he needed to increase his group. Belle. But. I don't know anyone who wants to join, sighing. Hahaha. Are you having equipment problems, little rookie? The man sitting at a table to her left suddenly stood up from his seat laughing with a lustful look on his face. Man. If you need companions, why don't you join us? Pointing to his companions, we're level 2, we can go to the central floors, pointing to himself, but in exchange, share this cute elf girl, looking lasciviously at Ryu, right, looking at his companions. And? Bamo's little rookie. Lily and Sir looked at them angrily, but Belle and Ryu remained calm. Belle Ryu-san. Looking at her. Ryu. I'll take care of it, Cranel-san, standing up. Man. Oh. Perfect choice. Laughing lasciviously. The man was about to touch Ryu's shoulder. Ryu. Don't touch me. Opening his eyes. Belle handed him an empty beer mug which Ryu grabbed and put the hand of the man who was about to touch it, he put his hand on the handle and broke his fingers. Attention. Useless data equals handle. It means an arched and protruding part of an object by which it can be grasped. Thank you for your time. Ryu. Leave. Man. Huh. Let me go, you stupid elf. Angry. Ryu. They are not worthy of him. Grabbing him by the arm and squeezing it. Man. Ah. Holding his arm in pain. Ryu. Get out or you regret it, letting him go. Man. Damn elf. Just because you're a woman doesn't mean I'll make it easy for you. Standing up. The man rushed at Ryu who skillfully pulled out a kitchen knife ready to attack and was going to do so if not for a loud bang that resonated in the place. Crash. Everyone looked at the source of the noise and saw Mamma Mia with her head down while her fist was on the bar that was smashed. Mommy. If you want to cause trouble, do it outside, looking at them angrily. This is a place to eat and drink. Screaming. Man. Let's go. Scared, running away. Mamma Mia. Idiots. You still haven't paid for your food. Angry. Man. Sorry. Throwing a bag full of valises. Sir just watched a man walk away laughing as did Lily, my mom went to grab the bag of valises, laughing like a lunatic, the idiots had left more money than they should have. Belle and Ryu were quietly eating some takoyaki. Ryu. Sting, sticking out his tongue. Belle. How erotic, smiling. Ryu blushed and looked away. Ryu. Cranel-san, please don't make those jokes, blushing. Sir and Lily watched this scene with a twitch in their eyes. Belle. Whatever you say, Ryu-chan, closing his eyes. Everyone went back to eating in peace, or so it would be if it weren't for Belle's obvious playful flirting, although of course, for the 3 females in the group, it wasn't a joke at all, and the feast ended with a jealous Lily and Sir, and a more than blushing Ryu. Belle. Lily, you can go rest, smiling. Lily. What will you do, Belle-sama, curious. Belle. I'll fix that, pointing to the bar my mom broke. Lily. I see. See you tomorrow, Belle-sama, smiling. Belle waved goodbye to Lily and went to the bar where my mom gave him a toolbox and he started to fix it. My mom. Wow, you know how to mop, cook, repair, serve, take care of, wash and fight, you seem like a multi-purpose brat, laughing. Belle. Well, I guess I learned most of it because of my grandfather, and I'm drop. My mom. Did he teach you? Smiling. Belle. No, I learned on my own, he was terrible at all of this, especially cooking, he only knew how to make scrambled eggs, burnt meat, sandwiches and nachos, drunken meals, laughing, so I forced myself to learn, finishing repairing the bar. Mom. That was fast, a little surprised. Belle. He also fixed the roof when it leaked or the tiles fell off, smiling. Mommy. I see, thinking, whatever, here, giving her a bag of violas. Belle. My mom. The payment to repair that, leaving. Belle. Oh. Thanks, smiling. Belle was on one of the floors of the Tower of Babel, where he had bought his double-colored armor. Belle was looking at everything with disappointment. Belle. Not this one, looking at a very large shirt, maybe they don't sell those anymore, sighing. I told you, old man. If you keep putting them on street corners, I won't be able to sell them. I'm risking my life making them. Can't you treat them any better? Belle approached curiously looking at the scene. Manager. Welcome, smiling, are you looking for something, smiling. Belle. Hey, doesn't he have Wealth Cross armor anymore? Curious. The manager and the Redeed were surprised, but the Redeed smiled and started laughing. Redeed. Ha 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 ha, if you're looking for Wealth Crozo armor, crouching, I have it right here. Taking out a box. Belle looked inside it and smiled. Belle and Welf were in a more touristy area of the Tower of Babel, where you could see the entire sky, both were sitting on a bench talking. Belle. So you're Wealth Crozo? Smiling. Welf. Exactly. Wow, who would have thought that little rookie that everyone is talking about would come and buy my armor, smiling. Belle. I didn't think I'd ever be able to meet you in person, Crozo-san, looking at him. Welf. Hey, can you stop calling me Crozo-san? A little serious, I don't really like it. Belle. Huh. So Welf-san. Confused. Welf-san. That's better, smiling. Welf crossed his legs and looked at Belle smiling. Welf. Well, bellcranel, this is the second time you've come to buy some of my work, isn't it? It seems you're now my client. Smiling. Belle. Yes, I guess so, confused. Belle looked around and saw many people with large backpacks and in different ways click their tongues and leave. Welf. Sorry, but let's just say it's to mark my territory, many novice blacksmiths are desperate to sell, smiling. Well Belle, serious, do you want to make a direct contract with me? Belle. A direct contract? Welf. I'll only make weapons for you, armor and whatever you want, but you have to help me with something, in compensation I'll help you, smiling. Belle. What is it about? Expressionless. Welf. Let me join your group, pointing to himself. Belle. Huh. Dear boy. Welf. You see, I'm still level 1, I want to go to the dungeon so I can level up to level 2 and get the blacksmith development skill, in exchange you can ask me to make the armor you want, what do you say? Smiling. Belle. Welf Jugu. I'm finally on the 11th floor. Sorry I asked you to do this, Belle, turning around. Belle. Oh. Don't worry, it's what you needed to get your blacksmith skill, smiling. Welf. It's important to me, since we made a contract, smiling. Belle, Lily and Welf were on the 11th floor of the dungeon. Belle was wearing armor just like the previous one with a few differences, besides having the Minotaur's horn tied to his belt. Lily. I'm sure it's good for us, but why don't you go in a group with your family? It would be. Belle. Oh. Lily, well that's it, scratching her cheek. Lily. He doesn't get along with his family, does he? Sighing, you were touched by his sad story and bought him a new suit of armor. Why didn't you tell me first? Pointing at him. Welf just watched amused as Belle was apologizing on his knees to Lily while she continued scolding him. Welf. Small but spicy, laughing. Lily. What did you say, damn it? Pointing at him. Welf. Nothing, looking away. Belle. Sorry. Welf. I'm a nuisance to you, little tadpole, smiling. Lily. I'm not little. I'm Lilaruka Ard. Welf. Oh. Then it's a real pleasure. Extending his hand smiling. Lily growling. Belle. Calm down, sighing, sorry Lily, but I really like the armor that Welf Krazo makes, they're the only ones I have left, smiling. Welf. Oh. That's why I made them for a fast-moving, athletic style. Smiling. Lily thought about Belle's words and opened her eyes remembering Welf's surname. Lily. Krazo. Did you say Krazo? Belle. Huh. Yes, confused. Welf turned around a little uncomfortable by the conversation. Lily. Aren't they the cursed blacksmiths? The fallen noble blacksmiths? Surprised. Belle. What are you talking about? Confused, I feel like I've heard the word Krazo before, but where? Confused. Lily. Have you never heard of it, Belle-sama? Surprised, the Krazo family was a clan of famous blacksmiths, looking at wealth for their ability to create powerful magical objects, but one day they all lost their ability, and now they are all ruined, looking at Belle. Welf hi, he's the man of the fallen nobles, that doesn't matter to you now, right? Lily. But. Crash. Everyone turned to look and saw how the floor began to crack, and from there came out a small hand of an imp, more and more hands began to come out, and from there the entire body showing several imp wanting them. Welf. I think now is not the time to talk about that. An orc also began to slowly emerge from the floor, and Welf pulled his greatsword from his back. Welf. Fine. Leave the orc to me, even I can take care of him, smiling. Lily. Then I'll also help you as best I can, showing her hand crossbow. Welf. Oh. I thought you hated me, Liliku smiling. Lily. Of course I do, closing her eyes, but I don't want you to get in Belle-sama's way, shaking her head. Belle. Fine, I'll leave it to you, taking out Kuroyami, I'll go after them. Launching at the imp. Belle easily cut one through the neck and watched him disappear smiling. Belle. They're slow. No, I'm faster. Smiling. Belle looked as behind him was another imp about to attack him, but turned and gave him a strong kick that destroyed his head. Belle crouched down and jumped almost 3 meters and went to cut another one. With Welf and Lily. Welf just cut an orc in half with his greatsword and wiped his sweat, breathing heavily, he turned to see Belle and was surprised. Welf. Incredible. Amazed. Belle was killing Distra and Sinister, the bodies of the imps disappeared and they dropped all their magic stones to the floor. Belle finished killing the last one and turned to look at them, putting away his knife. Belle. I think you're too careful. Alarmed. Lily and Welf turned to look and were shocked to see a yellow armadillo monster that has an extremely hard shell, but is very soft inside. The monster coiled and began to spin towards the direction of Lily and Welf, who did not move due to surprise. Without realizing it, Belle's hand lit up slightly with white and blue particles, almost similar to Berserk. Belle also took his hand and invoked his ice magic. Belle. Riet Mizu. From Belle's hand came a beam of frozen water, but it was even more powerful than normal. The attack instantly collided with the hard armored, freezing it and shattering it into pieces. Welf. Sugoi, surprised. Belle. Even my magic power is more powerful, playing the Minotaur's horn, I feel like I'm getting closer to her every time, remembering Ace. With Ace. She was 2 floors below Belle's, right now Tiona and Tyan were fighting against several strong monsters, apparently they seemed excited. Aerith. Don't you think they seem very excited? Curious. Finn. Well, we met an interesting adventure on the way here, smiling. Aerith. That much? Curious. Riveria hi, her name. It was bellcranel, smiling looking at Ace. Ace smiled slightly motivated and also launched herself at the monsters before the expectant gaze of everyone. Riveria. She seems excited too, smiling. Ace cut one in half, they were very large monsters, the same size as the silverback, black with red lines and one eye, it was an obsidian soldier. Belle. Working as a team is easier, smiling. Lily. Well I have to admit it's true, collecting magic stones. Welf. It makes the fight much easier, smiling, Hey Belle, what's that? Confused. Belle. Also confused. Belle looked at his hand and was surprised to see how it emanated a strong light blue glow with blue particles. Belle moved his hand to try to remove them, but it was useless. Belle. I don't know. Confused. Briar. Run. It's an infant dragon. Belle and company turned around and saw several adventurers running, behind them appeared an infant dragon. Belle. Oh shit, sighing, I really am incredibly lucky, smiling uncomfortably. Welf. And Liliku worried. Belle. She, worried. Briar. They both turned to look and there was the monster that kicked a rock with its tail, revealing a scared Lily. Belle Lily. Extending her hand, Riet Mizu. From Belle's hand came a beam of ice water even stronger than the previous one, this collided with the neck of the infant dragon and destroyed it with a strong explosion of ice. Before everyone's shocked gaze and Lily's adoring wonder, the dragon stone fell in front of Belle. It was a little bigger than Belle's size. Belle looked at his hand, which no longer released that celestial glow. Hestia. No doubt, smiling, looking at Belle's back. That was your ability, Argonaut, smiling. The possibility of overcoming any obstacle, for an irresponsible boy who wants to be a hero, is the method to achieve it. Looking at the ceiling, when facing an enormous power, you can resist it with a small attack, you can defeat them in one hit. As a hero, it is an incredible ability, don't you think, smiling. Minutes later. Belle is serving the food calmly. Hestia instantly grabbed a vegetable burger to eat it, delighting in Belle's good seasoning. Belle-sama, have you ever heard anything about some noble blacksmiths called Krazo? Curious. Hestia. That's the name of the blacksmith's family, right? Eating. Belle, hi, smiling. Hestia. I only know that he had the ability to create extremely powerful magical objects, although for some strange reason everyone lost that ability, but I don't know more, although I heard a little about that blacksmith in the store. Looking at the hamburger, I heard that he still has the ability to create extremely powerful magical objects, even more so than his ancestors. Looking at Belle. Belle got hooked on food for information. Hestia. But his family says he wastes his talent eating. Belle. Why? Confused. Hestia. Why doesn't he do them anymore? If he did, he could gain fame and fortune, but he refuses to do them. He's very talented, but it seems like something strange is happening to him. Apparently, it's something about his pride or something like that. I don't know much about the subject. Looking at Belle. Belle remained silent, processing the information. It was already night, and the underground Lhasa was already progressing at a good pace. Belle and Hestia already had separate rooms, to the annoyance of Hestia, who sometimes sneaked into Belle's room and slept with him. Belle blushed the first time Hestia slept with him half naked because it was hot. Leaving that aside, Belle went to Hestia's room and opened it slightly. Seeing her already asleep, he closed the door again and returned to his room. He closed the door carefully so as not to make noise and took out a box from under his bed, the assassin's box. He really had to find a better place to hide it. Belle opened it and looked at his 2 suits, the map and photos, and a diary of his teacher. Belle opened his teacher's diary and began to look through it until he came to a page where the part was Krazo. The clan of noble blacksmiths with a great ability to create magical objects of great power. Not even Hephaestus herself is capable of creating a magical object as powerful as that of the Krazo without using her arcanum or divine power. They were blamed for the destruction of 3/4 of the fairy forest when the Rockians used their magical weapons against the elves and almost conquered the elven kingdom. But the truth that few know is that the Krazos were in total disagreement about that attack, but were forced to participate and create magical weapons to destroy the elves who had been their allies for years. The first Krazo was a friend of the elven princess. They formed an agreement, and the elven princess gave the Krazo her knowledge of magical objects, and the Krazo gave her his knowledge of magical smithing. Thanks to that, both were able to create the magical staffs used by the mages. For centuries, the Krazo and the elves had a strong connection that was broken with that attack by the Rockians. After the attack, the elves broke ties with the Krazo out of hatred for having lost their loved ones, and the Krazo begged the deities to take away their ability to create magical objects as punishment for having betrayed their allies. Nowadays, few elves and few Krazo remember that event, and very few Krazo have that gift but hide it so as not to be used again by the Rockians to create magical weapons. Welf. Huh. Lilicuajo isn't coming today. Looking at Belle. Belle, hi, said the gnome who takes care of the place where he stays sick and wants to keep him company. Sorry, but today, sad. Welf. Oh. Don't worry, I understand, smiling. Hey Belle, do you want to come with me today? I promised you that if you let me join your team I would pay you, right? Smiling and giving him a thumbs up, I'll make you a new equipment. Belle smiled happily at that and nodded. Time skip. Belle and Welf were walking towards an area full of wooden houses. Belle looked at this curiously. He didn't know that such an area existed in Orario. Welf. This place belongs to the Hephaestus family. All blacksmiths have individual forges. The better our rank, the better our forges will be. I am still a novice within the family, smiling. Welf opened the door of one of the houses and entered with Belle. Belle. So this is your work area, looking at everything. Welf. I'm sorry it's so dirty, just try to bear it, smiling. Belle. Oh. Don't worry, smiling. Welf. Do you want something? Any weapons you want? Looking at his things. Belle. Oh. No thanks, with the armor I have is more than enough. Smiling. Welf. You should be more greedy, Belle, an adventurer must always be prepared, smiling slightly. Belle. Oh. You're right, thinking. Belle looked at some swords hanging at the stop and went to see them. Belle. Can I touch them? Looking at Welf. Welf forward. Belle grabbed a sword and swung it a little. Welf. Nobody wanted to buy it, smiling. Belle. Why not? It looks really good quality, looking at it closely, What's up? Looking at Welf. Welf. You were expecting it to be a magic item, right? Smiling slightly, you heard it from Hestia-sama, she told you I can create magic items, right? Belle. Huh. How do you? Welf. I heard from some blacksmith who was asking about me. Belle was a little surprised and almost dropped the sword but held it tightly. Belle. I'm so sorry. Bowing. Welf. It's fine, it's understandable that a goddess wants to know more about her son's mate, forgive me for testing you like this, bowing. Belle. Don't worry. Welf. Is that a drop item? Pointing to the Minotaur's horn that was shining in light blue. Belle. Huh. Hey. It's a Minotaur horn, it's my most valuable treasure, I won't part with it, smiling. Welf. I can make a weapon with it, looking at Belle. Belle. Really? Surprised. Welf. You like knives, don't you? Belle. Hi. Expectant. Welf had a blue scarf in his hair, the one he used around his neck whenever he went on an adventure. He was sitting in front of hot stones and put the Minotaur horn on it which instantly heated up. Welf took out the hot horn and cut it in half. Welf. I don't like magic items, grabbing the small half of the horn, I had many customers, but they all found out I was a Krazo and asked for magic weapons, so I got tired of them, they only wanted weapons that would make them stronger and more famous, they all said the same thing, hitting the hot Minotaur horn with a hammer shaping it, but that's no good, that's not what a weapon is for. Filling the molded Minotaur horn with a grey substance that stuck to it and putting it back in the embers, it's not just a tool or something to make you famous, a weapon is part of its wielder, no matter how bad they are, your weapon will never betray you, looking at Belle, if only everyone were like him, he treats his weapon as his best and most faithful companion, not a disposable tool, that's why I hate magic items, they break and leave their wielders behind. Their power wastes human talent, neither the wielder nor the blacksmith are proud of it, that's why I don't make magic items anymore, looking at the Minotaur horn that was now shaped like a knife still red hot and put it in an acid bath. Welf opened the window and looked at the red knife in his hand, inspecting it, while Belle looked at him with a sparkle in his eye. NT. Imagine it is navy blue and the edge is light blue. Welf. It's probably because the material is good, without a doubt it's the best thing I've done. Keeping it in a case, well let me give it a name, thinking, Ushiwakameru. No, how is it a Minotaur horn, Minotan? Thinking. Belle. No. Raising his hands, I'm sure Ushiwakameru is better, Welf-san, smiling nervously. Welf. Well Ushiwakameru will, smiling, have, extending to Ushiwakameru. Belle. Thanks, huh? Confused. Belle tried to grab Ushiwakameru, but when he tried to take her, Welf didn't let go. Welf. I know we've only known each other for a short time, so I won't ask you to have complete trust in me, but treat me more like a partner like with Lilikyuajo, and even like Kuroyami, pointing at Kuroyami. Belle. Smiled confidently and nodded. Belle. So be it. Welf, smiling. Welf. It was a pleasure working with you, Belle, smiling. Problems, 11. Belle stood in front of Hestia with his new armor and a red salamander skin cloak. Hestia. The salamander cape really stands out in the light, looking at it. Belle. Ina-san said that if I wanted to go deeper into the dungeon, I should use her, smiling. Hestia. Well, if advisor-san advised it then I'm not complaining, sighing. Belle. Hi. See you Kami-sama. Running. Hestia turned towards the church but stopped for a second before seeing Belle who was already far away. Hestia was wearing a rather elegant red maid outfit and was heading to the Tower of Babel to work part-time because of her debt to Hephaestus. But on the way she saw a certain god from the Far East in front of 6 boys, his independents, 3 of them had purple battle yujatas. And in front of the 3 was a beautiful girl with purple eyes that Hestia assumed was Mikoto. Take Mikazuchi. Listen. Don't be reckless, you're going to the 18th floor, don't get too confident, especially you Mikoto, don't get too confident just because you've leveled up, seriously. Mikoto. Hi. Take Mikazuchi-sama. Syria. All the members of the Take Mikazuchi family went towards the dungeon with firm steps hiding their nerves. While Hestia approached the god. Hestia. Are you going to the middle floors? Curious. Take Mikazuchi. Hi, according to what I heard Shiroi Senko will also go, right? Smiling. Hestia. Shiroi Senko, confundida. Take Mikazuchi. You don't know. Many of those affected by the Daedalus Street attack have been complaining to the guild about Belle's nickname, several even calling him Shiroi Senko, smiling. Hestia. White flash, lowering her head, if only I had thought of that at that stupid meeting, depressed. Take Mikazuchi. Ha 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 ha. Laughing. None of them realized that they were being watched from afar by a certain god with a dove hat. In the dungeon. Belle put his arm in front of him and a hellhound bit him fiercely, but thanks to the Welf armor it didn't hurt him and he stabbed him in the head with Kuroyami. Belle. Good. Happy. Welf cut a hellhound in half with his greatsword and looked at another that was preparing to launch a flame from its mouth. Welf extended his arm to speak his magic, but he wouldn't reach it in time. Just as the hellhound was about to launch a blazing fire arrow at him, a nail arrow at his head followed by two others that ended up killing the hellhound. Lily. You're very slow, it would be. Welf. Well, honestly, we did very well considering it was our first fight on the upper floors, smiling. Belle. Hi, it seems we'll be able to cope with the hellhound's fire attacks, smiling. Lily. Let's go to another place, picking up a magic stone, if the monsters corner us here we will be. Hi. Everyone turned to look at an Almrich, then two more appeared looking at them adorably with their hands behind their backs, while the one in the middle tilted his head. Lily. Belle-sama. Chibi. Welf. Hi, finally son Belle's, Chibi. Belle. His name is Almrich. Chibi. The Belle JN jumped towards them taking out some mini stone axes. Welf. Watch out. The Bells are attacking us. Taking out his sword. Lily. The Belle-sama are in a hurry, Chibi. Belle. I already said they're Almrich. Taking out his knife. Elsewhere. A certain god with a feather hat was walking through Orario being followed by his captain Asfi, better known as Andromeda. Hermes. Tell me, Asfi-chan, what have you heard so far? Smiling. Asfi. Many adventurers don't take little rookie seriously, sighing, many believe that she lied about her leveling time, they believe that no one can surpass the sword princess. Hermes. That's normal, even if he defeated only one Minotaur that's not enough to level up, smiling, but that benefits them. Asfi. For God's sake, sighing. Hermes. Don't tell me you're jealous, Asfi-chan, smiling at him. Asfi. It's not like that, lowering her head, just don't get involved in their problems, sighing. Hermes. Don't worry, Asfi-chan, rubbing his head. Asfi Muo, I don't want to anymore, sighing. Hermes and Asfi continued walking to a well-known place. Chloe. Welcome-o. Hermes-sama, smiling. Sir Hermes-sama. Confused. Hermes. Hello. Sir Chan, Chloe-chan, smiling, tell me, is Ryu-chan home? Curious. The Take Mikazuchi family was in trouble, they were running desperately towards the exit of the floor they were on, everyone was somewhat hurt and tired, but the worst was a girl with short hair that barely reached her chin and covered one of her eyes called Chigusa, who had a deep wound on her right side that was bandaged trying to prevent the blood from overflowing. She was being carried by her captain, Aoka, who was running alongside everyone carrying her. Makoto turned her gaze and saw three Almrich chasing them behind them. Makoto. I'll take care of it. Makoto drew her katana and went to attack the mini bells which ended up being cut and the last one impaled disappearing into dust leaving its magic stone. Aoka. Don't separate. Seriously. Makoto. Sorry, putting away her katana. Makoto returned together and they started running again. Makoto. We have to go and heal Chigusa, she'll die of bleeding at this rate, worried. Aoka. They're surrounding us. Looking at several hellhounds, let's go to the front room. Seriously. Han Belle. Belle, Lily and Welf were surrounded by mini bells killing them left and right, but there was a problem, and it seemed that every time they killed one, two more appeared. Belle. They're cornering us. Cutting one off. Welf cut the three in half and looked into the distance, there were Aoka's group, the next were running tired, Aoka stood at the entrance of the room staring at Belle's group. Makoto. Aoka dono. Aoka. We will pass between them, serious. Makoto. What? But we'll be leaving all the monsters for him. Upset. Aoka. I value your lives more than those of strangers. Now complain later. Running. Everyone looked at Belle's team with pity and started running towards them. Makoto clenched her fist and grabbed the handle of her katana, but upon hearing the howls of the hellhound she let go and clicked her tongue going to her teammates. Belle looked at them confused, his condition increased as they passed by them with an injured girl who was probably from his family. Briar. Belle turned to look and made a face as if to see several hellhounds appear in front of him. Belle. Oh. They used us as bait, calmly. Welf. Why are you so calm? Excited. Lily. We must escape. It would be. Belle. No, I've been wanting a challenge with several enemies at once for a while, smiling. Lily. Welfay. And shock. Belle jumped straight towards a hellhound to attack it with his bare hands, or so Welf and Lily thought as they were surprised when they saw Belle take out a strange blade from his bracelet protector and stab the hellhound in its head killing it. Belle ducked down skiing a bite from another and grabbed one by the neck who rushed towards him taking out his other hidden blade, killing him with such ease. Belle began to spin with the hellhound in his hand and threw it towards another who was preparing to throw a flame at him. Belle held both blades in a reverse grip and slashed both of them across the neck of an Almrage that tried to attack him from behind. Belle Rado to the right and cut the leg of a hellhound. Before killing it, I hold it and use it as a shield to receive a flare from another hellhound. When the blaze died down, Belle threw the hellhound's dead body towards an Almrage and rushed towards the other, piercing its stomach several times. Then he turned around, grabbing the Almrage by the ears, but when he looked closely, he sighed and left it on the floor for everyone's convenience. Belle. What are you waiting for? Go away, taking out his knife. The Almrage got scared and ran away before the eyes of Welf and Lily. Welf. Why didn't you kill him? Looking at him. Belle. Reminded me of Yuki, Chibi. Lily. She reminded me of Belle-sama, Chibi. Welf. Yuki. Confused. Belle. I'll introduce you later, smiling. Belle. Now we have to get out of here, watching as another order of monsters approached. Welf. Okay. Let's run. Then you'll show me those blades on your arms, starting to run. Belle. It's okay, running. Lily. For God's sake, men, sighing and running. The three began to run through a stone corridor. When they passed it, they found a stone bridge that led to another cave. When they were about to enter the other cave, Belle saw behind them several hellhounds chasing them. Belle. Riet Mizu. An icy ray shot out of his hand, raining down frost and icy water, which froze in seconds. Belle looked at the ice smiling. There were 6 hellhounds trapped in the ice unable to move, but he was surprised when another 3 jumped over the ice, passing over him. 2 went straight towards Welf, biting his left side. Welf sliced them with his sword, but the bite was still there. The last hellhound headed towards Lily, who covered herself with her backpack. The monster dog began to bite the backpack savagely, but died instantly when Belle pierced it with one of his hidden blades. Belle. Are you okay, Welf? Seriously? Welf. Yes, somehow, suggesting his left side. Belle looked seriously as his wound bled. It wasn't that alarming, but if it continued like that it would really be serious. Belle heard a small noise and turned to look at a small hole. Lily. They're going to appear so quickly. Surprised. Welf. And that's not all, on both sides, serious. On the other side of the bridge there were also several hellhounds who were ready to attack. After melting the great ice that was Belle, although the hellhounds that were trapped in the ice ended up dead anyway. Belle. Damn, taking out Kuroyami, huh? Noticing debris falling. Belle looked up in horror as debris began to fall on top of them. Belle. Welf. Lily. Ah. Belle opened his eyes and shook his head trying to recover. He got up with difficulty looking at Welf, trying to pull his leg out of one of the rubble with pain. Lily was barely caught in the middle of several pieces of debris. Belle looked ahead to find a hellhound preparing to launch a flare. Belle remembered Ryu's words. The dungeon is cunning. When you think everything is fine, the dungeon will find a weakness in you and exploit it when you are weak and tired. Belle. Ryu, the dungeon will show you his true fangs. Hestia was in the guild worried. Belle's group had not returned yet. Hestia. You haven't been around here today, have you? Worried. Aina. No, I'm sorry. Hestia-sama, sad, hasn't been around here, turning to see her companions. Misha and another girl shook their heads in shame. Hestia. Good. I want you to set a mission. The recovery of bellcranel's group would be. Aina. Immediately, it would be. Aina and the other 2 guild managers got to work under Hestia's anguished gaze, but she was brought out of her thoughts when she heard the office door open. She turned to look and saw Take Mikazuchi with a serious and sad face next to a serious Aoka and a gloomy Mikoto. Take Mikazuchi. Hestia. Belle was walking through the corridors of the dungeon. He was holding Welf, who was leaning on him while holding his increasingly serious wound, and Lily was coming a little behind them walking with a little pain. Belle. Are you okay? Worried. Welfie stayed worse, smiling. Tenm's bad luck, laughing. We wanted to go as fast as possible to the surface and we ended up falling 2 floors below, serious. Lily. We almost didn't survive that fall, tired. Belle. Hi, if it weren't for the salamander cloak that hellhound would have killed us with his flame, smiling. Welf. Yes, we'll have to thank your advisor later. They walked a little further until they found a dead end. Belle. Damn, clicking his tongue. Welf looked at the ground smiling. Welf. Leave me here, smiling. Belle. Ah. Annoyed, I won't do that, serious. Welf. They have no choice, I'll just be a burden to them, smiling sadly. Lily. Ah. Annoyed, there is another way, it would be. Welf. Belle. Lily. We are close to the 18th floor, there is a rest area for adventurers, there are no monsters, they can only pass between floors, it would be a city there, Riviera, we can rest there. Belle. Then we'll have to go down further, seriously. Welf. Sorry for the inconvenience, lowering his head. Belle. Don't apologize, I'll never leave a companion behind, much less a friend. If I'm here, we'll all make it out alive, walking. Welf looked at Belle with admiration. Lily couldn't help but look at him like that after those words, and both followed him towards the calamity, ready for anything, with confiance in their leader, but above all, ready to return alive. Belle. Let's use the holes, looking at some, with them we can go down more easily, seriously. Welf. But what about the Goliath, the boss of floor 17, seriously? Lily. The monster Rex Goliath is supposed to have been killed by the Loki family on their excursion, so it is supposed to reappear today. We have to hurry before it reappears, it would be. Welf. There's a high probability, smiling. Belle. But it's better than certain death, smiling. Hestia was in the church staring straight ahead. Behind her were the only 6 members of the Take-Mikazuchi family, along with her god. Hephaestus was also there sitting on a bench with her arms crossed, looking curiously at the church. Take-Mikazuchi. Forgive me, Hestia, it was the only option they could think of at that moment, lowering their heads. Hestia looked at the window for a second. Hestia. If something happens to Belle-kun, things will go very badly for you, but I promise not to hate you, so, turning around, would you help me rescue him? Extending her hand. The sun began to set and with its last rays of light illuminated Hestia, giving her an image worthy of a god. All the members of the Take-Mikazuchi family looked at her with shining eyes and knelt on one knee with their heads bowed. Everyone hi. Hestia-sama. Seriously. Hestia smiled sweetly. Take-Mikazuchi. But only Aoka and Makoto will be able to go. Chigusa will help them, but the others will be more of a hindrance on the middle floors, no offense, looking at her 3 weakest children. The boys and the girl lowered their heads, accepting that it was true. Hestia. We need more people, it would be. Woe that I could help. Everyone turned their gaze, seeing Hermes with his arms outstretched, walking next to his captain Asfi. Hestia. Hermes. Surprised. Take-Mikazuchi. What are you doing here? Surprised. Hermes. I can't come to see a good friend, smiling. Hephaestus. You haven't seen her since she came down from heaven, Chibi. Take-Mikazuchi. What a good friend, Chibi. Hermes. And don't be so harsh, dramatic, you need help, right? Holding Asfi by the shoulder, my captain can help you, smiling. Asfi? Huh. Looking at him with a silly face. Hermes. Do you think so? Smiling. Hestia. Why should I accept your help, it would be. Hermes. Oh come on, I want to help you, and I also want to save Belle-kun, smiling, so what do you say? Extending his hand. Hestia. Very well, the more the better, looking at her hand, I will never touch your hand again, moving away. Hermes. How cold, smiling. Everyone started planning what to do except for Asfi, who pulled Hermes to talk more privately. Hermes. What's up, Asfi? Smiling. Asfi. What are you planning? It would be, don't tell me that, in shock. Hermes. Exactly, smiling, I'll go too. Asfi. But it's against the rules for a god to be among the dungeon. Exalted. Hermes. It won't count if no one sees me, smiling, don't worry, I'll be very careful with this, smiling. Asfi. For God's sake, bowing her head. Hermes. Don't worry, rubbing his head. But both were surprised when Hestia appeared in front of them. Hestia. I'll go too. Happy. Hermes. Eha. In shock. Hestia stood up and walked away happily. Hermes. But it is illegal for a god to go down to the dungeon, smiling nervously. Hestia. Don't worry, it won't count if no one finds me out, smiling. Hermes lowered his head in defeat. Hephaestus. But they'll have to be careful, especially your Hestia, it would be, who knows what kind of things that pervert will do, pointing at Hermes. Hermes. They treat me like I'm a dog, pretending to be sad. Hestia. Don't worry, smiling, I'll hit him that way. Asfi. Exactly, calm. Hermes. What a betrayal, snatching his chest. Hephaestus. This place looks better than I thought, looking around, I'm glad you fixed it, looking at Hestia. Hestia. Actually it was me and Belle, smiling, but you saw us downstairs, happy. Everyone. Huh. Confused. Hestia opened the alcove room and let everyone in. When they all went down they were amazed to see the underground house. Hestia. What do you think? Isn't it great? Smiling proudly, I present to you the fireplace mansion, happy. Hephaestus. How did they do this? Surprised. Hestia. Belle managed, smiling, I just helped him a little, scratching the back of his neck. Venetia. Oh. Belle-kun has good taste, taking out a bottle of fine wine. Hestia. Loves to drink, smiling nervously. Hephaestus. Is he an alcoholic? Confused. Hestia. Oh. No, waving her hands, in fact, I've only seen him drunk twice, and both times I was the one who tried to sleep naked next to him, eh? Realizing what she said. Hephaestus. So we'll have to take away your title of virgin goddess, huh? Sighing. Hermes. I feel proud, Belle-kun. dramatic. Ganesha. Oh. Curious. Take Mikazuchi. Cough cough, pretending to cough while blushing. Asfi turned her gaze blushing as did all the members of the Take Mikazuchi family. Belle was walking with Welf on his back, in front of them was Lily, but there was something extra. Welf. Hey, Lilicuajo, with a blue face, can't you do anything about that smell? Belle. I'm getting dizzy, staggering. Lily. Don't complain. Vain in head, turning around, I'm the one closest to this, showing a bag with a disgusting smell. Belle and Welf leaned back with blue faces. Lily. You're not the only one who smells it. I smell it too. I do this to keep the monsters away from us, and yet you keep complaining. Chibi annoyed, it's our only salvation, with this smell the monsters won't come near us. Belle. When we get back we'll have to take a long bath, walking a little behind Lily. Lily. I'll take one of ours, annoyed. Belle. Well read Mizu. A small pincer made of ice was created on Belle's nose, while Lily and Welf looked at him in disbelief. Belle. What? Confused. Lily and wasn't that an attack bush? In shock. Belle. A versatile magic my dearest lady, smiling. Welf. But changing the form of a magic is something extremely difficult, surprised. Belle. Oh. I know that, calm down, only Riveria Sama 9 hells is layers of that, my magic allows me to throw ice water to freeze it instantly, I can control the amount of water and how quickly it is controlled, with a little training I was able to create ice sculptures, they are very hard and resistant, if it weren't for the fact that they are also very cold, I'm sure I would create my own ice armor, smiling. Welf. Ah. Right here. Pointing to his dramatic heart. Brar. The hellhound appeared opening its snout ready to throw a flare of fire, Welf released himself from Belle's shoulder and looked at the dog seriously. Welf. I'll take care of it. Extending his hand, burn, dark magic. Will-o-wisp. The hellhound stood still looking at them until it began to self-inflate, Belle and Lily stood on some rocks next to Welf and the hellhound exploded into fire. Lily looked at the place where the hellhound was finding only her magic stone and the burnt ground. Lily. That was great. Surprised, a magic that uses the enemy's magic to self-destruct, surprised. Belle. But are you okay? Helping him, you've used it many times, worried. Welf. Don't worry, I can use it a few more times, smiling. At the top of Babel. A certain dorksy-haired goddess was looking with a smile at the bar of the fertility hostess, where Hermes was begging Mamma Mia for something. Freya. What are you planning, smiling, well, it doesn't bother me, just remember, staring. Hermes trembled as he felt a gaze fixed on him. Freya. I'm the only one who can play with him. Lily held the smelly bag seriously. Lily. The effect has ended, it is no longer protecting us, looking at Welf and Belle. Belle. Protecting. Looking at Welf. Welf. That almost killed us, Blue. Lily. Don't complain. Annoyed. Lily was going to continue complaining about not being there because a roar brought her out of her anger, it was a loud roar that made her and Welf's hair stand on end, while Belle sharpened his gaze. In front of them appeared a very large brown Minotaur with a stone axe. Welf Yuan, Minotaur, scare. Belle clicked his tongue and rushed towards him, taking out Kuroyami and Ushiwakimaru. Welf looked surprised as both blades cut one of the Minotaur's horns and his chest with ferocity. The monster knelt in pain, but I don't know what I expected, a strong iron grip held him by his other horn, and a black knife pierced his head with ferocity. Welf and Lily looked surprised at Belle killing in cold blood with a serene face, but eyes that reflected total repressed anger. Belle. I hate Minotaurs, seriously. Welf. So this is the power of the one who defeated a Minotaur being level 1, surprised. Lily. She really has a grudge against the Minotaurs, and I'm drop. Everyone looked ahead where 3 other Minotaurs appeared with stone axes just like the first one. Belle put away his knives and easily grabbed the giant axe that was bigger than the. Belle smiled fiercely and began to swing the stone axe with both hands, the Minotaur tried to pierce him with his axe, but was abruptly split in half by Belle. Another Minotaur tried to attack him with a vertical cut, but could do little or nothing when Belle destroyed the stone axe with his hand and hit him hard in the face, knocking him to the ground. Belle jumped on top of the Minotaur's head, killing it easily, and then threw the axe at the last one's head. The axe cut the Minotaur's head with ease, letting the head fall to the ground, staining it with blood. Belle. We must continue, a little tired. Lily Welf hi. Seriously. Secrets, 12. Makoto, Aoka and Makoto were walking through the corridors of the dungeon, looking surprised at Asfi and an elf with greenish blonde hair. Makoto. Incredible, surprised. Aoka. That is the power of Asfi al Andromeda, one of the best creators of objects, better known as Almighty Perseus, amazed. Kagusa. And she. Looking at the elf with admiration, is like the wind. The elf kept a tanto at her waist and began walking towards a large pile of rocks. Asfi and the elf looked at each other before Ryu climbed the rocks, looking on the other side some bandages and healing potions. Ryu. They're not here anymore, would be, we have to hurry, from what I can see they must have already used all their healing potions and bandages, standing up. Asfi nodded and looked behind her at 3 Almrich. Ryu Cranel-sama. Curious. The Almrich tilted his head and pointed to the other side. They all turned around looking surprised at a pack of hellhounds approaching them. Asfi opened her cloak, letting out 3 sky blue arrows that pierced the hellhounds and froze them in an instant. Ryu. Was that all they were? Looking at her. Asfi. Yes, for the moment yes. Ryu. Everyone turned to see Hestia, who was covered with a black handle just like Hermes, but the curious thing is that Hestia was carrying the Almrich while scratching its head and it moved its paw in the way it likes. Asfi H Hestia-sama, nervous. Hestia.hai. Smiling. Ryu. Don't move, it's very dangerous, taking a point. Hestia. Oh. Don't worry, smiling. Hermes. I think it's better if you let it go, Hestia, smiling nervously. Hestia. Don't worry, she's Yuki, like with us because she's worried about Belle, smiling. Yuki took out a stick and hit another Almrich on the head, who lowered his head as if he had been scolded. Hestia. They punished a Belle JN, pretending to be sad. No one could help but laugh at this, even Ryu tried to suppress his laughter but couldn't stand it anymore. Ryu PFFFFFF. Slightly shaking. Asfi. Leaving aside Belle JN being punished, considering this, I think they went lower, would be. Hestia. Huh. But isn't that more dangerous? Worried. Asfi. No, actually, seeing a hole, it's the safest. They probably tried to go to the 18th floor, a safe area in the dungeon, it would be. Makoto. B. But what about the floor manager, scared? Asfi. Goliath, as I understand it, the Loki family finished it off a week ago, so it will appear in less than an hour if my calculations are not wrong, it would be, how many halls that go down more floors, it is easier to go down than to go up, so reaching the 18th floor would not be much of a problem, it would be. Ryu. He's right, now that he managed to survive an adventure he doesn't want to give up. Why am I blushing? Blushing. Asfi. It's decided, we'll have to go to the 18th floor, it would be. Hestia Belle-kun, worried. Belle looked at Welf, who caused another will-o'-the-wisp to one of the hellhounds that ended up exploding. Belle Welf. Welf. Worried, mental drop Lily. Welf is. Belle was speechless as he watched Lily collapse on the floor, completely exhausted. Belle. Lily. Worried, damn. Clicking his tongue. Belle put down Welf's greatsword and took Lily's backpack from him. He left both things on the ground and carried both of them in his arms. The tips of Lily's boots dragged on the floor, while Welf's knees and feet also dragged. He began to walk firmly towards a hole that was several meters in front of him. When he arrived in front of the hole he breathed heavily, he was already tired, and that in addition to carrying 2 people was a lot for him. He may have the record for leveling up, and even killed an irregular Minotaur being level 1, but even so this was a lot of work for him. He looked at the hole with doubt, but he jumped in. Ah. Belle had been falling for a while through the hole that looked more like a slide. When he came out of the hole, a small stone ramp left him on the ground. He saw a little dizzy how besides that one, there were 3 other ramps and stone tunnels. Hestia. Well, tell me Hermes, why are you so interested in Belle, would be. Hermes. I already told you, I just want to help a good friend, smiling. Hestia. Leave that alone, it would be. Hermes. Confused. Hestia. I know that's not the reason, tell me the real one, it would be. Hermes. It's okay, smiling, the truth is that someone asked me to see how Belle is progressing, looking at Hestia. Hestia. Anyone? It would be. Hermes. But I didn't just come because someone could, looking at Hestia. Belle also interests me, I want to see it for myself, Hestia. Hestia looked expectantly at Hermes. Hermes. I want to see if he is capable of taking us to a new era. With Belle. Belle was walking with difficulty towards a large stone door. He breathed heavily looking at Welf and Lily who were still unconscious. Belle. I won't give up, not so soon, I have to get there, breathing heavily. Belle entered a large room and was surprised to see a gigantic smooth stone wall that shone with different colors. Belle. This is the Great Wailing Wall. Belle looked across the room and saw a large cave that led to the 18th floor. Belle began to walk desperately with difficulty towards the other end, remembering Lily's words. If you're referring to Goliath, the Loki family killed the floor boss, considering the time it takes to respawn. We can avoid it if we go now. Belle felt a great tremor and watched in terror as the wailing wall began to crack. Belle put all the strength he had and started running, avoiding the giant pieces of the wailing wall that were starting to fall due to the creation of Goliath. Belle watched as some Trossi fell, revealing a monster with reddish-brown skin, wild black hair, crimson eyes with black skeleton. Brah. Belle looked at him seriously, increasing the pace as best he could. The Goliath pulled his fist and his entire arm out of the wailing wall and destroyed it, falling several meters behind Belle. Goliath stared at Belle and half closed his eyes, finding 3 new victims. Belle. Run. 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 Looking at the tunnel that led to the 18th floor, damn it. Run. Upset. Belle turned his gaze in terror, watching as Goliath had extended his hand towards him. Belle was able to dodge the grab with difficulty, because Goliath was still freeing himself from the wailing wall. But I don't know, I expect Goliath to prepare his fist ready to hit him. Belle looked angrily at the tunnel that was a few meters in front of him. Belle knew he wouldn't make it. If he tried to run with Welf and Lily, all 3 would die. That's why he chose to save them. Belle long live. Belle threw Welf and Lily into the tunnel where they were quickly taken to the 18th floor, but Belle had to dodge a blow from Goliath that sent him flying due to the shock wave. Belle fell back away from the entrance and stood up in pain. Belle coughing. Belle watched in terror as Goliath had destroyed the entrance to the 18th floor, leaving only several pieces of rubble covering the entrance. Belle. If I die, let it be as a proud, serious killer. Belle took out a recovery potion, the last one he had. He drank it, noticing how some of his strength had recovered. He took out Kuroyami and Ushiwakameru, sticking them in an X shape, looking with pure anger at Goliath. Belle. I'll take you on a tour straight to purgatory, seriously. Goliath roared in anger and rushed at Belle, trying to hit him. Belle opened his eyes, activating the eagle vision, narrowly avoiding the blow. An advantage of eagle vision was that the movements of enemies were slowed down, in addition to being able to see them much better in order to study them in detail, something that his teacher took advantage of to spy on women. Belle looked around the place in detail, seeing some debris he could use to hide. Belle looked seriously at the Goliath, who looked at him the same way. While on the 18th floor, a certain swordswoman was walking through the 18th floor calmly. She was thinking about a certain rabbit that had her so distracted, but she was taken out of her thoughts when a red-haired winged boy and a brown-haired hobbit appeared with some wounds and scratches with salamander layers. Baze knelt down, looking at both of them, recognizing the hobbit who was Belle's assistant. Back with Belle. Belle was in trouble, jumping with force almost 2 meters, dodging a blow from Goliath. Belle veered in the air to the right, dodging another blow from the monster, who looked at him as if he were an insect. Belle opened his salamander cape, gliding a little until he fell to the ground gently. Goliath tried to crush Belle with his foot, but he dodged it by rolling to the right. But I don't know, I hope the blow was so strong that the air current pushed him along with several stones that hit him hard. Belle. Shit, standing up with difficulty. Belle looked at Goliath, but I don't know what he expected. He would receive him with a terrible blow that would send him flying and crashing against a wall. Belle stood up with difficulty, touching his head, noticing how it was bleeding. Belle clicked his tongue, also looking at his new armor, which was already dented and had some broken pieces. Belle. Welf gets angry, smiling amused. But Welf and Lily. Welf and Lily were waking up in makeshift beds in a very large camping tent. Lily and Welf looked at each other and sighed in relief. Welf. Lilicuajo, I've never felt so happy to see you, smiling. Lily. I say the same, pathetic blacksmith, sighing, you are fine, Belle Sam. Welf. What's wrong? You're so scared to talk to Belle, haha. What do you think, B? Both. Welf. Lily. It's not there. Exalted. They were going to start getting more upset than they already were if it weren't for the fact that they looked at the entrance of the tent where a familiar blonde-haired woman entered. Both. Sword Princess, surprised. Baze. Are you okay? Expressionless, I found you at the entrance to the 18th floor, looking at both of you. Lily and Welf looked at each other for a second before nodding. Welf. I see, sighing in relief, so where is Belle? She's in a private tent, looking around. Lily. It would be better if they hadn't done anything to him, it would be. Baze gave a confused look and tilted her head. Baze. Belle wasn't with you, looking at you. Lily and Welf were shocked and then remembered some words from the swordswoman. Lily. Did you say you found us at the entrance to the 18th floor? Worried. Baze. Hi, expressionless. Welf. Oh no. Alarmed. Baze. What's going on? Confused. Lily. Belle is fighting against Goliath, upset. Baze opened his eyes wide, and to the surprise of both level 1 adventurers, he made a small wind knife that almost destroyed the tent, leaving its whirlwind of wind. Aze started to run alone, leaving a golden blur with green touches. All the executives and the vice captain and captain of the Loki family saw this, something they did not expect. A very upset Aze running at full speed, with her magic activated towards the entrance of the 18th floor. Finn. Follow her, seriously. Everyone nodded, worried about what had happened, and started running, trying to catch up with Aze, who was about to enter the 17th floor. Or so it would be if the entrance weren't blocked. Aze gave a powerful blow to the stones, cracking them hard and sending several flying. Ace looked through a small hole at Belle, who was bleeding and dodging a giant fist. Ace became alarmed and began to hit the stones, which with each hit cracked more and more. Behind her appeared the other executives of her family who looked at her worriedly. Lefiya Miss Ace, fearful. Ace ignored Lefiya and looked with a dark look at Gareth, who trembled slightly. Ace. Destroy the wall, murderous look. Gareth followed orders without question, destroying her in a matter of seconds. Ace went through the tunnel, pushing aside poor Garth, who was sent flying by the strong gust of air. Everyone followed Ace, who was static, looking in front of her with an incredulous look. Everyone looked in the same direction, surprised. Finn. Really, I think he would be the perfect definition of irregular. Smiling. In front of them was Goliath, who was kneeling on the floor trying to hold his neck. On his neck was Belle, who was strangling the Goliath with a chain that he had holding in both hands around his neck. The monster Rex tried to shake himself violently while trying to hold the chain in his gigantic hands, but it was useless. Belle screamed in pain as he felt the chains cracking the bones in his hand as he tried to hang the Goliath. Belle had kuroyami in his mouth while the ruins of that one glowed red instead of the typical blue. Belle also had a strange red cloak around him that gave him a more wild appearance. Belle put both chains in his right hand, withstanding Goliath's intense force as best he could, and with his left hand, he grabbed kuroyami and slashed Goliath in the head. He slashed and slashed him, causing as much damage as possible. His knife didn't have much reach, so it couldn't pierce deeply into Goliath, but it could at least cause great damage. Belle looked smiling at kuroyami, who was wrapped in the same white light that was previously giving off power. He was beginning to understand how it worked. Belle. Rita Mizu. Everyone, especially Riveria, looked surprised at Belle, who released a great torrent of water that froze in an instant in different parts, making a rain of ice blades that fell on Goliath. Goliath fell back crashing into a wall, making Belle scream as he crushed him. Belle tightened the chains when he noticed that 1 minute had already passed. Belle. Ready, smiling. Kuroyami started to shine brightly just as Belle was about to stab Goliath, and so it happened. Everyone closed their eyes as they saw a flashing white light cover Goliath. Belle. Argonaut 1 minute. Thank you. Belle woke up slowly with difficulty. He looked around and saw that he was in a large tent totally alone, or so he thought for the first few minutes before noticing a relative, and at the same time a strange lump appeared in his chest, only covered by the sheet. Only his goddess slept like that on top of him, so he wondered who it could be. What a surprise he got when he saw Ace sleeping adorably with her white dress on top of her chest. Belle blushed furiously, babbling stupid things. His master trained him to flirt with girls and extort people. But against a girl he loved, his brain short-circuited. Belle. Belle.exe has stopped working, blank stare. Belle reacted when a child Amazon entered his room, letting out a surprised squeal. Tionakai. Ace-chan has a boyfriend. Happy. Belle stood blank at Tiona's scream. The worst came when several adventurers known to Belle appeared. The large-bodied Amazon whistled upon seeing a girl sleeping very comfortably on Belle's chest. An elf with golden yellow hair was in shock, not knowing what to think. In a second she was angry because a human was burning Miss Ace, and in another she didn't know if she should be jealous of Ace when she saw that he was burning her savior when he was about to die at the monster fair, and Belle saved him. The memory was fresh in her mind. She made a cute pout, not knowing what to do or who to be jealous of. While on the other side, Riveria looked at this with a small but noticeable smile, happy that her daughter finally had someone. Finn gave a small whistle, grinning through his teeth, while a certain Sundeer wolf stood in shock, kneeling with a blank look, muttering something about roasted rabbit. Ace began to wake up slowly, looking at Belle with a sleepy face and mouth open with a little drool that was stuck on Belle's black t-shirt. Ace. Bunny, hugging him. Belle was shocked as he watched some of the executives laugh, especially Riveria. She was the only one who knew that Ace could act like a child when she was drunk or sleepy, but she couldn't control her strength. That was the only bad thing. Ace sleep. Ace knocked on Belle again and curled up on him like a cat, yawned adorably and went back to sleep. Belle help, blushing. Everyone started laughing at some exceptions like Lefiya and Bet. Lefiya. 2 will help you, sir, blushing. Belle. Bellcranel, you can call me Belle, smiling charmingly. Lefiya blushed more and lowered her head, walking slowly towards Belle, helping him to get out of Ace's grip, which, not having her heat source, began to move annoyed. Belle grabbed a pillow and put it where he was before Ace woke up. Belle, thank you, miss, looking at her. Lefiya Viritus, lowering her head. Belle. Nice to meet such a beautiful lady, smiling at her. Lefiya blushed deeply and fainted in Belle's arms with a silly face, fantasizing about Belle gallant. Lefiya's mind. Belle. You're only mine, whispering in her ear. Lefiya Belle. Approaching Belle. Belle. I love you, approaching her. Lefiya B. Belle, approaching him. In real life. Belle looked with a drop of sweat at Lefiya, who had her eyes closed and extended her blushing lips trying to kiss something. Belle, are you okay Lefiya, smiling nervously. Lefiya opened her eyes out of nowhere and looked at Belle blushing even more than imaginable. Riveria. Oh. A love triangle, smiling. Belle. This is no time for jokes, sighing, where are Welf and Lily, seriously. Finn. Don't worry, smiling, they're both resting somewhere else, they were very worried about you, smiling. BSLL. Thanks to Hestia, sighing. Finn. You adult Hestia a lot, don't you? Smiling. Belle. She's my goddess, she even gave me this, taking out Kuroyami. Finn became serious when he saw the knife. Finn. Right, I have to ask you some questions, would you answer? Seriously. Belle. That depends, Finn, looking at him seriously. Finn. Okay, what's that knife? Seriously. Belle. Huh. Confused, I don't know what you're talking about. Clearly confused. Finn. We tried to grab the knife so you'd be comfortable, pointing to his other weapons and guns which were placed near him. Finn. But when I tried, one of our employees almost lost his hand, smiling. If we hadn't treated him in time, I'm sure he probably would have lost his hand, smiling. So tell me, what is the knife? Smiling. Belle. Being honest I can only tell you one thing I hope that with it you don't ask more about her, serious she is alive, showing the blade which its ruins continue to shine in crimson color, she only answers to me or to Kami-sama, remembering Hestia, I discovered it accidentally, Welf was the one who paid the consequences of that, smiling nervously. Finn. Alive. Surprised. Belle. It was created by Hephaestus-sama and Kami-sama, only I or my goddess can use it, it has the Durandal effect and is also made of strands of Kami-sama's hair, in simple words, sighing. Finn. Could be considered the goddess of weapons, surprised looking at Kuroyami. Belle. Actually, it is, scratching his neck. Kuroyami shined in response mode surprising everyone. Belle. Now, back to the important stuff, what happened? Confused. You defeated Goliath Odo-san. Belle. I see, sighing. Finn. Huh. I haven't told you anything, confused. Belle. Oh nothing, nervous anyway, Miss Lefiya, shaking her. Lefiya. EA. Waking up from her fantasy again, kiss me, believing she was still asleep. Belle. EA. Surprised. Lefiya. It's not a dream right, in shock. Belle. No. Lefiya blushed deeply and ran out of the tent completely embarrassed. Riveria. A rabbit Don Juan, laughing. Belle. It's not funny, sighing. Belle was in front of Finn doing a doggies in front of him, next to Finn were Riveria and Gareth who looked at him with smiles on their faces. Belle. I am very grateful for accepting us and helping me and my party. Finn. You don't have to thank bellcranel, smiling, it was a pleasure helping you really, who would have thought you'd reach the 18th floor on your first excursion to the intermediate floors, laughing, leaving that aside, today you will be our guests, smiling. Belle. Thank you very much Finn-san, bowing. Finn. If I let one of A's friends die, she would never forgive me, smiling. A's was in a corner of the tent slightly blushing, she turned her gaze when Finn said that, it was extremely embarrassing for her to wake up being seen by everyone hugging a pillow that had a bit of her drool on it. The worst was when Riveria told him about what happened with Belle and what she called him. A's bunny, whispering. Belle. Not understanding. A's. Nothing, expressionless. LH high. Nervous. Mini A's. How close. Sighing. A's. Nodding. Riveria Gareth. Ha ha ha. Laughing. Finn. Some of our companions were poisoned by a monster and the fastest ones went to the surface for an antidote. We plan to stay here until they return with the medicine, smiling. A's opened the door of the tent a little red-faced, while Belle was the same at her side, but they didn't expect the two Amazons, one with a big chest and the other with a small one, appeared. Fiona. It's Argonaut. Smiling. Tyan. Hello A's, smiling. A's. Tyan, greeting them. Fiona. You woke up Argonaut. Smiling, I'm glad. Belito, Argonaut. Confused. Tyan. Ignore her, that's what she decided to call you, sadly. Fiona. I saw your fight against the Minotaur and the Goliath and you reminded me of an old fairy tale, burning her right arm between her non-existent breasts. Fiona started rubbing Belle's bra against her breasts with a silly face, while A's looked at her with a strange face, but with obvious jealousy. Tyan. If you're here, that means you've reached level 2, right? Smiling, and the way you defeated the Minotaur and the Goliath was amazing. Bowing. Tyan bent down, accidentally bouncing her large breasts in front of Belle, who blushed. Belito. Blushing. Fiona and Tyan laughed, Tyan still hugging her arms, while Tyan still showed her chest. Fiona, she blushed. Smiling. Hein. How sweet, smiling. Belle. How could I explain it, blushing, covering his face. A's made an adorable pout watching those she considered her sisters hug and blush her bunny. After managing to get rid of Tiona and Tyan, Belle and A's took a short silent walk through the forest on the 18th floor. Belna, we're in a dungeon, aren't we? Looking at A's. A's hi, looking at Belle. Belle. Where does the light come from? Curious. Belle and A's walked through the trees, looking at a wonderful scene. It was a giant tree in the middle of several small trees. Belle looked up at the sky, seeing that it was full of bright crystals that made it look like it was daytime. Belle. Are those? Expecting. A's hi, they are crystals, as time passes the light goes away and night falls, looking at Belle. That's why adventurers call them under resort. Time skip. Belle was in a lighted tent where Welf and Lily were, who after getting excited when they realized he wasn't there and because of A's sudden departure, fainted again. They were both asleep in funny ways. Lily was hugging the pillow whispering things with her name, it was better not to know she was dreaming. And Welf was the same way, but with Hephaestus, I didn't want to know what he was thinking either, it seemed very personal. Belle looked at both of them with a drop of an eye that went away when he saw that they began to wake up. Welf. What happened? Sleepy. Lily bellcranel, sleepy. Belle. Welf, Lily, kneeling, are you okay? Do you recognize me? Worried. Lily. I could never forget your face, bellcranel, extending her hand. Welf. Yes, if I can hear Lilicuajo babbling, it means I'm okay, smiling with difficulty. Belle smiled at both of them, happy that they were okay. After Lily and Welf recovered, they both sat in front of Belle with their heads down. Lily. I'm sorry bellcranel, sad with her ears falling from asking. Welf. We made you go back a long way, sadly. Belle. That's not true. If it weren't for Lily, I would never have thought of going to the 18th floor. If it weren't for Welf, the hellhounds would have roasted us. It's thanks to you being part of the team that we managed to survive. Seriously, looking at both of them. Welf and Lily stared at Belle with their mouths open. But Welf smiled. Lily. We couldn't have done it alone, right? Smiling. Belle smiled and was going to say something if it weren't for A's appearing, pushing the cloth aside and entering. A's. Breakfast is ready, Chibi, are you okay? Ticking head. Welf. The princess of the sword. Surprised. Lily. A's Wallenstein. Surprised. A's. Confused. Belle looked a little blushed at A's who looked back at her a little red. Useless note. Trafficking rhymes XD. Don't look at the blonde like that. You can only look at mom like that. Belle. Sorry, sighing. In Belle's head appeared a little girl who had a certain resemblance to Hestia, quite a lot actually, she had black hair like Hestia combed into the same long pigtails at both ends and the same skin tone as her, she had the same shape of eyes, mouth and nose, and was quite pretty and adorable the little girl, but unlike Hestia, she was wearing clothes identical to Belle's, but white with red edges, and last but not least, she had exotic and unique ruby red eyes just like Belle's. This little girl was Lefiya Cranel, or better known as Kuroyami the Hestia knife, you're probably wondering how this happened, right? Well. Days ago after meeting Welf. Belle was completely asleep in bed next to Hestia who was hugging him protectively. But something curious is that Kuroyami was in Belle's hand, who hugged Hestia when he felt the cold of the morning, without realizing that he accidentally cut himself a little and left a small thread of blood on the knife, and he also did not realize that when he hugged Hestia, he also cut a little of her skin, letting blood fall on Kuroyami. The ruins of Kuroyami began to glow an intense crimson that awakened Belle and Hestia. Belle? Hey. Surprised. Hestia. What's wrong? Worried. They both gave a surprise cry when the light filled the entire room. When they both opened their eyes they looked in confusion as they were in a strange place, completely white and very peaceful. Belle smiled slightly at the quiet place and sat in lotus position, while Hestia looked around worriedly. Hestia. How do we get out of here? Worried, why are you so calm, Belle-kun? Save me, hugging him. Belle. Calm down, sighing, we don't know anything about what's going on here so calm down, it won't do any good to get upset, now we'll have to wait for something to happen, or we'll go investigate, smiling at him. Hestia nodded quite blushed by Belle's charming smile. They waited a few minutes and Hestia sat next to Belle resting her head on his shoulder, Belle didn't complain, he just stayed silent meditating on what to do, they stayed like that for a few minutes until a voice rang out. Odo-san. Oka-san. They both opened their eyes in surprise, seeing a little girl of about 7 to 8 years old running straight towards them, very similar to Hestia to her surprise, she was wearing only a white dress that made her look like an adorable angel, and her bright ruby eyes like Belle's, gave her an elegant and royal touch. Both Belle and Hestia stood up quickly, catching the girl just in time, who had rushed towards them, hugging her with a small, happy blush. Belle. Who are you? A little nervous. Hestia looked expectantly at the girl making a small hypothesis and opened her eyes. Hestia. Are you our daughter? Surprised. Hi, smiling charmingly. Belle. How adorable, rubbing his head. I. Happy, Odo-san is pampering me, smiling. Belle. Hi, your Odo-san is super cool, don't you think? Smiling. Hestia. How are you so calm? Surprised. Belle. Looking at her, I don't know, I guess I'm making up a theory of what could have happened, and most of them aren't bad, so I'm fine, calm, tell me little one, how is it that we are your parents, smiling at her. The little girl looked at them confused and then opened her eyes understanding Belle. And Hephaestus created me with the help of my mother, but they used my mother's hair to create me, being part of her hair had a bit of her divine power, Ossia Arcanum, and I was born. Smiling extending her arms, I was asleep in a deep sleep when Oka-san linked me to you, pointing to her face, I took my own thought, but I could only see you, I was missing something for us to be even more connected, and that something happened. Smiling. Hestia. What happened? Confused. Belle. Did you touch our blood? Looking at her curiously. Excerpt. Upon coming into contact with a human who is linked to me and the goddess who used part of her power to create me, I was born. Before, I was just like a ghost without appearance, but now I look like Oka-san. Smiling adorably, and I have Odo-san's eyes. Smiling. Belle. Congratulations, clapping Felis. He thanks Odo-san, blushing Felis. The scene reminded Hestia of deja vu from when she acted the same way with Belle. Hestia smiled and began to rub the little girl's head. Hestia. What's your name? Smiling. Kuroyami, attentive. Hestia. No, you can't have the name of a weapon, although your body is that of the weapon, you also have a mind of your own, smiling, Kuroyami is the blade, and you? Extending her hand. I don't know, looking at Hestia. Hestia thought for a second, she was about to give him a super cool name, if it weren't for Belle rushing into it. Belle. You'll be Belia, smiling. Belia. Really? Happy. Hestia smiled happily, although inside she was cursing because she wanted to give her daughter a name, but she opened her eyes in shock and started making fun of A's that she already had a daughter with Belle and she didn't, so she beat Wallen whatever. There are things that will not change. Both Belle and Belia looked with a drop of sweat at Hestia who was laughing maniacally, saying something about Wallen whatever. Belle. I'm glad you're a little more like me in personality, smiling at him. Belia. I'm also glad. Looking at Hestia with a drop of sweat, by the way Odo-san, when are you going to tell mom, staring at him. Belle. What are you talking about? Belia. Hi, the Brotherhood, which I remind you is your duty to make it grow. Pointing at him with an accusing look. Belle. I'll tell him when the time is right. I don't care if it takes ages, but I promise to tell him, okay? Smiling at him. Belia. You better, pout. Belle. You're adorable, rubbing his head. After living with little Belia for a while, they both began to disappear from that place, surprised, well Belia said goodbye with a smile. Belle. Was it a dream? Shaking his head. Hestia. Belia. Exalted. Hi. Belle. It wasn't, smiling. Hestia. Where are you? Alarmed. Inside Kuroyami, although I can appear in their minds, as long as they are near Kuroyami. Belle. I see, looking at the blade, by the way, will we tell Hephaestus-sama about this? Looking at Hestia. Hestia. And no, nervous, she was very against making a living weapon, she only did it because we are friends, and she asked me to never ask her for a weapon like that again, shy, I don't think it's a good idea, laughing nervously. Belle. I see, thinking, Belia, in terms of power, which weapon is more powerful, Kuroyami or Desperate, imagining Aza's sword. I am superior to that little needle. Nobody surpasses me well, just a little. If you manage to reach level 3, I will also evolve, or rather, Kuroyami, and at that moment I will be more powerful than Desperate. Currently, she is a little more powerful than me. Belle Sugoi, a little surprised. Hestia. Huh? What are you talking about? Curious. Belle. You're welcome, smiling. Of Wallenstein Saint. Hestia's eyebrow twitched, and Belle looked at Belia with eyes of absolute betrayal. Hi. Everyone turned to see Yuki who looked at them confused and with a carrot in her mouth. Belle. Come here, spreading his arms. Yuki threw herself into Belle's arms and hugged him tenderly. Hey. It's my Odo-san. Let him go. I've already killed many Aumrich, one more is no problem. Belle. Calm down, nervous. Yuki looked around without finding the owner of the voice, she also shrugged her shoulders in confusion and climbed on top of Belle. Belle. True, we have to continue with your study, right? Sighing. Yuki ha I, with difficulty. Hestia. You taught him to speak. Excited. Belle, hi, it's actually easier than it looks, he learns faster than you, rubbing Yuki's head. Hestia. Hey. Annoyed. Belle. He just kidding, laughing. Back in the present. Belle shook his head and looked around in confusion. They were in a circle with Welf and Lily, while Finn said a few words, apparently he had become deeply lost in thought. Belle watched a little nervously as Welf and Lily stood up and he also followed their example. The three bowed their heads and introduced themselves. Belle. I don't know what happened but it doesn't matter now. After they all started eating a strange but delicious soup they started talking happily. Blaise sat next to Belle to Belia's annoyance. Blaise take, eat. Belle. Huh. Looking at a strange fruit, what is that? Confused. Blaise. A fruit from the 18th floor, Chibi. Belle. A fruit. Confused. Belle grabbed the fruit and took a small bite eating it. Belle ah. Making a weird face, it's very sweet blue. Lily. Belle-sama. Belle-sama. If you don't like it, give it to me, opening her mouth. Lily wanted an indirect kiss with Belle, and Belle unknowingly was just going to give her the fruit, and just when Lily was about to bite it, Welf grabbed it and ate it whole. Auntie looked at her in shock of Lily. Welf. How disgusting, it's very sweet, eating bread with a poker face. Lily got angry and started kicking Welf in a funny and comical way. Argonaut Kun. Belle turned around and looked at Tiona who hugged him by the neck. Tiona. Tell me, how can I have all my skills in S? Curious. Ian approached, looking curiously at Belle. Ian. Hi, how did you do it? Curious. Blaise was curious about this and swept her hair to one side, revealing her ear. Belle got very nervous and thought of a way out of this, and as if luck would help him something happened, someone started screaming, and the echo could be heard. Ah. Idiot. Don't touch there. Belle reacted to the screams, familiar with the voice, it was Hestia. Belle Kami-sama. Confused. Belle stopped abruptly and started running from where the screams were coming from. But Hestia. Hestia was rolling where Welf and Lily fell in the morning until she reached the grass and the salamander cape she was wearing flew away. Hestia. Ouch, nobody told us there would be so many monsters on the 17th floor, raising his butt. Kami-sama. Hestia turned to look and her eyes shone when she saw a certain white-haired man with a bandage on his head. Hestia attacked Belle, knocking him to the ground. Belle Kami-sama. Surprised. Belle was going to reproach him if it weren't for the fact that looking at him, he had tears in his eyes while smiling at him. Hestia Belle-kun. 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 Aprasabdolo. Belle. Sorry for worrying you, goddess. The Past of an Elf, 13. Belle. Sorry for worrying you, goddess, smiling. Hestia smiled sweetly at her, but she didn't know what she expected. Lily appeared out of nowhere, grabbing her by the arms and pulling her away from Belle. Lily. Enough Hestia-sama. Throwing her. Hestia. Hey. Don't ruin our emotional reunion. Stomping her feet. Lily Belle-sama got hurt protecting us and needs to rest. Upset. Belle looked at them with a drop of sweat on his face because of the funny scene. Behind him appeared Aze and Welf, who also looked at the scene with drops of sweat. Hestia. Wallen whatever. Why are you here? Stomping her feet. Ryu. Cranel-san, are you okay? Looking at him. Belle turned his gaze, blushing slightly when he saw Ryu wearing a white sleeveless shirt, long brown gloves, and something that could easily be mistaken for green panties, in addition to his hood with a green flower embroidery that covered his head. Belle Ri. Ryu shhh, putting a finger on Belle's lips, don't say my name, smiling. Belle H hi, blushing. Belle saw a white blur approaching him, and upon recognizing it he opened his arms with affection. Belle. Yuki. Allegra. Yuki had jumped into her father's arms worried. Belle smiled at her with affection and began to rub her head, making her move her paw up and down as a sign that she liked it. Are you bellcranel? Belle turned around seeing the god Hermes and his captain suffocated. Belle hi, looking at him. Hermes. Oh. That's great. I've been wanting to meet you. My name is Hermes, smiling. It's a pleasure. Extending his hand. Belle. Thank you very much, taking her hand. Hermes. Don't thank me, I just wanted to help my good friend Hestia, smiling, you should thank them, turning away. Belle looked surprised as behind them were three other adventurers, two girls and a boy, all with purple battle yujatas. Of all of them one caught his attention, a spoon with purple eyes and a ponytail on the right side of his head with a sad look. Welf Lily tch. Annoying. They were all in a new tent and it were Hermes, Asfi, Lily, Welf, Belle and Lily. In front of them, Izuka who had a firm posture, next to him was Ugusa bowing who had a shy attitude that reminded some of Belle when he is around women. And a little in front of them was Makoto doing a total doggies with her head stuck to the ground right in front of Belle. Makoto. I'm so sorry. Sorry. Belle. Please stop, nervous. Lily. No matter how much you apologize, it won't be so easy to forgive you. With arms crossed, we almost died, sighing. Welf. We can't leave it like this, serious. Kagusa. I'm so sorry, looking at Belle blushing. Makoto. Lily Dono is right, they have every right to be upset, raising her head, they can blame us as much as they want. Aoka. You can blame me, looking at them, I gave the order, and I still think it was the right thing to do, seriously. Welf. You have a lot of nerve to say that in front of us, big guy, looking at him with his arms crossed. Welf and Aoka looked at each other with crossed arms in annoyance, while the atmosphere in the place was awkward. Belle. Me too, looking at them, if my companions' lives were in danger, I would have done the same, looking at Aoka. Lily. If you say so, Belle-sama with her tail moving. Welf. I'll forget it, closing his eyes, but I refuse to accept it. Annoyed. Aoka hi, that's how it should be, arms crossed. Belle and Hestia looked at each other smiling while Hermes gave a small laugh. Hermes. Well, now let's talk about what we'll do now, smiling, Asfi, smiling. Asfi. To return to the surface we will let the Loki family take care of killing all the monsters there on the 16th floor, a large horde, sighing heavily, will take at least 2 days to resume their journey, it would be. Hermes. In other words, you have the day off, smiling, so why don't you relax and rest until tomorrow? Smiling. Good night Belle-sama. Good night darling. Belle. Gee good night, smiling nervously. Belle waved goodbye to Lily and Hestia and left the tent with Welf, Hermes and Aoka, the girls were going to sleep there. When Welf was about to leave he was stopped by Chigusa. Chigusa Welf-san. Welf-a. Turning to look at her. Chigusa. Hephaestus-sama wanted me to give you this, spreading a long object on a blanket. Welf grabbed it curiously, staring at it intently. Hestia. He also gave you a message, it would be. Welf narrowed his eyes, looking seriously at the object. Everyone was already asleep in their respective tents, the girls in the sala and the boys in another. Hero Bel habeas salido a caminer por el bos casta ligra otra vez enfrente del gran árbol que vio canes. Belle looked smiling at the glass ceiling that looked like the night sky with stars. Belle. I still don't believe this is the dungeon, smiling slightly. What's happening? Belle was excited for a second, turning his gaze to find Ace, who was also watching the dialogue, and then looked at him. Ace tilting his head. Belle. Oh, sorry, smiling and blushing, it's just that I can't sleep, scratching his neck, what are you doing here Ace-san? Looking at her. Ace. I saw you walking and I was a little worried, turning her head away with a small blush. Belle blushed deeply at Ace's words. Ace. Did I bother you? Looking at him depressed. Belle. No. Not at all, waving his arms, I'm happy, blushing, I mean ah. Gripping his head. Ace looked at him and gave a small smile and an imperceptible blush. Ace. You're always very nervous, aren't you? Smiling slightly. Belle was speechless at that, Ace didn't know it, but in fact he only acted like that with her, unless a woman got as close to him as Tiona. Izzy. When will they leave, looking at him expressionlessly. Belle. After you, smiling nervously, tomorrow we will go to rest, looking at the sky. Ace. I see, do you want, blushing a little, me to go with you to see the city, playing with her fingers. Belle. Huh. Shocked, is there a city in the dungeon? Surprised. Ace hi, do you want to come with me? Looking away blushing. Belle. Of course, smiling, a city, imagining it, ask me what it will be like, smiling. Belle and Ace looked into each other's eyes, and both looked away blushing. Ace was going to say something for some reason when a voice that didn't belong to either of them sounded. Ah. A city, he smelled funny. They both turned their gaze and found Hestia looking at them, smiling and with a vein in her head. Belle. How? Confused. I told him. Belle. Traitor, and I'm tears. Another womanizer. Hestia. Let's go together, Belle-kun, smiling with a vein in his head, if you're going, you should invite me first. Pouting, you and I, smiling flirtatiously, are inseparable. Hugging him. Belle. Sorry Kami-sama. Blushing feeling her breasts. Hey. Don't do anything perverted in my presence. Hestia stepped away from Belle and looked accusingly at Ace. Hestia. That's how it is, Wallen whatever, pointing at her, Belle is mine, would be, I won't let you go on a date with Belle. Chibi. Ace. Quote. Crouching head, quote, fantasizing about Belle, quote. Blushing. Belle. It's a misunderstanding. Nervous. Hestia. Don't blush. Annoyed, looking at the two of them. In the distance the voice of a certain hobbit was heard. Lily Belle-sama will have a date. Hestia. Don't get involved, burglar cat. It was already day in the dungeon, Hestia was climbing a mountain in a tired manner being pushed by Belle. Hestia. How much longer is left to reach that city, Belle-kun, tired. Belle just needs a little more goddess, smiling nervously, hold on, smiling at him. Hestia hi. Blushing. Nana, I would like to go out with you. Belle. But that's impossible, smiling nervously. Not really. La. Confused. I can go out in my human form, but you would have many unwanted questions, and I don't want to bother you Odo-san, neither you nor Oka-san. Belle. I see, thinking, I promise I'll make it up to you Belia, sorry for the inconvenience, smiling nervously. Don't worry Odo-san, just don't get too affectionate with Wallenstein-san. Belle hi, and I'm Droplet. Hestia. This was supposed to be a date between Belle and me, but dejected look. Hestia looked ahead seeing that they were already on a hill where all her companions were, there were Hermes and Asfi, next to them were the Amazon sisters with their skin very exposed as usual, in the center were Ace, Welf and Lily, and on the right were the members of the Take Mikazuchi family. Lily turned her gaze and happily saw Belle. Lily Belle-sama. Look. Pointing to the other side. Belle blushing approached carrying Hestia on his back who intentionally stuck her breasts very close to Belle. Belle looked with a sparkle in his eyes into the distance, there was a large field with some celestial crystals in it. Belle also looked at the sky seeing a small flock of 3 firebirds flying peacefully. Asfi. It would be better to call it a paradise for monsters than for humans, sighing. Fiona and Tyan watched the firebirds flying in amusement while Hestia hugged Belle's head and leaned on him. From behind Hestia came Yuki who looked at the place in amusement, everyone tensed a little at her presence, Belle had already explained the situation to them, but it was still difficult for them not to tense up next to a monster with them. The most restless was Aze who was calmed by a sweet smile from Belle that made her blush. But of all there was one person who did not tense up. Fiona. How cute. Petting Yuki. Belle. She's a girl, smiling nervously, her name is Yuki, smiling. Fiona. Sugoi, with a sparkle in his eyes, hello Yuki-chan, happy. Yuki. Hello. Raising his paw. Everyone tensed up even more as they watched Yuki speak, really, they weren't used to it yet. Belle. This world is beautiful, isn't it? Smiling. Hestia. You're right, Belle-kun, hugging him affectionately. After leaving Yuki hidden in the forest so that no adventurer would find her and try to attack her. Right now everyone was in front of the entrance to Riviera where they looked with a little surprise at a large entrance made of wood with a wooden and cloth sign that looked very worn that said. Welcome colleagues. Aze. This is Riviera, a city made by adventurers, looking at Belle. Everyone started walking looking at various stalls, Welf and Lily looked at a store with curiosity, Welf grabbed a small sharpening stone surprised. Welf. This little whetstone. Costs 13,000 valis. Shocked. Lily. This old backpack costs 20,000 valis. Shocked, how can this be legal? Looking at the seller. The seller was a dwarf with a beard and ordinary clothes who looked bored. Dwarf. If you don't want to buy it, I don't care, playing it down. In the distance were Belle, Tyan, Tiona and Aze. Tyan. Whose inns are also very expensive, sighing. Fiona. That's why we camped in the forest, smiling. Belle. I see, thinking, where's Kami-sama? Looking everywhere. Aze. It's there, pointing to a position. Belle looked at Hestia with a drop of sweat, Hestia was in front of a perfume stand of an Amazon woman who looked at her seeing how she saw her perfumes. Belle sighed and activated his eagle vision looking at Hestia's lips to be able to decipher what she was saying to the Amazon. Hestia. I'll give you 10,000 valis. Raising a finger. The Amazon shook her head at Hestia. Hestia. 20,000. Raising another finger. Belle. I think it's better to stop the fence. Going towards it. Belle was going to go for Hestia if he hadn't accidentally bumped into someone. Hey. Look where this is going. The adventurer remained silent for a second, Belle also did the best, narrowing his eyes, remembering that he was the adventurer who provoked Ryu. 2 other adventurers appeared next to him and looked at Belle with hatred. Hey Mord, isn't that Shiroi Senko? Mord clicked his tongue in annoyance and stood in front of Belle. Mord hello little rookie, annoyed. Belle. Hello. Looking at him, sorry, I'm not interested in you in the least, so I don't know your nickname or name, smiling. Mord. Damn, annoyed. Mord intensely grabbed Belle's face, but he held his control squeezing it with ease, while Mord gave a muffled cry feeling his bones crunch. Hey Mord, look. Mord turned his gaze seeing that behind Belle were 2 Amazons and someone they all knew. Mord. Sword Princess, clicking his tongue. Aze looked at him, narrowing her eyes menacingly. Mord clicked his tongue and walked away from Belle, who gave him a small but noticeable mocking smile. Mord. Wretch, whispering, let's go. Leaving with his companions. Tyan. What's wrong with you? Looking at Tyan. Fiona. They are idiots, looking at them. Belle just watched them go into the distance, unknowingly, Hermes and Asfi saw them too. Belle was in the crystal field staring with squint at one of the large crystals which were bigger than him, but he was pulled from his thoughts when a call sounded in the distance. Belle-kun. Belle-kun. Belle turned to look at Hestia who was running towards him with her arm extended, showing a pink perfume. Hestia stood up a little and looked expectantly at Belle. Hestia. How are you? Smiling. Belle approached her and began to sniff her a little. Belle. Smells good, smiling. Hestia. Blushing, I knew you would say that, smiling. Lily walked, standing behind her with an expressionless face. Something else was that on her back she had an old backpack with patches, much smaller than her old backpack, but functional. Lily. You bought something like that in this place. Looking at her, you don't know what to spend the money on. Sighing. Hestia. Turning her gaze, you bought that backpack, didn't you? Smiling triumphantly. A vein appeared on Lily's head and she looked at Hestia. Lily. It's necessary to return to the surface. I had no choice, claiming. Hestia. I needed that perfume too. It's necessary for a maiden, looking at her. Ambas molestas. Hestia. Belle-kun, you don't like girls who smell like sweat, right? Smiling. Baze began to sniff herself while Tiona and Tyan looked at her slightly surprised. Belle. I've never thought about that, thinking. Tyan. Hestia-sama. Raising her arm, we'll go take a bath later, do you want to come? Hestia. Really? Eyes shining, I'll go. Let's go. Happy. Lily. I'll go too, blushing. Makoto and Chigusa who were near them looked at their captain Aoka asking for permission. Aoka just nodded calmly, unable to avoid a blush when imagining Chigusa bathing, and who blamed him, right? Makoto. We'll go too. Smiling. Chigusa nodded timidly. Tyan. Very well. We'll all go then. Smiling. Belle smiled looking at everyone happy until he was taken out of his thoughts when he noticed Hermes approaching him. He was surprised to notice that Hermes wanted to hug him by the shoulder and whisper something to him, and when he didn't notice any bad intentions, he let him. Hermes. Listen Belle-kun, once we get back to camp you can come with me for a moment, smiling. Belle confused. Finn was in front of Bet who had an annoyed expression and a green backpack on his back. Finn. Good job Bet, smiling. Bet tch. There you have it, annoyed, anger. Searching for the antidotes is a pain, don't make me do it again, in shock. Lefiya approached to grab the backpack, taking it to help those infected by the poison, while Bet was in shock with a funny expression when he saw a certain rabbit in the distance. Finn. Thanks to you we'll be able to return to the surface tomorrow, smiling. Finn continued talking while Bet was in shock pointing at Belle and starting to move robotically pointing at him while Lefiya left. Finn. We'll split into 2 groups and I want you to go in the first one, smiling. Finn was going to continue talking with his friendly expression if Bet hadn't grabbed him by the shoulders and turned him around, pointing at Belle. Bet. What's the rabbit doing here? In shock. Finn. Oh. A lot of things happened, smiling. Bet. What do you mean, too many things? Carrying it. Finn. Ha 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 ha. Smiling amusedly. Bet. What do you mean, a lot of things happened? Ooh. Shaking him. Belle. Where is Hermes-sama taking me, confused. Hermes. Just follow me Belle, smiling. Hermes climbed a tree with agility and looked at Belle expectantly. Belle looked at him confused and like Hermes climbed the tree with great ease. Hermes. Come on, waving his hand, you'll understand the purpose if you follow me, smiling. Belle. But. Hermes whispering. Hermes. Look down Belle-kun, smiling. Belle looked down at a sight that could only be considered beautiful. Belle sugoi, with a trickle of blood from his nose. Belle looked closely at everyone, the curves of Hestia, Tyan, Chigusa, the small breasts of Chigusa, Lily and Tyan, and the gigantic mountains of Hestia and Tyan. Don't look. Don't look. You can only look at mom. Hey. Don't look at the Amazons with those eyes. Pervert. Belle. Damn, looking away with a blush. Hermes. It's paradise, isn't it? Smiling. Belle. I won't deny that, sighing, but it's wrong, even worse if they discover us, looking at him. But the girls. Hestia. Yujim. Happy looking at her breasts, she beat them all, smiling with superiority. Lily. Why do you compare yourself to other Hestia-sama, sighing. Belle. Belle. It's exciting but it's wrong, looking at Hermes. Hermes. Belle-kun, spying is something very romantic for any man, smiling. Belle was shocked remembering his grandfather saying those words. Flashback. Grandpa. Belle, spying is a very romantic thing for any man, smiling. Little Belle. Grandpa. Grandpa romantic. Little Belle. Grandpa. Then flashback. Belle shook his head with a drop of sweat, as now that he thought about it, his teacher had also told him something similar. Belle. Let's go back, Hermes-sama. Grabbing her by the shoulders. Hermes smiled amusedly and turned around on the branch, knocking Belle off balance and throwing him into the lagoon. Belle falling into the water. Ah. The girls were scared when they saw white blur fall into the lake. Chiguayante and Mikoto held each other's hands in fear, while Lily looked surprised as well as she was the closest to the object that fell. Hermes sighed in disappointment. Hermes sighing and lowering his head. Belle calmly emerged from the water with dark eyes, he would take revenge on Hermes. Fiona and Tyan shamelessly approached Belle, revealing their pussies and nipples. Fiona Argonaut-kun. You came to take a dip with us, smiling. Tyan. Oh. I thought you'd be more shy, you surprised me, smiling. Belle looked at them shocked looking at their private parts blushing. In the distance in some bushes they were seen by Mikoto who looked at Belle blushing and with curiosity, while Chigusa covered her breasts blushing as much as she could. Asfi was surprised and looked where Belle fell from, just watching a shadow hide in the tree. Asfi? Could it be that, squinting? Lily? Beautiful Sama. Surprise. Belle turned to see Lily who was covering her breasts with her hands and her hussy was hidden by a stone. But right in front of Belle, Hestia came out of the water smiling at him affectionately. Hestia? You will be, smiling, you are so silly Belle-kun, smiling showing her breasts. Belle blushed and looked at Hestia's large breasts, which were literally in front of him, showing her pink nipples and exposing her hussy. Belle. Backing away blushing. Belle was going to run away until she heard a small splash, then she looked blankly at Ace who was bathing peacefully, until she was shocked looking at Belle who was also looking at her. Ace was so surprised that she forgot to cover herself completely giving Belle a magnificent view. Belle hid his sight and also suddenly his mind with his eyes shining slightly with the eagle vision activated memorizing every detail of Ace's magnificent body. Ace reacted after a few seconds, giving Belle time to memorize it completely. Ace. Looking away blushing. Belle was no fool, and just like with Ace he turned his gaze, seeing all the naked girls showing their private parts, and with his perfect eyesight memorizing everything he could. Once finished with his work he stood up there before the expectant gaze of everyone. Ace stretched out one of his arms to speak to him, but Belle acted first. Belle. Sorry. With a pleased face. Belle started running towards the camp leaving Ace with her arm extended blushing. Belle kept running as fast as he could, in his mind were still the naked bodies of all the girls, he could even see a little suffocation. Belle. Grandpa. Teacher, today I finally had my real adventure. Smiling proudly. In the distance, the image of his grandfather and his teacher giving him a thumbs up appeared in Belle's mind. Belle continued walking through the forest until he heard the sound of water. Belle. What is that? Whispering. Belle walked cautiously looking through the bushes with his eagle vision, and just like before he began to completely memorize the scene in front of him, there was Ryu, totally naked in front of him bathing. Belle stared at her in a daze for a second before Ryu felt a presence watching her and threw a rock at high speed that passed by Belle's fence, piercing a tree completely. Ryu? Who's there? It would be. Belle was shocked and instantly jumped in fright and fell to the floor doing a dogiza as Mikoto had taught him a little while ago. Belle. I'm so sorry. Nervous. Ryu. Belle. Surprised. Belle was looking at Ryu already dressed in her adventurer clothes cutting some white flowers. Ryu. I see, I understand your situation, calm. Belle. Don't you think I'm lying? Lowering his head in shame, besides, I really enjoyed the view, and I'm droplet. Pervert. Ryu. Humility is a virtue, Belle, that's your defect, smiling at him. Belle. Sorry, scratching his neck, and thank you, smiling. Ryu. Why? Looking at him. Belle. For coming all the way here to save me, smiling. Ryu. No problem, sir would be upset if you died picking flowers, and so would I, whispering. Belle. Ryu. Also, I was planning to come to this place soon, going somewhere. Belle and Ryu continued walking until they reached a secret place where they saw a large pile of earth with several different weapons buried in it. In the center there was a torn flag with a symbol that Belle could not see completely. Belle also looked closely at the float, they looked worn but of good quality. There were 9 weapons in total, a magic staff, a bow, a short sword, a normal sword, a two-handed sword, a katana, a knife, a needlepoint sword, and a long stick axe. Ryu approached each of the weapons and left a white flower on each one. Ryu. My mom often gives me time to come and leave you flowers, leaving the last flower. Belle. This is, expectantly. Ryu. A grave, here are all the members of the Astri family, my family, nostalgic. Belle. Do you want to tell me? Looking at her. Ryu. Would you listen to me? And even if you did, you'd still hate me. I've done a lot of bad things. looking down. Ryu sighed. The memories of his past were things he didn't want to forget, they were a reminder of his stupidity and how his soul was corrupted, but he didn't know. He hoped that Belle would gently grab his shoulder, giving him the most beautiful smile Ryu had ever seen. Belle. I have also done many things that I regret, things that I hide under my smile and happy face. You can trust me, Ryu, no matter what happens, I won't leave you, hugging her. Ryu opened his eyes slightly and a small treacherous tear came out of his eyes. Ryu. An enemy family set a trap for us in the dungeon, all the others died except for me. Smiling sadly, I wanted revenge, Belle, I'm on the guild's blacklist, looking at one of the white flowers, I finished off the entire enemy family, starting to cry. Belle opened his eyes slightly at the last thing, but at no time did he stop hugging Ryu. Ryu. Night attacks, traps, surprise attacks, touching the handle of the greatsword, invaded by rage, I did everything I could to avenge my companions, remembering, and when I fulfilled my revenge, I fainted in a desolate and dark alley, looking at Belle, it would have been the grand finale for someone who did something so stupid, smiling, but. Sir. Are you okay? Belle. So that's how you started working at the bar. Looking at her. Ryu hi, burying his face in Belle's chest, my mom knew everything and she still accepts me sniff, crying, forgive me sniff for telling you something so horrible. Ryu was going to separate herself from Belle's chest, but he didn't allow it, on the contrary he just hugged her more sighing. Belle. Let it out, hugging her. At that moment Ryu broke, his serious and expressionless shell that he used to hide his true self had broken, and he began to cry uncontrollably hugging Belle tightly, like a little girl. Ryu pardon sniff pertinent sniff astri sama, allies, Gajano sniff lyra, bui. Crying. Belle. I don't hate you, you were a brave and proud warrior, you did something stupid I know, and you can blame yourself for it, but don't hold on to it either, let them go, they. Looking at the grave, wouldn't want to see you like this Ryu, they would like to see you happy. Me too. Smiling at him. Ryu blushed slightly with her face on Belle's chest and nodded slowly even with tears on her face. Belle. That's it, grabbing Ryu's chin and holding his face, congratulations Ryu, wiping his tears with his thumb, you're starting to get over your past, smiling. At that moment, Ryu accepted something that she hadn't wanted to admit for a while, bellcranel, a kind and gentle boy who wouldn't hesitate to put himself in danger to save someone, bellcranel, someone who had accepted her as she is, who had accepted her mistakes in her past, bellcranel the boy who had taken over her heart. Ryu. Thank you. Whispering very low. Belle. Confused. Ryu. Thank you for accepting me, smiling from ear to ear. Belle blushed deeply to the amusement and joy of Ryu who knocked him to the floor and hugged him with affection, showing Belle a side of his personality that she believed had died along with his family, an attitude that only his late family had seen, the true Ryu. Belle. Now, looking at the sky, let me tell you about my past, yeah, smiling. Ryu nodded prepared, no matter what, she was sure of something, Belle could tell her 1,000 things about his past, but that would not change her feelings, She would stay with him until the end. Belle. You see. The anger of a rabbit, 14. It was already night on the 18th floor, in a bar there were 3 adventurers drinking, among them one very angry. Bam. Hitting the table. Hey Moldo, are you still upset about the Shiroi Senko? Moldo. Shut up. Angrily throwing the beer jar, what trick did that brat use to get here? Annoyed, that conceited little brat. Annoyed. Are you upset? Moldo. Ah. You guys should be the same, that little rookie came here almost the same day he leveled up. It took us years to get here. Thinking, we'll have to teach him that adventurers have their own rules, annoyed, let's. The door of the bar tent opened revealing a certain god with a feathered hat. Damn rabbit. Belle fell face first onto the ground when he grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and then threw him away. Normally he would have defended himself immediately, in fact, he was about to take out his kuroyami to stab his arm, but he didn't expect Bette to shock him with her words. Bette. Did you see A's naked? Angry. At that moment A's naked body reached his brain and he couldn't help but blush and have a short circuit in it, so much was the nervousness that he completely forgot that Bette was holding him by the collar of his shirt lifting him from the ground, but he was taken out of his thoughts when Bette threw him to the ground looking at him with a face of clear jealousy and admiration. While his tail moved furtively from side to side. Bette. And how was it, looking away blushing. Belle. Nice L, serious face. Bette. Damn. Clenching his fist in front of his face, you achieved something I never could, with a defeated face, you won this fight like a man, looking at him, it would be a mind. Belle. With a silly face. Bette. What do you mean, damn rabbit? Angrily trying to kick it. Before Bette could kick Belle, he was grabbed by both arms by the Amazon twins who dragged him away from Belle, who was still stunned. That Gaia. Forcing. Fiona. Stop talking about that, sighing. Belle looked with a drop of sweat at the funny scene that was happening, while he looked in the distance at an elf who didn't know who to be jealous of. Hein. It's all Hermes' fault, sighing. Yesterday. Asfi looked with a sigh at Hermes, who was hanging upside down from a tree branch, completely tied up. Hermes. How bad? Smiling. Asfi. Shut up. Hitting him on the head. Hermes hi, Asfi-sama, defeated. Present. Bet. Let me go, you idiot Amazons. Besides, what's he doing here? Forcing angrily. Hein shut up. Fiona. We're leaving now. Happy. Next to Belle appeared Ace, who had a small blush on her face as she looked at Belle. In her head was still the image of Belle staring at her in shock, while she, out of surprise, gave full view of her body, and for some strange reason it didn't bother her that Belle looked at her. It embarrassed her, yes, but it didn't bother her, unlike other boys who had tried it besides Loki, all of whom received a strong blow from her or someone else. Ace H hello, with a little blush. Belle. H hello Ace, sad, are you going to leave now? Looking at her. Ace hi, I've been assigned to the group that goes first, you'll go in the second, right? Looking at him. LH hi, sad, be careful, smiling at him blushing. Ace had a crush on her heart, making her blush. She loved that Belle cared about her, while Mini Ace was moving from side to side, holding her cheeks, blushing. Ace. Why you be careful too, looking away trying to keep her face expressionless. Belle and Ace looked into each other's eyes and looked away blushing, Belle more than Ace. This continued for several minutes, while in a tent in the distance gave off an evil aura watching this scene. Hestia. Belle kun, womanizer. If he wants to spy, he should come when I'm alone. Chibi. Hestia took out her perfume and was about to lie down if it weren't for an invisible hand placed on her mouth with a handkerchief, and instantly she began to fall asleep without knowing what happened. Belle gave a sigh of love seeing that Ace was not in his field of vision and saw Lily, Welf and Ryu walking towards him. Something that surprised Lily and Welf was the slightly happier Ryu, whose eyes seemed to shine when she saw Belle. Ryu Belle kun. Running doing the. Belle. Hello Ryu, smiling. Ryu. Is it time to go? Smiling. Belle. Just a little bit missing, smiling. Ryu. Remember that once we get back we have to get together more often, with an imperceptible blush. Belle. Huh. Why? Innocent. Ryu. Well, for matters like those of the Brotherhood, whispering in his ear. Lie, it was just an excuse that Ryu used to spend more time with Belle and spend more time with him. Belle nodded innocently, understanding the situation. Ryu was right. He had promised his master to make the Brotherhood grow, but until now he had only brought Ryu together. He had to put more effort into that. Surprisingly, Ryu had accepted the idea of killing again if necessary, unless it was an innocent person. An answer that satisfied Belle. While in the distance their conversation was seen by a smiling Welf and a jealous Lily, who was biting a handkerchief with a face of total anger and jealousy, but stopped out of nowhere when she noticed something. In fact, Welf noticed it too. Both looked with intrigue at Ryu's greenish blonde hair, which had a hair clip, a somewhat peculiar clip. Welf quickly recognized him because the time he had told Belle to repair his armor, Belle had asked him if he could put a somewhat strange sign on his right shoulder, the same one as the brooch. Welf. Aren't those? Curious. Lily. The same symbols. Confused. Welf. Was there some special meaning? Thinking. Lily. Belle-sama, a womanizer, pouting, gives gifts to an elf he barely knows, but not Lily, kicking her feet. Belle and Ryu said goodbye with a hug that made Lily even more jealous and made Welf put on a proud smile. Ryu went to another place while Belle entered Hestia's tent. Belle Kami-sama. Looking around. Belle raised an eyebrow as he didn't notice anyone in the tent. There were only Hestia's things. He advanced to the backpack, but accidentally stepped on something that caught his attention. It was a bottle of Hestia's perfume, and next to it was a folded sheet. Belle grabbed the sheet of paper from the floor, noticing that it had content written on it. With Welf and Lily. Welf. They're taking too long, looking at the tent, what are they doing, curious. Lily. Whatever it is, it's not good at all, jealous, come on. We have to go see. Both fell silent when a great pressure was placed on the spot. They literally felt like they were carrying the heaviest thing in the world, and both fell to their knees breathing heavily. In the tent where Belle was only a great killing intent could be felt so strong that it would make second and even first-class adventurers tremble. In the distance where Ryu and the Take Mikazuchi family team were preparing to leave, they also felt that strong pressure. Ryu, who was the furthest away and with more experience in terms of killing intent, just leaned against a tree in surprise. Never in her life had she felt such a thing. Not even the monster that killed her family or herself could compete against that great pressure. The Take Mikazuchi family were on their knees, breathing heavily, looking at the direction of Belle's tent from where all that killing intent was coming from. Ryu started running towards Belle's tent, staying a few meters away from it, together with Welf and Lily who were still on their knees. The Take Mikazuchi family appeared with Aoka helping Makoto and Chigusa, but he was not better at all. Everyone looked expectantly at the tent, the fabric that functioned as a door opened revealing a hand covered in a dark and sinister aura. From there came Belle's left leg covered with that same aura that made everyone tremble. Slowly, Belle's body came out, completely covered in that sinister aura. Belle walked slowly out of the tent with his head down, so that his murderous eyes couldn't be seen, which only meant one thing. Kill 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 kill. That was what bellcranel felt right now. In the letter he said that they had kidnapped his goddess, and that they wanted to see him on a cliff that was nearby to fight. If his goddess didn't come he would have a bad time. Minutes before. Belle read the letter with curiosity. At that moment, his mask of someone innocent and kind fell in a second. His face turned gloomy, and the ground around him broke with a strong pressure. A fury so great filled his being that his ability Berserk had been activated, giving him an aura around him, a sinister and dark aura that only gave him more power to fulfill what he had in mind. The massacre. If those guys touched a single hair of his goddesses, it would rain blood, and it wasn't a metaphor, he meant it very literally. He would take care of that. He left the tent slowly but chillingly, still with his head down. He slightly raised his eyes, seeing his companions who looked at him with terror, but he ignored them completely, and he began to walk towards the place where he was summoned to begin the massacre, accidentally dropping the letter. When Belle was out of sight everyone could breathe normally, letting out a heavy sigh. No one ever thought that Belle Crabble, a person who looked like an innocent rabbit, was capable of having a killer instinct that only the best killer could have. As they say, don't judge a book by its cover. That suited Belle perfectly. Ryu, who was the least affected by that murderous instinct and the least surprised why Belle had told her part of his past. I'll put it later XD. I knew that Belle was a calm and innocent person unless provoked, in which case hell would break loose on earth. Knowing that, he wondered what had made Belle make that connection. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the letter on the floor and went to pick it up while everyone else was still recovering from what had happened. When Ryu read it, she opened her eyes in surprise, looking seriously in the direction where Belle had gone. Ryu. Let's follow him. It would be, we have to go help, it would be. Welf hi, but to whom? Nervous. Ryu. Being honest I don't know if it was Belle or the poor wretch who made him angry, giving him the letter. Everyone gathered in a little ball looking at the letter that made Belle so angry, surprised by its content. Lily Belle-sama is very protective of those he loves, it's normal for him to get angry, but I didn't think it would be that much, Chibi. Welf. Come on. Serious. Hi. With Moldo, I think that's how it was said XD. Moldo stood in the middle of the cliff waiting patiently for Belle. In the distance were hiding several adventurers who were equally jealous of Belle's rapid progress. A little further away was an adventurer tying up Hestia who had already been awake for a while. Hestia. Let me go. Annoyed. Shut up, you've been repeating the same thing for 30 minutes, sighing. Hestia stomping her feet. I regret it. Moldo was starting to get impatient. Where the hell was the white-haired boy? But he became alert when, in the distance, a white fur became visible, along with red eyes. Moldo. Until you finally arrive, little rookie. Hey? Everyone was speechless as they saw a small Almridge looking at them in confusion in a comical way. Moldo. Damn, there is so much resemblance, annoyed. The Almridge calmly approached Mold who looked at him with annoyance, but out of nowhere he couldn't help but have a very bad feeling. He looked into the eyes of the Almridge who looked so innocent and pure, but his eyes reflected evil and pure hatred. Moldo could not think anymore when the Almridge grew out of nowhere, transforming into a bell, which hit him hard in the jaw, lifting him off the floor and causing him to fall on his back in pain. Moldo looked up annoyed, but was horrified by Belle, who had a dark grim face where only his ruby eyes could be seen, which cried out for blood. Belle. Where is it? Staring at him. Moldo. Calm down, I'm not so bad as to hurt her, smiling. Behind Moldo appeared several armed adventurers. Belle. So, you were looking for me? Gloomy. Moldo. Don't worry, they won't interfere, smiling, it will be a 1 versus 1, a duel, smiling. Belle. Moldo. The winner can do whatever he wants with the loser, what do you think? Smiling arrogantly, if I win, you'll stop being an adventurer, mockingly. Belle. Very well so, if I win would you let yourself be killed? At that moment, everyone without exception felt a strong chill. Really, it didn't seem like Belle was joking. That only made Moldo more afraid, who if it weren't for the fact that he had a plan made by a certain stupid god, then he would have already run away. Moldo hi, smiling mockingly, remember, this will be a show to humiliate you. Smiling. Moldo drew his sword and struck it on a glass in front of Belle, taking out several pieces of it that forced Belle to cover his face. When she opened her eyes she looked seriously around her. Moldo was nowhere to be seen, but she could feel his gaze. After receiving the gaze of a certain perverted goddess she had become very sensitive to gazes. For that reason she could feel Moldo's jealous and angry gaze. The problem is that she didn't know where she was. She opened her eyes suddenly and barely dodged a blow from Moldo, who was slightly surprised by this. Belle. How close? Ah, hello Odo-san. Belle. Good nap. Dodging a blow. Hey, why are you fighting? And against what? Belle, well, nothing important, your mom was kidnapped and they wanted to fight me, and you. Blocking a punch. Nothing important what? What? Belle. I leave that aside, and I'm Droplet. Belle was taken out of his thoughts when a blow to his jaw knocked him to the ground painfully, and he stood there still with a darkened look. Belle. You got a ticket, Dark. Belle's eyes shone, activating eagle vision, smiling in a chilling way when he noticed a human aura in front of him. It was Moldo, who he could now easily see. Moldo tried to hit Belle in the face, but was surprised when Belle caught his fist and put him in a leg lock on his neck. NT. So you get a rough idea XD. Belle used to squeeze the key more and more, cutting off Moldo's breathing, which was turning purple. It didn't help that Belle's berserk was activated, giving him a great increase in power. Belle. Hey. Tell me, how important is your right arm? Smiling innocently. Moldo EA. Purple. Crack. HHHHH. That was the scream that was heard throughout the place, scaring the adventurers who were watching the fight. Moldo separated from Belle, crying, holding his arm, which was in a position that was not normal at all. Moldo. Damn, holding his arm, it hurts a lot, bearing the pain. Belle. Come on, it's just a little bump, smiling innocently, anyway, I'll take away that thing that bothers me. Belle grabbed the model's head with his eyes shining intensely. He put great pressure on his hand, destroying a kind of black cast that fell to the floor with its invisibility effect already destroyed. Moldo looked scared and trembling with fear at Belle, who was approaching slowly with an innocent smile. That didn't give Moldo a very good feeling, let's say. In the distance this scene was seen by a certain stupid god and his captain. Hermes R. I didn't expect this, curious. Asfi. It seems that your hobby was to bother or mistreat him, do you have something against bellcranel? Looking at your god. Hermes. Not at all, smiling, you could say it's love, happy, this was a test to show him the dark side of humanity, but judging by things, I think it's Moldo who's learning that now, smiling nervously. Asif. You never planned for Belle to get so angry about this, right? Looking at his god. Hermes. Not at all, smiling, it's a surprise to me too, I suppose he's protective of what he loves, smiling, but I never expected that magic transformation, who would say he would transform into an Almrich, smiling. Asfi. It was adorable, chibi. Hermes. I won't deny that. Back with Belle. Moldo. Damn monster, scared, I just kidnapped your goddess, backing away. Belle. Just that. Smiling innocently, you dared to kidnap my goddess, that's enough to make me angry, grimly taking out his knife. Moldo. Wait, crashing into a rock, I can give you anything you want, scared. Belle was going to say something if it weren't for the fact that a commotion sounded a little far away from him. He turned his gaze to find all his companions fighting against the other adventurers who were next to Moldo. Belle. Guys. Seriously. Belle narrowed his eyes and blocked a slash from Moldo with Kuroyami looking at Moldo indifferently. Belle. I'll take care of you later, hitting him in the chest with his middle finger slightly raised. Moldo opened his eyes wide and spat saliva, kneeling down while holding his ribcage with his left hand because the broken one did not move even a little. Belle smiled, he had hit him in a pressure point that would cause him a lot of pain and leave him immobile for several minutes if not hours. Belle-kun. Belle turned his smiling gaze to look at Ryu who had defeated the adventurers who were holding her back and had reached him in a hurry. Belle. Hello Ryu-chan, smiling. Ryu. Are you okay? You haven't killed anyone, right? Worried. Belle. I feel like it, but I won't do it, that's what you wanted me to say, Moldo, smiling. Moldo got scared and made a doggies, unable to speak because of the pain in his chest. Belle. Well, leaving that aside, sorry for scaring you in the tent, I'll go help you after Kami-sama is safe, smiling, oh. Here she comes, happy. Ryu turned his gaze seeing Lily and Yuki carrying Hestia who was rubbing her wrists that were a little red from being tied up. Hestia. How disrespectful this is to a goddess. Angry. Yuki. Are you a goddess? Innocent. A depressive cloud grew over Hestia's head at that question, while Lily tried to contain her laughter in vain. Hestia Belle-kun. Pretending to cry, I was so scared, hugging him. Belle. I'm glad you're okay Kami-sama, smiling at him while stepping on the Moldo head discreetly burying it in the ground. Moldo edged unable to speak properly. Hestia. Don't you hear something? Curious. Belle. Huh. I don't think so, smiling. Ryu. Hello mini Belle, stroking Yuki, do you want some? Giving her a carrot. Yuki. How dare you? Grabbing the carrot, I'm going to eat it, but it offends me greatly, eating the carrot. Belle looked into the distance watching his friends fight against a henchman of the poor Moldo, who seemed to kiss his shoes with respect and fear. Welf activated his magic will-o-wisp, giving a will-o-the-wisp to two magicians who were preparing their chants. While another tried to stab Mikoto with a sword but he was barehanded, I grabbed his right wrist and pulled him forward, knocking him to the ground with a judo technique. Welf noticed footsteps behind him and turned his gaze, barely dodging a cut from one of the molding assistants, but he had still cut the ribbon that held the object that his goddess Hephaestus had given him, causing it to fall into the void. Welf. No. Extending his arm. Because of that distraction, the model's assistant was about to attack him and cut him with his sword, if it weren't for the fact that a small but powerful stab from a wooden katana hit him in the neck, causing him to faint. Ryu. It seems they don't learn their lesson, it would be. The other muscular assistant who had a large shield on his back was going to hit her, but Ryu hit him with the sword mage on his right side, and without giving him a chance to counterattack, he hit him again hard on the neck, causing him to faint painfully. Belle smiled seeing the always ruthless Ryu and gave a small whistle. He liked the ruthless Ryu in a certain way. When he realized his thoughts he shook his head, hoping that he hadn't become a masochist, but he was taken out of his fantasies with Ryu when a green light behind him appeared and out of nowhere, he had to dodge an attack from Moldo which was completely healed. Belle. A high-quality healing potion. You really brewed this, didn't you? Smiling. Belle blocked a slash from the Moldo sword with his knives. Belle's strength was so great that the Moldo sword was cut in half with a clean cut from Ushiwakameru and Kuroyami. Moldo clicked his tongue at this. Belle was becoming more and more jealous. The worst thing was her second-class weapon Ushiwakameru, and the one that was clearly superior to a first-class weapon Kuroyami. But he was brought out of his thoughts when Belle kicked him hard in the chin, and from under his arm protrusions came a hidden silver knife that was about to cut his neck, if not for a loud scream that sounded. Stop. A strong presence appeared in the place, making everyone nervous, and they turned their gaze without exception, looking at Hestia, who was surrounded by a divine aura and power worthy of a god. Belle. That's it, surprised. Ryu Arcanum, surprised. Hestia. Stop fighting, it would be. Hestia walked past all of them who lowered their weapons before that aura of power. Belle. Arcanum Ina mentioned something about the ultimate dungeon defense system juggernaut or shit. Oka sent silly. Hestia stood in front of Belle who was static thinking about the perfect song for her funeral. Hestia Belle kun. Throwing herself to embrace him burying her face between his breasts. Belle. If I'm going to die, this is the most dignified way to do it, smiling. In the distance Hermes gave a long sigh. Hermes. So I use his divine power on, sighing. Asfi. All this is your fault, annoyed, Looking at the ceiling. Asfi felt a small tremor shake the place. He looked at the sky which was full of crystals which were slowly breaking, showing the shadow of a large figure that scared more than one. The crystals in the ceiling that were supposed to provide light to illuminate the place went out, demonstrating a large figure as the crystals broke. Asfi. What is that? Surprised. Hermes. The dungeon hates us for keeping it locked in this place, lowering his hat, Uranos. Where are my prayers, seriously? Hermes looked at the sky, specifically at the glass, a small part of which broke, dropping a very large figure, although compared to the massive April that was on the 18th floor it was small. That was Goliath, but this was not a normal one, this one had black skin and white hair that only meant one thing. Irregular. Thank you. A little bit of the past, 15. Yuki. We're sorry for the delay, it's just that we had a small blockage and well. Nekatokyo. You know what happens when someone has a block, right? Well, leaving that aside. Yuki. And the fact that the author is lazy. Nekatokyo. Here's the chapter. Enjoy it because it's twice as long as usual, so it counts as 2 chapters. In fact, the chapter is 10,000 words long, lol. Belle. You see. My first murder was when I was 10 years old. But before I tell you that you should know a little about my family or my brotherhood. At that time I had a teacher named Connor, he was the leader of the most powerful assassins guild of all, and also one that almost no one knows about, a brotherhood of assassins. Unlike what people believe, the brotherhood was in charge of saving people by killing those who deserved it or did wrong in the world. You could say that we had the same goal as the heroes, but we did what they were forbidden to do, we hid in the shadows to do the dirty work that no one wanted to do. Unfortunately, after the fall of the Templars, an order that previously belonged to a dark faction of the guild, the Brotherhood lost functionality, and there were fewer and fewer members. Before we were so many that in any city around the world, at least 5% or 8% of the population in those cities were assassins. It will sound like little, but in reality we were many. The strongest of us were capable of fighting against level 9 adventurers, even 2 reached level 10. It was before the extermination of the Templars. In those years the Templars still lived. We were in a critical moment against the Templars, since they had somehow joined the guild hiding their true intentions and revealed us to the world. Well, only the gods and people of the guild knew about us. Orario thought we were evil and ordered us to be exterminated. Although we were powerful, we were still people without fail, so several of us succumbed. Our forces were reduced by 40% and the situation was critical. Everyone already gave up for lost. Without a Falna and a god we could not survive, and as if fate did not want us to die, a ray of hope came to us, a goddess who joined us and adopted the Assassin's Creed and supported it, gave her Falna to all the assassins, and quickly in less than 20 years we returned to have the military power we had before. We had an even better, there was an adventurer and an adventuress level 10, the most powerful among us, the name of the goddess who supported us. The goddess that all of the Assassin's Creed must venerate and love, a goddess that is totally venerated in the Brotherhood, is the goddess Hela, the only one who gave us her help, the one who loved us like her children, and even being dead, and in the Tenkai she cares for us and watches over us. Thanks to her we regained power, and quickly became one of the most powerful families in Orario, being even better than the Loki and Freya families who at that time were the second and third best families. Unfortunately, when Orario entered the Dark Age everything was chaos, and surprisingly they came to our help. We accepted us and helped Orario in exchange for peace and not being chased. We killed Evilis as Templars, also Rockians. When the war was about to stop, we had to give one last blow to the Templars, who had escaped from Orario when the guild found out about their true intentions. If we finished them off in that last fight, Evilis would suffer a great disadvantage, and we could eliminate them once and for all. But many would die. It was what the god Uranos predicted, since several large families had to face the Templars and sacrifice themselves while everyone else fought and exterminate Evilis. But nobody knew which family would sacrifice themselves. In the end it was the Hela family who offered themselves. My family, the entire Brotherhood faced each other in a heated battle against the Templars. Thousands of assassins died that day, as well as Templars. At the end of the battle, not a single Templar remained, but in return there were only a few assassins left, only 6, 4 master assassins, and 2 somewhat experienced assassins, among them my teacher. When they all returned they were received by the goddess Hela, who cried for her fallen children. She returned to the Tenkai shortly after, but she never abandoned us. Many believed that she abandoned her remaining children, but that is a lie, since she did something that is absolutely forbidden for a god, to give her blessing to a human, not her Falna, but her blessing. If a god gave his blessing, the person who received it would have the ability that characterized the god or goddess. In this case the eagle vision, an ability that will allow you to see almost everything. That is why she was returned to the Tenkai, since not only was it gave to a human, if not to all, when the assassin's welcoming ritual is fulfilled and you officially become an assassin you magically receive that ability, an ability that the goddess Hela gives us from heaven. Belle. Well, that's a little bit of the assassin's history. I guess you should recognize them, looking at Ryu. Ryu? Yes. I remember, one of them trained me a little, remembering a girl with brown skin and dark brown hair and eyes. Belle. Makes sense, looking at his weapons. Ryu. You still haven't told me everything, looking at him. Belle. True, clearing his throat. After the death of the Templars people slowly began to forget the Hela family, to the point that I'm sure that only a few people besides the gods and the guild know about us. Currently only one assassin remains. Sighing. Ryu? You? Surprised. Belle. You have. When the family separated, my teacher went to a remote village and began to work like any normal person. Soon after, he learned that his surviving classmates had died from various causes. He lived in that village for several years waiting for the day of his death until the white-haired boy with red eyes met him. Both became friends, and the man, seeing the boy's strength and talent, decided to train him to be the future of the assassins. Shortly after, when the boy turned 10, his training was almost complete. Ryu. It was you, looking at him. Belle. Yes, smiling, but I hadn't made my first kill yet. In the town where I lived there were some rumors that some bandits were near the town attacking caravans and robbing and killing people. I did not take it seriously at first. I knew that my teacher would take care of them sooner or later. I could not do anything unless I was ready to kill, and I was not. Everything happened normally in the town until the bandits decided to attack and kidnap the people of the town. Among those people, a beautiful girl with brown hair and amber eyes. She was my best friend in the town and the girl I loved. When I found out that they had kidnapped her, I remember that I exploded in anger. Belle. I thought I was strong enough to face them and left home at night, sighing, I was too angry to even think. Ryu? Is that where you made your first kill? Looking at him. Belle. Yes, but, sighing, it wasn't the best way. Not only did I commit my first murder, but my second one as well, nostalgic. The 10-year-old Belle was running through the dark forest with 2 knives at his waist and a bow and arrows on his back. Belle jumped through the trees agilely and veils like a professional. He had a jacket and pants of the same black, as well as black boots and gloves, something that camouflaged him perfectly in the dark night. Belle stood on the branch of a large tree looking in the distance at a small camp with 10 people around. All of them had a black cloak that would camouflage them if it weren't for a campfire in the center of them all. He saw in the distance how several people they had kidnapped were tied up. Among them there he saw her. He squinted his eyes at her with some scratches, but she was fine. Belle turned back to look at the bandits and smiled when he saw that they were all going to sleep, leaving only one to stand guard. He smiled more when he saw that the man was also falling asleep. That would only make things easier for him. Belle jumped from branch to branch, carefully approaching until he was an acceptable distance from the man already on the ground. Belle carefully approached the back of the shoulder and took out a knife. He was about to stab him in the neck if it weren't for why he stopped out of nowhere. The knife in his hand trembled, not only the knife but also his hand. Belle frowned and looked at the hopeless man. Belle. Why aren't you moving? Damn it, don't back down now. You can't do that. You have to kill him, breathing heavily. The man woke up immediately when he noticed noisy breathing near him and was surprised to see a white-haired boy looking at him with hatred and fear and having a knife pointed at his neck. The man would feel intimidated by the gun so close to the chair, but Belle's eyes that showed fear and insecurity made him smile. The man turned slowly before Belle's gaze, who brought the knife closer to his neck but was unable to stab him. The man smiled and punched Belle in the face, pushing him away from him. Man. Just a brat. You surprise me. I don't know if you're very brave or very stupid to come without even getting your hands dirty yet, laughing. Belle held the knife tightly and went to stab the man, who laughed even more and blocked his cut with force. Belle tried to kick him in his right side, which the man barely dodged. Belle jumped away and took out his bow and arrow, shooting it at the man who ducked to dodge it. Man. You're good, brat, but the fact that you haven't killed before makes you very vulnerable, laughing. Belle dodged a knife that the man threw at him, but he didn't expect the man to hit him hard in the face, knocking him to the ground. Belle spat out a little blood and looked seriously at the man in front of him, who smiled mockingly. Man. The worst part is that you forgot that if you couldn't kill me, you had to knock me out before making all this fuss, laughing. Belle watched expressionlessly as everyone in the tents filed out, revealing 6 men and 4 women, 1 woman and 3 men with swords, 1 woman with a bow, 1 woman and 1 man with a spear, and the last 2 men with knives. Belle quickly pulled out his knives and crossed them, blocking the cut of a sword that tried to cut his head horizontally. Belle kicked the swordsman in front of him and slid to the left, dodging a thrust from the woman with the spear. He did a backflip, dodging 3 silver arrows that were directed at him. Belle landed on the ground elegantly, opened his eyes slightly and blocked with a knife a 4th arrow that was directed at his head. Belle tilted his head to the right, letting a woman's spear pass by, and she tried to hit him in the chin with the other end of the spear. Belle held the end of the spear, complaining of the pain in his hands. Belle pulled the spear next to the woman, who was surprised by the strength, wondering how a child could be so strong, but she couldn't think too much when a strong blow to the stomach brought her out of her thoughts. Meanwhile, everyone else watched Belle in surprise. They felt humiliated. Only 30 seconds had passed and they couldn't even cut a kid several years younger than them. The man with a spear tried to stab him in the stomach. Belle calmly stepped aside, letting the spear pass and hit the man in the stomach. The 2 men with knives appeared, crouching on each side of Belle, trying to cut him, which Belle dodged by jumping and kicking the men's heads with both legs. Belle blocked a sword slash with a knife and deflected it to the right, stabbing the spearman in the leg. The man screamed in pain, but he didn't know what he expected, but a kick to the chin would send him flying, crashing into the archer, who, in surprise, released an arrow that hit one of her companions with a spear. Belle put away his knives and took out 2 arrows from his case next to his bow. He aimed at the only female swordsman and shot her in the leg. The woman could not avoid the arrow, and it hit her full on, passing through her leg and getting stuck in it. Hurts. Belle aimed at the archer and released the 2nd arrow, which stuck in his shoulder, so that every time he moves it, it will cause him great pain. Belle blocked with his bow a kick from a swordsman who angrily tried to give him an uppercut, but he opened his eyes in surprise when Belle, in a demonstration of skill and agility, grabbed him by the wrist and pulled him towards him while kicking his feet, letting gravity do its thing, and the man fell face down to the ground. The swordsman was going to stand up if it weren't for Belle stepping on his hand where he had the sword and took it away, blocking with it a cut from another swordsman. Belle, to the surprise of the 2nd swordsman, deflected the attack towards his partner and, in an attempt to avoid it, deflected the sword from the path, leaving it stuck in the ground centimeters from his partner's chest. The swordsman sighed but forgot something important, something he remembered when a sword stuck in his right leg, piercing him from side to side. The man only let out a small cry of pain that was silenced when Belle grabbed him by the neck and used him as a human shield when the lancer tried to strike him in the neck with the blunt end of her lance and ended up hitting her companion in the stomach. Belle opened his eyes slightly and ducked at high speed, letting a third sword pass by. Belle looked closely at a swordswoman who made a small turn and tried to cut him in the neck, a cut that Belle stopped with his bow, jamming the sword in the metal handle of the black bow. Belle smiled a little arrogantly and pulled the bowstring without any arrows. The woman was confused by this, but her eyes widened in shock when Belle put his head in the path of the string and released it. The swordswoman let out a small squeal of pain as the rope hit her forehead, and she was knocked to the ground face down by Belle, who sat on top of her and took out 3 arrows aiming at a tree. Belle smiled and deflected the bow a little, aiming a few meters away from the tree. Everyone was confused when he slightly bent the wooden arrows and curved the trajectory of the bow, releasing 2 of the 3 arrows. To everyone's surprise, the arrows halfway went to the right, entering between the leaves of the tree but without hitting the trunk. Instead they stuck hard into the archer who had hidden behind the tree, waiting for the opportunity to shoot. Opportunity that did not occur when 2 arrows stuck in her, one in her arm and the other in her hand, preventing her from holding both the arrow and the bow. Everyone looked at Belle seriously, breathing a little disturbed. Belle looked at them very calmly, but with a grimace of annoyance. The first swordsman knew why, he could tell, even though Belle was beating them up he could have ended the fight a long time ago. The question was why not? Simple, Belle couldn't kill. Each of his attacks went to places that weren't critical for a person. In the worst case they would die from bleeding out, and even that would take several hours. The man stood up with a serious look. Although they had the window that Belle would not kill them unless he made a mistake, they were also at a disadvantage. They were tired and trembling. The boy in front of them was barely sweating a little. That broke their pride. Belle pointed to a particular place and confused all the bandits when he pointed to some bushes. Nadia knew what he was going to do until they remembered something, and they all had a thought together. That's where we hit the people. Belle took a small breath and released the arrow. Everyone watched in shock as the arrow pierced the bush and sounded like it was sticking into a flat surface. Everyone remained silent waiting for something, but they could not continue watching when several arrows tried to leave a porcupine-like spearman, who had to block several of them as best he could, but even so one stuck under his left rib and 2 others in his right knee, leaving him fierce from combat and probably with a terrible injury, but alive. Belle took out 3 more arrows and aimed at the swordswoman who, seeing herself threatened, charged at Belle trying to shorten the distance and pierce her arm, which did not work when Belle, frightened, released the 3 arrows without aiming in their direction. His gaze was horrified as was that of all the bandits, while the swordswoman remained in shock looking at Belle. The Spadachina, eh? Ah. A horrible scream sounded as Belle stood still and trembling when the swordswoman stood in front of him and spat out blood. Belle fell loose on his rear and slowly backed away looking at the swordswoman who had an arrow buried in her chest, another under her right rib and the last one. The last one was buried in the woman's right eye, whose face was terrified with blood gushing out of her eye. The woman extended her arm towards Belle, but before she could do anything, she fell to the ground, inert, breathing heavily. Belle was in shock not knowing what to do, but before he could do anything the 2 men with knives and one with the sword went to help the swordswoman who was looking into nothing with her one eye. Belle also looked into space and listened carefully to the conversation of the 3 men who were trying to heal their companion, but it was too late. The arrow had pierced her skull and crossed her brain. Swordsman. You killed her. Angry. Belle stood in shock without even answering. He didn't know how, because of a small carelessness he had killed, and although that was his objective at first it was still something horrifying for him. He had made his first death, and although no one was really prepared to kill he was still a mentally fragile child, so he stood in shock looking at his hand slightly splattered with blood. Belle didn't move in the slightest when the swordsman tried to attack him, and just as he was about to run him through with the sword something intervened, or rather someone. Belle slowly looked in shock at the person being crossed from side to side. It was a girl his same age with brown hair and amber eyes. It was Belle. Annis. In shock. Annis, the name of the girl he loved, who stood before him with a sword piercing her chest, while she smiled at him sweetly and a line of blood coming out of her mouth. Annis. Are you okay? Smiling. Minutes before. Just as the arrow passed through the bushes it stuck into a tree, more specifically one where several of the people were tied up. The arrow stuck in the rope that held the majority and was cut. Everyone was surprised by this, but a brown-haired girl looked at the tip of the arrows, finding a strange symbol of a rabbit with 2 knives in front of it. They were the arrows that Belle used. She knew because she once saw the bow in his house and had asked him if he could teach her how to use it. When he showed her she saw the same wooden arrows with a diamond tip carved on it, a rabbit symbol. Anis shook her head, leaving her thoughts aside. She quickly removed the ropes and grabbed the arrow, and with the tip of it, broke the entire rope, helping the others to free themselves. Everyone, as soon as they were safe, began to run silently towards the town. All those who remained desperately removed the ropes. When they noticed that the fight continued, when they freed themselves, they left that forgotten place. One thing that Anis did not forget. She held the arrow tightly and made her way through the bushes, looking in shock at Belle on the ground, trembling slightly as a man drew his sword and prepared to kill him. Anis didn't think too much before her body moved and she started running towards Belle. She knew she wouldn't avoid the attack, but at least she could use her body so it wouldn't hit Belle. Neither of the two men noticed when Anis came out of the bushes and stood between Belle and the sword, receiving the attack full on, burying itself in his chest until it passed through him. Both Belle and the swordsman were surprised by this. Anis smiled at Belle, and a line of blood fell from his lips. "Anis, are you okay?" The sword that pierced her chest was removed from her by the man, who looked at them with indifference, while Anis fell into Belle's arms, spitting out a little blood, staining Belle a little. Belle looked at her in shock and hugged her slowly, while tears soon fell from her face. "Belle. Anis. Anis. Anis." Shaking her, "Wake up, please wake up," taking her pulse. "Anis, don't go, please, don't leave me," upset. Belle tried desperately to stop the bleeding, but it was totally useless. The man looked at him seriously and gave a small smile. "Swordsman. Well, making you suffer like this is better than killing you," laughing. Belle kept trying desperately to revive her, but it was impossible. She was already dead. Belle cried even louder as he tried to revive her, even though he knew it was useless to do so, but he forgot something important, and that was that he wasn't alone, and worse still, with the worst people possible. Both the swordsman and two of the knife-wielding men tried to attack him from all sides, knowing that Belle was still in shock from Anis's death. The swords approached Belle in slow motion while he looked on helplessly, but before the weapons pierced him, a knife blocked the sword and directed it at the neck of a man with a knife, slitting his throat with speed, while with his other knife in his left hand, he blocked the slash of the remaining attacker. Everyone looked in surprise at a slightly old man who was wearing a white suit with blue details and also had some weapons, including two knives which were put into his sleeves with some strange mechanism. "Honor Belle." Looking at Anis, "I see." Honor turned his gaze, calmly looking at everyone else, who became nervous because of your penetrating gaze, which in a second sharpened and Connor disappeared from everyone's sight. The next instant the three men with swords fell to the ground dead, each with his throat cut. Honor calmly looked at the lancer, who tried to retreat in fear, but his look of terror changed to a death when a knife pierced his head. Honor calmly dodged a second spear and a sword from both remaining women and plunged his knives into the back of their necks, killing them in seconds. Connor then turned his gaze and with great agility held an arrow between his fingers that was heading towards his face. The archer looked surprised as her shot had been stopped with great ease. Honor grabbed the last man's hand with knives and broke it in one easy motion. The man screamed in pain, but could do nothing when Connor grabbed him by the neck and lifted him off the ground, giving him a blank look, and in one quick motion, he stuck his hidden knife into the man's forehead and threw it towards the archer, who was knocked to the ground when her companion's dead body fell on top of her. The girl watched in terror as the man slowly approached her and removed the knife from the body of her now dead companion. She tried to beg, but a quick decapitation prevented her. The man turned to see the last one standing, the swordsman who had killed Anis. He was on the ground trembling. He was going to be killed inevitably, just like all his companions. But before Connor could even take a step, the swordsman was completely knocked to the ground when a white blur came up to him and began to hit him savagely in the face. It was Belle, who with eyes of complete rage began to hit the person responsible for Anis's death. As Connor watched him from afar with an expressionless look, Belle continued hitting the man ferociously, whose face was already deformed and bleeding, something that mattered little or nothing to Belle because he was still in pain. The man was writhing in pain at first, but as the minutes passed he stopped moving. He just moved a little when Belle hit him. Belle cared little about this and continued hitting him ferociously. "Belle. Damn you. Hitting him, wretch. Hitting him, she didn't deserve to die. Hitting him, I hope you rot in hell." Angry. Connor. Looking at Belle with compassion. "That happened." Belle sighed with a sad smile and looked at Ryu. "Ryu. Belle. I understand if." "Ryu. Don't be silly," pinching his cheek. Belle. "Ouch," closing one eye. "Ryu. I told you I wouldn't abandon you despite what you told me, right?" Smiling, "Just answer me something, are you still killing?" "It would be." Belle. "Hi, serious, whoever messes with my family is the one who suffers the consequences." Dark look, an example are. Ryu. "Sir's stalkers," looking at him. Belle. "I see you're aware," smiling. Ryu. "Hunter Rabbit killed them all in one night, but no one knows his identity," smiling. Belle. "Sorry if that disappointed you," scratching his neck. Ryu. I also continued killing, sighing, if I find someone bad and worse, if he discovers my identity he has to die, it would be Belle. That doesn't include me, right? Smiling. Ryu. No, not you, smiling. Belle. I'm glad, sighing nervously. Ryu. Dime. Belle. What thing? Curious. Ryu. Can I join the Brotherhood? It would be. Belle opened his eyes slightly and looked seriously at Ryu. Belle. You'll kill again, seriously. Ryu. I know, it would be. Belle. You will follow each of my orders as your leader, seriously. Ryu. It would be. Belle. If he ordered you to kill, you will do it, seriously. Ryu. I will do it unless he is innocent, he would be. Belle. You already have the training and you've already gotten your hands dirty, so Ryu lion. Ryu high. Firm. Belle. From this day forward you are in Assassin's Creed, seriously. Belle pulled out a hidden knife that surprised Ryu and cut her wrist, alerting her. Ryu. What are you do? Belle. Drink it, seriously. Belle extended his hand towards Ryu, who stood for a moment in shock before approaching Belle's wrist and drinking her blood, a little blushing. Belle. May the blessing of the goddess Hela be with you, seriously. Ryu watched in surprise as her vision improved out of nowhere, seeing everything in more detail and in black and white. When she concentrated on looking for something like a fruit, she was even more surprised when a slight light appeared among the bushes, indicating that it was there. It was an incredible ability, in her words. Belle. From now on you are of the Brotherhood, and always remember, keep your steel away from the flesh of the innocent, pointing to his knives, always be discreet, giving her a hair clip with the assassin symbol, the same one that was barely seen on the shoulder of his armor, and never compromise the Brotherhood. The assassin's house can always be your refuge, but if they see you kill someone and you come to the Brotherhood house you will find the doors closed. This is so that it does not stop being a secret brotherhood. Even if the gods or the guild know about us, they only know about the Hela family. They do not know as much as you think about the Brotherhood, not even Uranus himself, serious. Ryu looked at Belle in surprise and held the brooch in her hand. Ryu. Isn't this the opposite of being discreet? Expressionless. Belle. Now that there are only two of us in the Brotherhood, no, smiling, until it grows back this will be prohibited, but for now, showing his shoulder pad. Ryu smiled awkwardly and put on her hair clip casually. Belle. Come on, smiling, we have to go, happy. Ryu nodded and walked behind Belle, a little surprised by how quickly he had changed his attitude, but she downplayed it and walked beside him, very close to Belle, something that Belle did not reproach. Why did you tell him? Belle. You were the one who reminded me, and I'm Droplet. I just told you that you had to recreate the Brotherhood. Belle. I'm not doing that. Confused. Yes, but the first one you had to join the sisterhood didn't necessarily have to be a woman, Odo-san womanizer. Belle, yes, sorry, sighing, just don't tell your mother about this. I know that, I'll say it until you order it, Odo-san. Belle nodded to himself and Belia and continued walking very calmly. Both arrived at the camp where Ryu said goodbye to him with a somewhat affectionate hug and went to keep watch while Belle sat on a log staring into space thinking about the Brotherhood, but out of nowhere a memory in his mind about his past came to him. Flashback. Belle continued hitting and insulting the man until he was tired. With each passing second, his blows became weaker and slower to the point that it took him more than 5 seconds to land a single weak blow. Belle. I wish you had suffered more. You got the end you deserved. Hitting him. And just as he was about to give another, his arm was stopped by Connor, who looked at him with understanding. Connor. Enough, sighing. Belle. But. Angry. Connor. Listen, Belle, stop, seriously. Belle looked at him and then looked at the man, clicking his tongue, and let him go in annoyance. Connor. Belle, you have to pay your respects to a dead man, seriously. Belle. Why if the person I kill is trash, angry. Connor. Because no matter how much garbage someone is, you should always respect death, seriously, no matter how minimal it is, you should show respect. That is an important rule that you should always remember, Belle, and if you have not shown your respect, then give them a quick and easy death. Looking at the disfigured man, may death bring you the peace you were looking for, leaving an eagle feather, requires cat in pace, making a short prayer. Connor stood next to Belle, who lowered his head looking at Anis's body. Belle. Requires cat in pace, giving a prayer to the man and Anis, why did he sacrifice himself for me? Looking at her. Connor. I loved you, now don't do something stupid like committing suicide, because according to you it's your fault. Do you want to waste the sacrifice the girl made? Serious. Belle lowered his head scoldingly, he was right. Connor. Now pick up your arrows and let's go. I'm not sure, but I don't think anyone besides Anis saw you. Let's give him a proper burial. Carrying her. Belle. Can I carry it? Connor. Go ahead, giving it to him in his arms. Belle and Connor went up to a hill with a tree on it, a giant tree, Annis's favorite place. Belle made a hole the size of Annis and buried it, along with one of his arrows in it. He filled the hole again and said a small prayer with tears going from there with Connor, who had already burned the bodies of the bandits. Then flashback. Belle remembered that with a nostalgic feeling. They were memories he would never forget, but he was taken out of his thoughts when a small crash sounded alerting him. It was the sound of someone's annoying footsteps. Belle looked at Bet, who was getting dangerously close to him with an annoyed look. That oh. Annoyed, let's have a duel, damn rabbit. Walking annoyed. Belle did the best with a drop of sweat on his forehead. Despite the comical action of the werewolf, he knew he was not joking, and if they were to face each other he would die. Although he killed a Goliath, it was because it was a newborn by the dungeon, and it is common knowledge that when a monster is barely created, it is a third as strong as it normally is, but only while they are born. This does not apply to floor bosses, which even after being born do not have their full power until after a few minutes. In simple words, the Goliath had the power of a mid-level 3, and even then it took a lot to kill him. But leaving that aside, Belle looked nervously at the werewolf who was getting closer and closer to him. Run to the tent over there. Belle listened to Belia and started running to the tent, which was dark. Belle accidentally bumped into something and started touching it with curiosity, without knowing what it was, until a small flame appeared in the place in a metal lamp, in addition to a small moan that blushed him. Belle looked in shock at Lefiya, who was being hugged by him while Belle had one of his hands inside Lefiya's skirt touching her thighs, while another hand touched and squeezed one of her breasts over her clothes. Belle hello. Nervous. You're incredibly lucky. Belle. I've already noticed. Why are you a womanizer? Belle. I'm not a womanizer because I want to be serious. I'm one to honor the memory of my teacher and grandfather, tear of pride. Nonsense. You're what you want to be. Belle. Whispering. Lefiya looked angrily at Belle, but then blushed hard when she realized it was him and looked away without saying anything to his surprise, who did not miss the opportunity to grope her body a little in front of the blushing Lefiya, who looked at the floor, feeling her privacy getting wet little by little. But both were taken out of the moment when a werewolf entered the tent looking at them with a stick expression. Bet. At least find another place, shaking his head. Lefiya, and it's not what you think. Blushing like a tomato. Belle looked away with a cat-like look, implying that he enjoyed it, while Bet returned his gaze to Belle. Bet. A duel, here and now. Seriously. Lefiya looked nervously at Belle and Bet, who looked at each other seriously. Lefiya, and you can't do that, Mr. Bet, standing in front of Belle with open arms. Bet smiling. Around Bet came a terrifying aura that shook Belle and made Lefiya shake like jelly. Bet. Are you protecting your boyfriend or what? Come out, bunny. Annoyed. Bet walked posing alongside Lefiya with his intimidating aura, while Lefiya could only tremble like a flea before the imposing figure of Bet, to whom she gave a look of few friends, although it is not as if she had any XD. Belle, seeing Lefiya trembling comically on the verge of tears. Honor grandpa. Never let a woman cry. Belle closed his eyes, deciding to follow the wise advice of his teacher and grandfather. Belle held Lefiya's hand and smiled at her. Lefiya blushed a little and stopped shaking, all before the gaze of Bet, who was getting disgusted by the scene. Belle stood in front of Lefiya and looked defiantly at Bet. Bet. You finally show your face, smiling mockingly. Belle. First of all, I'll ask you to look at my hand. Belle placed his left hand next to his head with his palm open, looking at it. Bet became confused and also looked at Belle's palm, becoming more confused when he saw nothing. However, shock took over his body when a blow to the cheek sent him flying a few meters outside the tent. Belle carried Lefiya in princess mode, making sure to touch her thighs and chest, and started running towards the forest. Bet was still on the floor processing what had just happened. He had been tricked. Belle used the palm to distract him and then hit him with a powerful blow with his right hand with all his strength in the jaw. Bet stood up slowly, holding his jaw, noticing how it was loose, and adjusted it with a painful and abrupt sound. Bet. Wretch, dark look, I'll kill you. Angry. Bet started running towards the forest in the same direction as Belle, chasing them in a heated manner to beat Belle up. No one noticed all the pairs of eyes that had been watching the scene for a while, which looked amused to see Lefiya, shy and with an adorable face, being carried by Belle, very serious, too much for his adorable appearance. They also saw the tremendous blow that Belle gave Bet to the jaw. Fiona. Great. With a twinkle in her eyes, it never occurred to me to be so distracted, thinking amusedly. Hein. I have to admit it was great. He took advantage of Bet's stupidity in an incredible way, formulating plans to annoy Bet. Finn. It wasn't just that. Thinking. Aerith. It was also his great strength, laughing. Riveria. It was at least a level 3 at the beginning of the path, thinking, it's surprising, isn't it Ace? Turning around. Riveria looked at Ace with a poker face before laughing loudly when she saw how Ace had a cute pout and looked at Lefiya with clear jealousy. Riveria smiled at this, she was glad that she finally showed the feelings of a girl her age to be 24/7 with the dungeon, it was a great advance for her, an advance that was thanks to bellcranel, something for which she was grateful. Belle continued running quickly through the thick forest until he finally stopped and looked around, noticing how Bet was no longer safe, apparently he had gotten bored or something like that. Belle sighed in relief and smiled, but opened his eyes when he felt a small tug on his shirt and looked at Lefiya, who had a blushed and embarrassed look. "Lefiya. Could you put me down?" Sadly. Belle. "Alright, sorry," lowering it. Lefiya looked around and gave a small sigh. "Lefiya. We got lost, right?" Looking at Belle. Belle hi, looking down. Lefiya baka, blushing, "But it's not your fault, it's Bet sans," looking at Belle. Belle. "You flatter me," smiling. Lefiya. "We must leave before nightfall," noticing how the windows were starting to darken. Belle. "You have, seriously?" Belle and Lefiya began walking through the forest, but as they advanced further and further, it seemed like they simply weren't moving. Lefiya began to leave a small trail with some tree branches, while Belle left an X on the trees with his black knife, both walked for several more minutes, noticing that the sky was already darkening, Lefiya became more and more nervous, even more so when she felt several monsters approaching. Although monsters did not appear here, they could arrive from other floors, an example was Lefiya Yua, bugbear, trembling. Lefiya was a level 3, but she was a mages, while conjuring their spells were practically useless, even if the monster in front of her was a level 2, she couldn't defeat a Minotaur in melee, even worse if it was a bugbear, a monster with the same stats as a Minotaur, but much more agile. The bugbear approached her quickly and was about to kill her with its claws, while she sang her magic, but it wouldn't arrive in time. Lefiya looked in terror at the bugbear who was seconds away from killing her, but something unexpected happened. Lefiya. Huh. R. The bugbear was cut in half by a black knife, splattering Lefiya's face with blood. Lefiya looked at him slightly surprised, ignoring his deplorable state, not at all worthy of an elf. Belle. Are you okay? Extending his hand. Lefiya looked at him in surprise, while Belle still had his hand extended. Belle. Nervous. Lefiya slowly took her hand and used it to get up. Blushing as she touched Belle's hand. Belle. Let me help you with that, smiling. Lefiya blushed as Belle pulled out a cloth from who knows where and carefully cleaned her face and orange hair. Belle began to clean her cheeks, smiling, looking at Lefiya's adorable face. Lefiya blushed when Belle looked closely at both of their faces and looked at her closely. Belle thinking. Lefiya. Belle-san, blushing, what are you doing? Looking into his eyes. Ruby and Sky Blue looked at each other, Belle gave a small mischievous smile and cleaned Lefiya's ears with the cloth removing the blood, but Lefiya blushing. The elves' ears are sensitive, a little less than the beast men's, but they were still sensitive. Belle smiled a little flirtatiously but did nothing else, something that Lefiya internally complained about. Lefiya looked at Belle with a slightly furrowed brow and grabbed him by the collar of his shirt, pulling him very close to her. Belle remained impassive, looking curiously at the orange-haired elf, who looked at him with a strong blush and with her lips trembling, getting closer to Belle. Lefiya took all the courage she had and placed her lips against Belle's, closing her eyes while Belle looked at her amused, obviously he wouldn't deny a kiss from a woman, but it was funny to see Lefiya taking the courage to kiss him. But just before anything happened, a strong light in the distance began to appear. Lefiya didn't see it because her eyes were closed, but Belle did. Belle turned his head toward the light, forgetting something important. Uak. Belle was shocked to feel soft lips crash against his cheek. Lefiya looked at Belle blushing, noticing that she had kissed him on the cheek. Lefiya. Shy. Lefiya meos to look everywhere noticing the strange light in the distance and in an attempt to divert the subject said. Lefiya. Let's investigate. Blushing. Belle laughed lightly and walked behind her, becoming serious in a second. Lefiya. She changed her funny expression to a serious one in a second. Sugoi, admiring him. Belle's eyes shone slightly in the dark night, giving Lefiya a slight chill because of Belle's sharp eyes. Belle began to walk cautiously, looking seriously into the distance everywhere, but his serious moment was photographed when his stomach growled and a slight blush appeared on his face. Lefiya. Looking away. Belle. Don't laugh, sighing. Lefiya. Well, A-san gave me this, taking out a small jar, they are some quartz candies that she found, showing the jar with 2 small quartz. Lefiya pulled both out and took one of them with a sigh. Lefiya. I don't think it will fill your stomach, but it is something, giving her the second quartz. Belle. This is it? Surprised. Lefiya. It's a sweet candy, it's something very precious, smiling, its price is almost 30,000 violas, smiling. Belle stood in shock for a second before sighing. Belle. That's worth more than my entire team, sighing. Belle and Lefiya ate them while looking away, one amused and the other blushing. Belle and Lefiya looked at the same light in the distance, both looked into each other's eyes and nodded, going to investigate. Both passed by several hidden bushes in case it was any. Belle narrowed his eyes when he noticed something. Belle. Defender, raising his hand, turns off the light, seriously. Lefiya. EA. Surprised. Belle. Quick, serious. Lefiya nodded, not wanting to disobey Belle's orders, and quickly turned off the light on her staff. Belle began to walk stealthily next to Lefiya until both could clearly see two subjects with black hoods. Lefiya. Those clothes are a different color, but it's like the Asvara factions. Could this be a coincidence? One of the men looked away slightly in her direction, something Belle noticed. Belle sighed internally, already having a bad feeling, and they continued walking, watching the two-headed men. Belle and Lefiya continued walking through a tunnel until they came to a large open area with lots of grass. Both of them started running towards the subjects, but were shocked when the floor below them opened in two and they began to fall into the void. But as if it were a Save in Dreams Minecraft, both fell into a strange lake. Both stood up, noticing that the lake barely reached their knees. Belle. Lefiya. Something is burning me. They both noticed how their clothes began to unravel a little while it burned their skin. Belle looked everywhere until he saw the lake, looking at which there were some human bones. Belle. Oh bug, sighing. Lefiya. Swords and armor, looking at the lake, this is a fusion solution. Surprised. Belle. Lefiya up. Lefiya looked at the ceiling, shocked to see. Lefiya, the color. This liquid, without a doubt this is the same as those monsters, but it is much weaker than the caterpillar type we fought. Regardless of clothing, the body can endure more. Belle. That thing is from Violas, seriously. Lefiya. EA. Surprised. Belle. Ignore that, now let's focus on the monster in front of us. Serious, my clothes are made of salamander skin, so it can withstand the acid for a while. Serious, look at its eye. Serious, its attacks will come in the direction of its eye. Lefiya. High, would be. Belle and Lefiya watched as the big monster looked at them both and then directed an attack with one of its whips, an attack that both barely dodged. Belle. Oh shit, sighing. Belle knew that his speed was one that didn't match his level 2, and thanks to that he could dodge the monster's attacks with relative ease, but the acid was a big problem. Belle. We have to find a way to kill him, seriously, at this rate he'll melt our skin and clothes. Looking at him, try to conjure something, I'll cover you, in battle pose. Lefiya nodded foolishly, noticing how her outfit was melting more and more, leaving some of her skin exposed. Belle looked seriously at the large monster in front of him and narrowed his eyes as he noticed how it looked at Lefiya, who was already chanting her spell. A large magic circle appeared under Lefiya's feet as she prepared to use her magic. Belle stood in front of Solo, blocking one of the whips with great skill and cutting another with his hidden knife. Belle smiled as the monster roared in anger at seeing both of its limbs cut off and directed a furious attack at Lefiya while Belle covered her, avoiding the attacks. Belle. He's very interested in magic, be careful, serious. Lefiya nodded, still focused on her chant. Belle, noticing this, caught the beast's attention and began to run in a zigzag pattern, dodging and blocking the monster's attacks. Lefiya. Is she really a level 2? She moves very fast, she almost seems like a level 3 at the end of the road because of her speed. Lefiya was brought out of her thoughts when she saw Vila concentrate magical power into her crown and looked directly at Belle. Lefiya. Be careful. Altered. Belle, seeing the magic attack shot towards him, became alarmed. He knew he couldn't dodge it, but at least he could do something else, or those were his thoughts as he looked at an adventurer's shield. Belle kicked the shield up and held it tightly, shielding himself from the powerful attack in a matter of seconds. Lefiya. Damn. I must sign up. Chanting her spell, Historia Ljos Desatata. The monster instantly realized that she was chanting her magic and turned to look at her. Lefiya got nervous but continued chanting magic, but she never expected a whip to come out of the grip and grab her power and forcefully pull her into the air. Lefiya. This is bad. In shock. Belle narrowed his eyes and rushed at the monster, gripping his knife tightly. Belle. Take this. Cracking the whip. Lefiya. Belle-san. Looking at her back. Lefiya for some strange reason felt safe, her cheeks reddened a little and she fell into the lake of acid again. She quickly got up from the lake, blushing as she noticed how her clothes were melting more and more, exposing more of her skin. She looked away from Belle, carefully watching his back. Belle stayed in the same place, extending his hand towards the monster. Belle smiled and did something that pleasantly surprised Lefiya. Belle. Riet Mizu. From Belle's hand a beam of water shot out, which upon colliding with the monster's eye turned into ice, slightly freezing his eye, much to the monster's pain. Lefiya. Enchantless magic. Shocked, is that even possible? Not even Miss Ace's short chant magic is like that. Belle looked seriously at the monster, and in his hand a white glow of light began to appear, getting stronger and stronger. Belle. Lefiya, restart your magic, seriously. Lefiya, hi, I will be the distraction, would be. Belle nodded slowly, knowing that Lefiya was a mage capable of using concurrent chanting, an ability that allowed mages to chant their magic while moving, something that was considered more difficult than it seemed, because if you didn't concentrate well and something went wrong, you could have a will-o'-the-wisp. Both began to run at high speed, dodging and blocking attacks with their respective weapons. Belle stood still for a second, thinking about something out of nowhere, until he reacted with a sparkle in his eyes, as if he had a great idea. Lefiya. I don't know what she's thinking, but I know she'll help us win, just attack her, Belle. It would be. Belle simply looked at her as if guessing her thoughts and nodded. Lefiya gathered more mana than Ido that the monster would focus its attention on her, something that Belle mentally thanked her for, and began to put his plan into action. Belle. I think my magic really breaks all the laws about magicians, laughing ironically, Riet Mizu. The little water came out of Belle's hand and froze instantly and began to deform until it became an ice rod with a terrible shape. Belle threw the bar into the lake and looked at Lefiya, asking for more time. Lefiya nodded, understanding, and started running away from the monster, distracting it and about to finish her chant. It was surprising, the ability to communicate without even looking at the other, knowing what the other was thinking just by looking into each other's eyes, and having only known each other for less than 12 hours, was something incredible among adventurers. Belle continued to summon his magic over and over again, throwing his failed attempts into the acid lake in annoyance, until he finally began to notice improvements. His ice was increasingly taking the shape of an arch, but the problem was physics. He couldn't make an ice arch, it was physically impossible, and bellcranel was once again about to make the impossible possible. Belle smiled as his ice formed the perfect shape of a long arc. He had used the water as if it were a thread and froze it lightly and steadily. Belle. Now we're talking, smiling. Belle gently pulled the thread of water and between his fingers appeared an ice arrow with some imperfections, but there it was. Belle released a string and the arrow shot towards the monster's eye, giving it a powerful blow to the eye. Belle continued pulling the thread where in seconds an ice arrow appeared, each time better than the previous one, but there was something that Lefiya could notice. Lefiya. Why don't they pierce her skin? Looking at Belle. Belle. Well. That's impossible, Chibi. Lefiya. What? Looking at him. Belle. Making an ice bow already breaks the laws of physics, making an ice arrow is even worse, sighing, if the arrow is sharp, the body is weak and easy to break, if I focus on making the body strong the tip can't be sharp, it's physically impossible unless, thinking. Lefiya. At least. Looking at him, what do we do? Worried. Belle. Undress, seriously. Lefiya, huh? In shock. Yuki, okay, no, take two. Author, take two. Belia. What are you doing, you two idiots? Yuki. Chibi. Author. Who the buck is breaking the fourth wall? Damn, take two, now. Bambas? Yes. Belle. Unless you make some small separate shackles on the tip of the arrow to give it resistance and strength, well, the tip will still be sharp, thinking. Lefiya. Is that possible? Alarmed, dodging a whip. Belle. Huh. Of course not, looking at her like she was stupid. Lefiya. Then why do you say that? Angry. Belle. Well, it wouldn't be possible if it weren't for magic. I just have to shape the arrow with water, sharpen it, and make the shackles separate from it, freeze everything, and that's it, smiling. Lefiya. Impossible. Only Riveria-sama is capable of changing the shape of a magic, in shock, and in the first place, how did you make an ice bow? Belle. Okay, now there are two people who can do an intertwined chant, smiling, now. Let's see if it works. Releasing the arrow. The arrow shot into the monster's eye, piercing it as it let out a loud cry of pain. Belle. Oh. It worked, Chibi. Lefiya. Did you think I wouldn't do it? Shaking him. Belle. I didn't have much hope, Chibi, but he's not dead yet, serious. Lefiya also turned with a serious look towards the plant monster which cornered them. Belle. Lefiya. Serio. Lefiya. She's ready, whispering, fairy sniper shoots, let an arrow penetrate, arcs ray. From Lefiya's staff a great shot of light was fired that was directed at the enemy, hitting him all over the body with great force. Lefiya. He hit him. I just have to push the limit, would it be, huh? Looking at the walls. Lefiya and Belle watched as the monster's eye began to move from side to side uncontrollably, and the walls began to close in little by little. Belle. Let me help you with that. Lefiya watched as the same white energy emerged from Belle's hand, becoming stronger and stronger. Belle. Just 20 seconds should be enough, whispering. Lefiya. Looking at Belle. Belle. Riet Mizu. From Belle's hand came a torrent of icy water much more powerful than the previous one, also boosting Lefiya's attack. Heir. The monster's crown began to shatter as both attacks combined and completely destroyed the great monster, sending a ray of light into the sky. Elsewhere. In a camp on the 18th floor, Tiona could be seen looking into the distance as a pillar of light and ice appeared out of nowhere. Tiona. But what is that? Surprised. Hein. Attack magic. Deep in the forest floor, maybe it's Lefiya. It would be. Didn't think twice before rushing towards the checkmate with sword in hand, being followed by both Amazons. Returned. After the beast monster was completely destroyed, Belle and Lefiya left the big hole with difficulty. Belle. Are you okay? Seriously. Lefiya hi, I just hurt myself a little, smiling. Belle. I'm glad, smiling. They were both taken out of their moment when two hooded men appeared, looking at them with hatred. Man. Is 1,000 elves the Loki family? Serious. Man 2. Have they defeated Venus? Surprised. Man. But he's without his companions, smiling. Carnivorous flowers. Violas. Behind the men appeared several violas which looked hungrily at Belle and Lefiya, who looked at each other alarmed and preparing to fight, but before they realized it the carnivorous flowers were cut into pieces by a wooden sword. Lefiya. It's not Asan, surprised. Ryu. I heard a disturbing disturbance, is it a new species? It would be. Belle Ryu-san, looking at her out of the corner of his eye. Ryu Belle-kun, Lefiya stay together, it would be. Ambos. Hi. Ryu began to attack the monsters with ferocity but realized something, his attacks barely rolled them. Lefiya. They are almost immune to physical attacks. They relate to magic. Ryu narrowed his eyes in response to that, and to Lefiya's surprise, he started to make a concurrent chant. Lefiya. A concurrent chant. Surprised, there are no mistakes in her movement, she's even better than Filvis and no, she's even better than Riveria Sama. Surprised. Lefiya looked with admiration at Ryu who moved with great speed and agility, chanting a long spell. Lefiya. That's not a skill nor a talent, it's the experience that has been obtained over the years, as if she had already done this in thousands of battles, with admiration. Belle smiled looking at Lefiya and changed his gaze to a serious one, looking at both men who were hiding from everything. But Belle, I don't know, I hope one of the men recognized him. Man. Hey. It's Hunter Rabbit. Man 2. Impossible. Man. Our god said he was a white-haired boy with red eyes, we have to go. Belle looked at them seriously but didn't do anything, it's not like they could escape. Luminous whined. While Lefiya remained in her world looking at Ryu with great admiration. Lefiya. A battle to the death, attacking directly to kill without thinking too much about the vanguard, is a veteran adventurer who has done this in battle countless times, is a veteran, as there was no magic circle means that is not a magic swordsman, no, is more elegant than that, more intense the worthy title for this person. An elven warrior. Ryu. I think I went a little too far, sheathing his sword. Lefiya. Thank you very much, sad. Ryu. That's for later, first you have to heal. Lefiya. Brings to the table. Ryu. I think it would be better to hide them, looking away blushing. Lefiya. Huh. In shock. Lefiya looked at her body, noticing how part of her clothes were already melted, more exactly the normal fabric, while the pink fabric that was made of a resistant material was still intact, but her breasts were exposed. Belle had a perfect view of them, while his eyes shone intensely staring at her. Lefiya. Gee, give me your clothes. Covering her breasts. Belle. Sugoi, giving him his black shirt. Lefiya quickly took the shirt and put it on her, but unfortunately it only made her hexier, because her nipples were slightly visible on the shirt. Lefiya. And don't look at me so much, shyly. Lefiya looked away a little, blushing, exalting Belle for Lefiya's shy and adorable attitude, a farm that made Ryu jealous, who discreetly squeezed her breasts, sighing at being a B-cup, at least she wasn't like the goddess Loki. Ryu. You should go, watching someone approaching, we'll see each other later, master, looking at Belle. Belle nodded calmly, or so it seemed, because he was very nervous inside for being called that way, even worse, considering that Lefiya was next to him giving him a penetrating look. But before Ryu left, Belle said something. Belle. There's no room for loose ends, grim. Ryu nodded and went towards the direction of the two men who had already escaped, or so they thought. Before Lefiya could say anything, the Amazon twins, Ace and Riveria, appeared. Riveria. They're fine, looking at him. Belle. If only an attack of a new species, laughing, how are you, Lefiya, looking at her. Lefiya. And don't look at me, hugging Belle's arm between her breasts. They all blushed a little at the scene, but her eyes twitched slightly. Ace. They get along better. Expressive. Belle. Do you think so? Laughing nervously. Ace. Too good, expressive look. Lefiya. Belle, hiding behind Belle. Riveria. Oh. Well, hormones at this age are crazy, so I understand looking at Lefiya without the white part of her clothes. Lefiya, and it's not what it seems. Blushing. Hein. And we thought you'd never have a boyfriend, laughing. Lefiya. It's not like you're not virgins either, looking away with a pout. At this, everyone remained speechless except Ace, who did not understand what they were referring to. Riveria. That was a low blow, dark look. Hein. It's just that the captain doesn't correspond to me yet, looking down. Fiona. You the right one hasn't arrived yet, embarrassed. Belle. I felt sorry. Bad, you. Belle. Let's not talk about that now, let's get to the important thing. If you say so. Belle. Well, I think we should go, looking at the bushes. Riveria. We'll go to Finn to talk about the noise, Ace will accompany them both to the tent, laughing. Ace nodding, moving Lefiya away from Belle. Belle hi, laughing nervously. And. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching, if you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day, bye.